Hey, what's up, guys? Just getting ready to get back on the trail here. Day 19. Well, I'm gonna make a beeline to get some coffee because I didn't have any coffee yesterday. It's been 48 hours, so I'm going through some caffeine withdrawal, big time, all day yesterday and today. So looks like a really good coffee shop down the street. They got some cinnamon buns. It's like homemade cinnamon buns. Let's go. Hey, what's up, VG Young Dorito? Big ups, guys. Yeah, I told you guys I was gonna take a day rest. I wasn't gonna do any streaming or anything. That was the first day I didn't stream, and I didn't do any walking. I just pretty much been laying around, relaxing. I didn't even have any coffee yesterday, and I got like major caffeine withdrawal. I gotta go find some coffee, but they had this all closed down for the for like a 4th of July parade. There were people out here last night. I was just too I should have went out and live streamed it. I was just too tired. But I got 3 Snickers bars from Hash Brown. She gave me a whole bunch of snacks. I've been eating some of them. I ate about half of them already, but I want to eat the Snickers now, but they have a really good looks like really good cinnamon rolls at this coffee shop. So this town was hit by a major tornado. You could tell this was all the center of town. It's just like one giant big parking lot, strip mall. I could tell the little I walked around here that this town was, half of it was destroyed in that tornado. Yeah, it was 1974, but all the old buildings are gone, and this just stuff's gone. They built a few strip malls and stuff in its place. I could tell, and they had other big tornadoes too. The Shawnee Indians who were from around this part of Ohio, they used to call this the land of the crazy winds, or the land of the devil wind. For some reason, this area always got like bad wind. But yeah, they had one of the biggest tornadoes in 1974. It took out half the town. Half the town was homeless. You could tell just by walking around. It's like, it's not the same as other towns, you know. Like there's still some old buildings left, but you see, this is all right in the middle of town right here. Just one big parking lot. Hey, Road Dog, big ups, man. Thanks for the $2. Cheers. Handsome man. Cheers, guys. Oh, yeah, I had a lot of good rest. Just slept a lot. I checked into that hotel, and I've just been doing nothing but kind of laying around, resting. Big ups, guys. Thanks, Handsome man and Road Dog. See, there's an old building there, but you just tell this place was definitely hit by a big tornado. It's got I'm headed to get some coffee and a cinnamon roll. What's up, Levi Stubbs? Yeah, it was like F5, F6. I mean, like, this should be like older buildings. It's right in the middle of town here. This is a huge area. And you can see, yeah, it's just, you can tell a lot of it was destroyed. There's 5 bike trails that meet here. It's really interesting. 5 major bike trails. There's the one from Columbus, one from Springfield, that's what I took. There's another bike trail that goes to Dayton, another bike trail that goes to Cincinnati, and then one that goes southeast here to Coshocton. They're all like, I'm gonna use the ATM here, get some money out. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other town in America that has like 5 bike trails that in 5 directions you can take a bike trail. Meet right in the center of town here. I'm gonna get my ATM here. Alright guys, got some cash here. Thought I had over 200 in the PayPal account, but I was only able to get 140 out. Let's go get some coffee. Thought I had 250 in PayPal. I got multiple cards and accounts. When does PayPal pay out? What do you mean? Like when you, I haven't been collecting PayPal super chats. I just take super chats. I haven't promoted my PayPal. It's just money I had in there, but I had a bit more. I spent a lot of it in Miami, and then I bought with this phone, money I had in there. So that was money I had from selling stuff, not from wasn't from super chats or donations. It wasn't from live streaming. But PayPal you get right away, you know, instantly. Hey, Rob Wallace, thank you very much for the 5 New Zealand. Cheers. A super chat, like I have to wait 50 days. This month, like I stream, I'll have to wait till August 20th. So the start of the month, you have to wait 50 days for a super chat. They can come in now, so think a lot of trash. They had a festival here. The roads were blocked off. Big ups, Rob. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for the 5 New Zealand. Cheers. Yeah, I got water and Gatorade. Yeah, the super chat ranges between 50 days to 20 days. If you get it at the end of the month, like the money I got the end of June, this a couple days ago, I'll get that in 20 days, July 20th. Money I get at the beginning of the month, you don't get for 50 days. So it ranges from 20 to 50 days. You have to wait. Okay, there's a coffee shop up here somewhere. Hey, what's up, Truth Warrior in the house? What is this? A sandcastle? That's Wile E. Coyote. There's the Democratic Party of Xenia. Must be the city hall there. Hey, what's up, Simon? Yeah, I took a day off. No streaming, no walking. Just a total day off of rest. And I didn't even have any coffee yesterday. Because when you go through caffeine withdrawal, you just want to sleep a lot. That's what I was going through yesterday. I'm still going through right now. So I'm gonna get some coffee right now. And it's long light. Trying to get across the street here. Yeah, I went 17 days in a row. Most of those days, except for a couple, I did except for one, I did a lot of walking. As now we're back on day 19. It's a sandcastle. It's kind of interesting. Sand art. Sponsored by Kettering Health. Must be the city hall. Xenia is Greek for hospitality. Oh. Cool. I didn't know that. Yeah. YouTube has a lot of expenses. They're not just doing this for free. Yeah, the coffee place is on the other side of the street. You got the Republican Party and you got the Democrat Party right here. This is J.D. Vance. He's the guy. They had a race for senators. There's a Ohio senator that's leaving, Rob Portman. He was very milk toast Republican, kind of like Mitt Romney kind of guy, or Liz Cheney. He's retiring, I think. And so they had a primary to who was going to race for that Senate seat. And the guy that won, his name is J.D. Vance. He's kind of from this area. He was going against guys that were from Cleveland, a couple guys. Mike Gibbons and there's another Josh something. But he's he's very centric America. Like he doesn't really care what's going on overseas. He only cares about what's going on in America. J.D. Vance. All right, let's get some coffee here. They got cinnamon buns, I think. Is this it? Oh yeah, there it is. Sorry. Got a coffee shop. We'll sit outside. There's a couple seats outside here. Let's see what we got here. $2.50 for a large. One free refill too. Wow, that's incredible. That's pretty good deal. $2.50 for a large coffee, and you get a free refill with that. That's a lot of coffee. But it's I don't know if I'll get the refill, but that's a pretty good deal. Yeah, drinking 1.5 liter orange juice. You want to make sure you have a restroom nearby. I never drank that much before one time. It's good for detoxification, just like cleans your system out. But drinking that much that fast, I got lucky. I found a restroom. Pretty nice day. I'm gonna just sit outside, I think. As there's an echo in these the high ceilings. Hey Daniel, big ups. Thanks for the 5 Singapore dollars. Cheers. Thank you very much, Daniel, for that. I got 3 Snickers bars, courteous of Hash Brown. She gave me a bunch of snacks, so either I have those or I'll get. Looks like they got fresh cinnamon buns here, though. I might say the Snickers for tomorrow. I can't pass on the fresh cinnamon bun. Hey, what's up, Jonathan North in the chat? Big ups. Alex Santana said, bar fines, Tom stood up for you and Ben taking shot. Chat. Yeah, me and bar fines get along. Carl, I left a comment in this last video. I said I was taking a rest. So you guys can take a rest. Big ups, Carl Kenyon. Yeah, there's a lot of potassium in OJ, and yeah, just kind of. I'll wait. I'm kind of trying. I'll wait till we get coffee and talk outside. Hobo Billy. I'm a traveler. I just don't have a car. It's like if you go drive out in your car and camp somewhere, you're like, oh, you're a camper. But if you travel by bus and walking and staying in hotels and camping sometimes, you're a hobo. Here's their cinnamon rolls. Check it out. Hi, how's it going?
Yeah, oh yeah, one
Are these homemade cinnamon rolls? They're what? Oh, a local place. Cool. Let me get one cinnamon roll. I'll take the regular. For here, and I have a large coffee. Medium's fine.
Room for cream?
Sorry.
Did you want room for cream?
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's a large room.
Oh, look at these bear claws or whatever they're called. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, go on. We got a couple of ones to discuss. Yeah.
Cinnamon roll in a large coffee will be $5.87. Also check.
Yeah, guys, I gotta put this. I got too much to carry. This is my hand-free setup. All right, there we go. All right, thank you. All right, thank you.
Great day.
Oh, thank you. All right, here we go. We got a table here outside. Yeah, much nicer out here. It was kind of loud in there. It's like echo. I couldn't hear myself think. Set this here. All right, we got a big old cinnamon roll. We got a coffee. And we're gonna sit here for a little bit, and then we're gonna get to walking. Oh, Ben's been bashing me for 2 hours. I've watched him a few times. I was just watching him a little bit this morning, and I haven't heard him see him bashing me. He was in Mekong Delta. I must be missing, I'm live when he's bashing me, I guess. It don't matter. I don't really care. I don't know what his problem is. here you go. We got some of this here. This is more like not really much cinnamon on this, but it's good. Not really a typical cinnamon roll that has got a lot of cinnamon and stuff. It's more like a giant glazed donut, but still good. I never liked my sweets, pastries warmed up. That's one thing they do, like sometimes in Asia. You gotta tell them, don't warm it up. I like it just room temperature. It's supposed to be a cinnamon roll, but it's more like a giant glazed donut. But the coffee's good. It's $2.50 for a large, and you get a free refill. I don't know if I need a refill on, but usually one large will keep me going for a while. I got 3 Snickers bars too, courteous to Hash Brown. She gave me a whole bag of snacks. I've eaten like a lot of them already, but some really good snacks too. Like she has excellent selection of snacks. But I'll save those for tomorrow. I wanted the cinnamon roll here. It looked really good in the picture. Sis and Deb says the cinnamon is between the rolls. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, maybe when I get to the, I'm just on the edges of it now. Hey, what's up, Punchar? I like having water with my coffee too, but I didn't see water there, but I got ice cold water right here in the fridge, courtesy of Hash Brown. Yeah, I always like having sweet stuff with my coffee. I don't put any sugar in my coffee. You see this coffee here? It's got no sugar. When I'm eating something sweet like Snickers, then I like my coffee just bitter, you know, just a little bit of cream, very little. But when I drink an iced latte by itself, or if I eat something like a bagel that's not sweet, then I like to put sugar in it. But there's no sugar in this coffee right now. It's only when I'm not eating something sweet with my coffee that I like sugar. But the sweetness of the Snickers or the cinnamon roll balances out the bitterness of the coffee. Yeah, I'm a yin yang kind of guy. I believe calories are healthy. I don't think MSG is healthy. I don't think a lot of processed foods and stuff are. Too many preservatives and chemicals, but if you got nothing better to eat, it's still better than nothing. Like you look at Ivy Tat, he eats a lot of, he's on a hiking trip too. He's headed this way. Just a minor hiking trip, but he eats like ramen noodles almost every night. But that's what he has access to, you know, on his hiking trips. 40K Ben says he's addicted to sugar now. Join the club. Sugar is not bad. I saw you ordered a sugarcane juice. That's really, really good for you. Sugarcane juice. You get that everywhere in Vietnam. Tell them about the sugarcane juice. It's not bad for you. Everybody in South Vietnam drinks it. It's like every street corner. It costs 50 cents for a giant thing. Everybody there is thin. It's like they drink that every 2-3 times a day there in Vietnam. Sure.
Social media, just, working at coffee hub.
Yeah, no problem.
All I'll put in the caption.
I
love it.
Did you find out who I am, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
What's your name?
William Blugenheimer.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Would you like me to tag you on Instagram?
Oh, you can,
I
yeah.
can or cannot, whichever. What's your...
Sure, yeah. I'm walking from Cleveland to Cincinnati.
Oh, awesome.
But I skipped ahead some places. I got a ride or a bit of a bus, but I've walked almost 200 miles so far.
Good job. Incredible. And do you have a reason?
Just a live stream.
Awesome.
So Ohio and stuff. And,
Yeah, love it.
Most of these people aren't from Ohio. They're from all around the world.
Right. And so they're checking out Ohio as you walk through.
Yeah, Ohio and America. And
I love it.
Everybody's been super nice and helpful and stuff.
Yeah.
I've been on this trail, so yeah, everybody's.
I love it. You're bringing out the good, showing the good in America.
Yeah, there's a lot of good out there.
There
Yeah.
is. Heck yeah, there is. All right, put your little camera back there.
Okay.
And we'll, put it right in front of you.
Right in front of me.
Yeah,
Okay.
listen.
All right, yeah.
Got you at work right now.
You just have my hat on here.
Okay.
All right.
I love it. All right, Billy. Where are you from?
I'm originally from Cleveland.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
You do one more. This is super. Thank
Awesome.
you.
So I'll be on your Instagram in the coffee
So
shop.
remind me. Let me just look you up.
Let me give you a shout out. This is called the Coffee Hub, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the Coffee Hub.
Hey.
I'll be on the Coffee Hub Instagram.
That's right.
I gotta warn you, I do have a few sometimes trollmakers troll, so
It's all right. Don't worry
sometimes
about
you
it.
get a prank call.
It's okay.
Don't worry about
Hello
it.
from Xenia, Ohio. Come visit us. We got lots of great things to do in Greene County, especially the bike trail.
Yeah, that's why I've been walking on the bike trail.
It's awesome, isn't it? Okay, Billy. What's your say it again?
Billiam, kind of like William.
William, yeah, got
And
it.
then Blugenheimer, BLUGG
BLUGG
EN and HEIMER.
HEIMER. Search.
Did it come up?
It didn't, but I could have misspelled it. Billiam.
It's a hard name. I might change it.
Billiam.
Yeah, BILLIAM
Got it.
space.
Oh, space. I didn't put a space.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And Blugenheimer.
Blue.
You-
BLU.
Yeah, BLUGGEN HEIMER.
ENHIER.
EIMER. Yeah. You get me to
Yeah,
do it for a
hold
second.
on a second.
It might come right up. Yeah, that's Blugenheimer. Yeah, HEIMER. And that's it right there. Yeah. Is it coming up on YouTube? It's on YouTube.
Oh, you're not on Instagram?
No, sorry. I'm on YouTube. I didn't make that
I can't
clear.
tag you on Instagram then.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I was going to tag you. I got you. Yeah,
I'm on
I'll tell them
YouTube.
to look for your YouTube video.
Oh, thank you so much.
How's that?
All right.
All right, see ya.
See ya. I'm thinking I might change this channel to Cheap Charlie Chronicles and that'd be like my vlogging channel, and change the old channel to Paradise Travel. Thinking about that. Because that way it'll just be like hotel videos, like random kind of beach videos and stuff. And then this will be my main vlogging channel. So I might change that to Cheap Charlie Chronicles, this channel here. Yeah, she made a good comment highlighting the good in America, which we definitely done. Just walk across Ohio. Hey guys. So all you hear is negativity on the news. All you hear is negativity on social media. You know, crime, this, that, these politicians, whatever. It's been nothing but pleasant people and helpful people, and it's not just an Ohio thing. I think you would get that in most of the country. Of course, we have a small audience here, but most of the audience is like scattered around the world, you know, different places. And Inte says he is too scared to set foot in the U.S. So yeah, that's what I mean. There's a lot of we haven't hardly had a bad look because of live streaming, you know, in almost 3 weeks. It's all like it's all a lot of hype, a lot of propaganda. And the conservative media is just as bad. Like if you watch Fox News, that's all they talk about. It's like crime and stuff. So. Where to today? We're heading towards Cincinnati. It's kind of loud here with the trucks, stuff, motorbikes. These aren't the cinnamon rolls I'm used to. Usually it's real like gooey inside and like a good cinnamon roll, but it does have some cinnamon. Like I said, this is not bad. It's just not what I term as a cinnamon roll usually. It's actually pretty good. It does have a bit of cinnamon inside. It's more like a bear claw. Bear claw is like a giant pastry, like glaze. Want some coffee? Wants to know when I'll hit Cincinnati. I'm not sure. I don't think I'll be able to make it before the 4th of July. That was the first coffee I had in 48 hours. I was going through some massive caffeine withdrawal. I intentionally didn't want to have a coffee yesterday because I just want to relax. When you go through caffeine withdrawal, you just want to sleep a lot. You get a bit of a headache, and then you just want to sleep. That's what I did. I did a lot of laying around. Yeah, the apple fritter. Maybe I should have got the apple fritter. Maybe I get one for the road. Truth Warrior is headed to a small town 30 minutes north of Cincy. Cool. Yeah, you get physically addicted to it. Like, I was lucky I was never physically addicted to alcohol where you get withdrawals, but I definitely have, for years, I've had a caffeine addiction. I've quit before. It takes about 4 or 5 days of withdrawal to get over it, and then you're fine. I was watching a little bit of a Big Shot Travel. And of course, he always doubts everything, and always he was like he didn't believe the raccoon story. He was like, oh, he's making that up. Heard him say that. The thing is, I didn't even want to live stream that day. I was embarrassed because I failed that challenge, and that's why I didn't even think to turn the camera on at night. I was just like, first I wanted to get sleep, and then I was like super embarrassed about the whole thing. That I failed my camping and 4-day challenge right off the bat. But anybody that's like done a lot of outdoor stuff, especially like in this part of the country, knows that like you know, we had a lot of people in the chat. They know like how much of a pest raccoons can be. And even on the video, the campsite person said there's 300 raccoons in that park there, in that state park. It's just a real little state park too. So yeah, it's, I don't know why like somebody would make stuff up like that. It's kind of ridiculous, but he always thinks I'm making things up, you know. Just because I didn't turn my camera on at night and try to record the raccoons. That was like the last thing from my mind, you know. But they're not like, they're everywhere in America, in the Appalachians and stuff. They're like super, you know, sometimes you could just be in a town on a sidewalk and you'll see like a troop of them walking by, 10 of them, you know, walking through the town and stuff. They're not like rare or anything, or it's not a rare event. Anybody that does a lot of camping, especially by campgrounds, you hear a lot of raccoons. Yeah, it wasn't scripted. I wasn't even gonna go live because I was embarrassed by it. I was gonna just take a day off that day, but not even tell you guys about the raccoons, you know. But yeah, Amberly says raccoons in your yard all the time. Yeah, it's like, it's a very common thing. I just didn't have a respect for them. Like I didn't consider it a factor. I just went to sleep. I didn't know what I was doing. I just left my bag out there in an area with 300 raccoons in a small area. Like, no, I was embarrassed about the whole thing. I thought I lost my backpack. I didn't know what to do, you know. I was really demoralized. I was about ready to call it quits again on this trip. Hey, what's up, Pataya? Thank you for the $1. Cheers, man. Big ups, what's up, Pataya? Thanks for the Chicago hot dog. Yeah, that's what a guy told me. He said, yeah, there's like 300 raccoons, and wait till you see the skunks next time. He said, next time, wait till you see the skunks. You'll be wishing there were raccoons. Because the raccoons you can chase away. You can't chase away the skunks. They'll spray you, and then it's game over. Yeah, they all come on at night. The raccoons, the skunks. But I didn't have a problem with them before. I think the random areas, it's not that much of a problem. They're infested in those campgrounds because that was a state campground. Where I was camping, there's just like these vans and RVs constantly. Every day there's just new people coming through and camping. And I guess there's enough, they leave enough trash and waste and stuff. Some don't know what they're doing like me. and they just like, that's their stalking grounds. Every night they hit up that campsite. And there's about 50 campers back there on every given night. It's a pretty big area. But if you're just camping in random spots, like stealth camping, I didn't have a problem the first 4 nights I camped. So I think the campgrounds are places to avoid, you know. Because even if I didn't have any food, I hung my backpack up in the tree. They can still like pester you, and they wake me up, and the raccoons. And so anytime you stay in a campground area, think you're going to get a lot of raccoons. That's where that's what they target. They have a steady supply of food. Amberly said the bears stalk the campgrounds. Yeah, I think if you want to avoid bears and raccoons, avoid the campgrounds, you know, and skunks. Like those places. But see, most of those people they were in their RV or their van camper or something, so they didn't have to worry about it. They were protected in their camper. I don't even know if you really call that camping. They just drive up and they do like set up a fire. They grill a little fire and sit outside a little bit, and then they go retire in their RV. I mean, can you really call that camping? I guess it kind of is, but like, yeah, what they do, like I was watching this guy did the Appalachian Trail. What the hell's his name? He quit after 30 days. He had enough. He had an injury in his foot. He couldn't get past it. I forgot his name. Pretty good photography, pretty good channel. But he said he doesn't eat where he camps. So like he'll have dinner. I think this is what most thru hikers do. They'll have dinner an hour or two before they camp, so the smell doesn't attract critters, and then they camp an hour or two later. Hey Hash Brown, hey, how's it going, Hash Brown? Yeah, thanks for all your snacks. I ate a lot of them already. That was a great selection of snacks there. Xenia's been fine. I haven't done much. I was mostly just resting all day yesterday. All I did was I went to a Taco Bell, I went to the Family Dollar, and I went to a Wendy's. I had 4 tacos for Taco Bell. That was pretty good. Haven't had just a regular Taco Bell taco in a long time. Pretty good. $1.60 each, but 4 of them for about $6.50. Yeah, I still have a bunch of snacks too in my backpack for later. Great bag of snacks. Susie Jagger wants to know if I'll be returning to Cleveland. Yeah, eventually. I'll be doing some live streaming Northern Ohio a little bit. I have about a list of about 10 places. And some more of Ohio's on the list. A party place called Putin Bay, which I'm sure you're familiar with if you're from Cleveland. It's an island on the Lake Erie. People go in the summer, they all go to party and camp. I want to live stream there. Sandusky, Ohio. Yes, I will be definitely heading to Florida at some point. So here's a list of stops I would like to do this summer. Some time in Florida, a little bit more in Ohio. After I get done crossing the state in Cincinnati, New York City area. From there, I might check out the Appalachian Trail a little bit. Maybe a little bit of New England, Pacific Northwest, Portland, Seattle. I want to live stream in those cities. San Francisco, but not so much San Francisco, but more Portland, Seattle, because of the radical politics. I want to go walk around, live stream, talk to people, see what's going on there. So I have a pretty good list of places. I've already live streamed in New Orleans. Where else could I live stream? That's mostly maybe Chicago. Maybe some of Chicago. So I might still do some trails, but it'll just be 2 or 3 days at a time now. Like, I'm not gonna really be doing like there's not that many mega trails, to tell you the truth. Like there's one from Pittsburgh to DC. That's what Habitat is on now. There's some nice ones in Ohio. There's one that goes across Missouri, one across Nebraska. There's just not that many real long bike rail to trails. There's one across Illinois. Goes across Illinois. There's some up north by like northern Wisconsin and Michigan, but that's gonna be real kind of middle of nowhere. Like endless walking through woods up there. So that's kind of a quick list of stuff I would like to do in America before I start traveling overseas and stuff. Mountain to Sea Trail, North Carolina. You know, Flip for Profits, I never heard of that. I wouldn't mind doing that, but I've never heard of that trail. But I have relatives in North Carolina. If that goes close by them, I'll have to check that out. It might be worth checking out. I like North Carolina. It'd be cool to show you guys North Carolina, eat some North Carolina barbecue. Start up there in the mountains and head down the coast. Pretty long state, North Carolina is. Hey, what's up, Boston Mike? Yeah, I'd never heard of that trail. You gotta be, there's two types of big trails you can do in America. I've been doing the rails to trails. Those are basically former railroads that were converted into like kind of bike paths. They're very flat because they're great. The railroad was graded out, so it's very flat and straight, great for bike riding. I've been hiking those. They're also great because they got, you know, every 5-10 miles there's a bathroom. They go through little towns. They go right through little towns. They got they got water you can refill up. So a lot of the logistical things that you have to deal with when you're hiking in the middle of nowhere, you don't have to deal with on these these rails to trails. They're great. They're great beginner hiking things. Just get your legs strong, and you don't have to worry about a lot of like logistics. You know, there's always little restaurants or gas stations every 10-15 miles. Just focus on the hiking. Then you got other type of trails that are more primitive, and they got like roots and rocks, and it's just a trail through the woods or the mountains. There's a lot of those in America, and those are a lot longer, but they go through like the middle of nowhere. So of course you got the Appalachian Trail. You got there's one in Kentucky that goes 300 miles along the south. It's basically just through the woods and mountains. There's the Continental Divide Trail. That's 3,000 miles from Canada to Mexico along the Rockies. Goes through New Mexico, Wyoming, Montana, and Colorado. It's just 4 states. It's 3,000 miles. There's the Pacific Crest. And then there's a lot of smaller ones too. They're like 300, 200 miles. So those are much more primitive, and those are more out in the middle of nowhere. And you might only be able to get to town like once every 5 days. And you have to get your water from like streams and stuff, from the mountain streams. So most through hikers, they do those kind of trails. I'm doing the rails trails. So it was like, some people are criticizing me, oh, it's too easy. But, you know, Habitat himself, he's done the Triple Crown. He's doing the rails to trails. And, you know, his longest day so far was like 14 miles. So he's, you know, he says it's kind of boring because he's used to much more scenery. He thinks it's kind of boring, the rails to trails. But he's doing a rail to trail right now. He started in Maryland. I think he's headed towards Pittsburgh. He's got his girlfriend with him. He's got a goat. His girlfriend's got a pet goat. But he can't walk a lot of miles because of the goat stuff right now. But the most they did was 14. But he said that day kicked his butt, and they were sore the next day. This is a guy that's walked 8,000 miles across the 3 biggest trails in America. So Yeah, I'm doing a pretty good job walking. Like I've had like 4 days between 18 19 miles and a bunch of 15-mile days. I'm almost up to 200 miles so far of walking. Yeah, it's called IB Tat. IB, like the letter I, letter B, space Tat. He's got, if you want to go back and binge watch, I binge watch a lot of his stuff on the Appalachian Trail, on the, it's IB Tat. Somebody maybe can link it. I binge watch his Pacific Crest, his CDT. I guess he's headed here to Ohio. I don't really know why, but so yeah, these are the options. Now the problem with like the trails that are out in the middle of nowhere for me is I can't live stream them. But what I might do is when I start vlogging my like around the world trip, I could start on one of those trails, either the Pacific Crest Trail in California. Not the whole trail, just start on maybe a portion of it, or the Arizona Trail, and that'll take me to Mexico. And then when I get to Mexico, I just keep traveling. So it would be cool to kind of kick off one of my around the world trips, vlogging trip, with one of those trails. Maybe the Arizona Trail would be a good one. I like deserts. I've heard a lot of good things about Arizona. Sorry Boss says, why travel America? It's just for live streaming temporarily right now. And then, you know, a lot of the places I want to go are still not open. I just checked this morning. You know, I can't go to Japan. I can't go to Brazil. Thailand and Colombia, you got to have a test. You know, there's a lot of countries open, but it's mostly Europe. Like, it's still not easy to go to, if you're on this, to go to a lot of places I want to go to. So what I'm going to have to do is just do my own thing. Like I said, start hiking maybe in America and then head through Mexico. I would love to go back to Mexico and then head through Central America. And hopefully by then all of South America be open. I want to do a around the world trip, you know, with a lot of like traveling super cheap, budget travel. What I'll do is I'll change this channel back to Cheap Charlie Chronicles, the name. And then I'll travel around the world, traveling at $1,000 a month. I'll keep track of my budget. My old channel would be Paradise Travel. I'll change that to Paradise Travel. So that's I'm thinking that's what I might do, but sometimes these ideals change. So usually when I drink some coffee, I get a lot of ideals. I haven't had any coffee in 48 hours. What's the Serpent Mound? I never heard of that. Yeah, IBTAT does a great job. He's getting less views, you know, on this trip because people want to see the big trails. This is kind of like a little side trip for him. And then he's going to go to Scotland and hike around. For you UK guys, you want to keep an eye on that. Just of his channel, but he was getting like 5,000 to 10,000 views on every video. He posts a video every day when he was in doing like the Pacific Crest Trail, the big people want to see the big trails. His audience. But he carries a drone around. He carries you know, a very good camera. He's a good editor. He's got like great music, and you know, he's a funny guy. He's a badass hiker. So. He's doing his first, I think he just got his passport. He's doing his first international trip. It's going to be to Scotland. He's going to be hiking around, I think, this fall or something. That should be very interesting. So him and Sebcam are two guys I binge watched. I went back because binge watching is, I didn't catch their adventures live when they were posting their adventures every day. Didn't even probably know about their channels, but I went back and looked at all their videos, their adventure, and they were the two guys that kind of inspired all this, and I learned a lot from, you know. That's why I got a backpack and why I got into the ultralight hiking and camping and through hiking. But for me, I'm amending the whole like thing to my own way. Like Sebcam did his own adventure. He had the belt. Nobody has like a belt. You know, he wanted to run. So like everybody can learn things and adapt it to their own style. So I'm adapting mine to like international travel. For me, the whole camping and hiking thing is a way to cut expenses and to get out and see more off the beaten path areas. So you can still travel through countries normally, like in buses and stay in hotels and hostels, but you have the ability to get off the beaten path a little bit. You can go out into the hills and the mountains outside of a town in Mexico and camp there for a couple of nights, bring some food with you, you know, get to see, or you can take a bus to nowhere. You don't know where, a chicken bus, you don't know where it's going, just take it for the hell of it. I'll be doing stuff like that, and there's no hotels there, no problem. I got my camping gear. So it's like, it allows you to get off the beaten path a lot more, not have to worry about if you're gonna have a place to sleep or not, or, you know, and get out and explore a little more. So for me, it's a combination of those two things: saving expenses, cutting expenses. Even just camping six days out of the month, that saves a lot of money. You know, a lot of money you would be staying in hotels. Now, in really cheap countries, like say Vietnam, for example, there's less incentive to camp because the hotels and hostels are so cheap. But you know, but there's another purpose too, where, like I said, you can access areas and travel where, like some of those primitive hillside areas and stuff, you know, really interesting culture, and they might not have hotels up there, you know, stuff. So that's my theory. That's why I really got into this, because I saw it as a way to, not because I so much want to hike the Appalachian Trail, for example, which maybe I'll do someday. It might be cool, but it's more about like becoming a better traveler, becoming a better world traveler. That's why I got into it. I'm going to be back on the trail here in a minute. I'm just having some coffee. First coffee I've had in 2 days. What's the next destination after Xenia? I don't know to be exact. Oh, I do kind of know. Keep it a secret, I guess. He said, once I get to Morrow, it's easy from Cincinnati. Yeah, we're 51 miles from Cincinnati, so we got a ways to go. I thought you wanted to become Forrest Gump. No, not really. I mean, walking is like basic, it's a basic thing of, I mean, you live in New York City, Manhattan, you walk every day, I'm sure. It's a basic thing. That's what we're good at, humans. You know, monkeys are good at climbing, raccoons are good at being raccoons. We're good at walking. And it's like we got stamina. You know, we're not the fastest, we're not a cheetah. But cheetah can only go for a couple of minutes, you know, running that space. We're all about stamina and endurance and walking or jogging. And yeah, it's a basic thing of human biology. And I enjoy it, you know. That's why I don't have a car. If you just had a car, it'd be like, it would suck, you know. It's a bit challenging. Like sometimes I do need a ride somewhere, like I need that Greyhound, and I couldn't get to where I needed to go. Like walking is the only way I can get around here in America, you know. Oh, I'm not jogging, I'm walking. But that's why you have to have really good shoes and stuff. Sebcam, he jogs. Yeah, we're kind of like camels in a way. That's what we did all day. We just like we were hunter gatherers. We just walked around like kind of like the raccoons and just get a little bit of this, get a little bit of that, fill it up. You carry a little pouch with you, a bag, throw a bunch of berries in there, eat a bunch of them, throw in there, get some insects, get some roots or nuts, seeds. Once in a while you might stumble upon a big prey. You guys ever heard of Christopher McCandless? He was that made a movie about him. He was into the wild. He died in Alaska, and he was just foraging out there. But before he went to Alaska, he did 2 years of just kind of living being a vagabond around America. And but his story, because he wrote a book or something, he wrote a journal keeping track of his experience, and it was turned into a book. Christopher McCandless. But for 100 days, he was just living in the wild with no food, no supplies, and he was just like. He found stuff to eat. He found critters, squirrels. He found berries. He found but then eventually he starved to death. It took him 100 days, but he was getting stuff. Then he got too weak to find anything. He was living in a bus. It was an old Fairbanks City bus just out in the middle of nowhere. And the reason he got stuck was because the river. He crossed the river into this area in Alaska. But when he crossed it, the river was low. You were able to walk across it. And then later on, the river was like raging. There was no way to cross it. You would die if you went in the river. So, but what he didn't know was there was a bridge further on down. But yeah, you have to read the story. And this was just a typical suburban guy. He went to college, Emory College from Atlanta, and he was able to do it. So he was able to survive in Alaska, which isn't like the best place to forage, probably. If he was able to do it with no experience or skills, how do you think someone that their whole life they were born to do it? That's what human beings were. Before we became modernized. We were like the raccoons. I think the raccoons, they might maybe another 50,000 years. I think they're going to be like humans. They're evolving. I know this sounds weird, but like we evolved from like monkeys, right? We became very intelligent. I think the raccoons one day there's gonna be raccoon people on Earth. Maybe about 50,000 years, but they're evolving. They got the hands. They're very intelligent. They already got like societies and social. Give them another 50, 100,000 years, there's gonna be raccoon people on planet Earth. Now, if they can get along with the humans, I don't know, but there's gonna be raccoon people because they're also bipedal now. They walk on 2 feet. And that's how humans started, evolution. We used to climb in trees too, and then we started walking on 2 feet. The raccoons are already walking on 2 feet. They got the human hands. They got the, give them another 50,000 years of evolution, maybe 100,000. There will be, I think there will be raccoon people. That was a theory I had, but because they're already walking on 2 feet. They're great scavengers. They're very thrifty, resourceful, very intelligent. Yeah. How many animals have little hands like that? Like they can grab a bag, rip it open with their teeth. There's not many animals that use their hands like humans do. That's one of the things that makes us human too, is our hands. They're already doing that. They're already walking on their bipedal. They're walking on 2 feet. They use their hands. I mean, they're on their way. They're halfway there. They're gonna be raccoon people at some point. They might be small. We're just finishing my coffee here, and we're gonna get hiking soon here. I was gonna wake up at 6 a.m. today, but I just slept in more. Hopefully the raccoon people, they retain because they can climb trees too. They have a good balance of they can walk through the land and they can climb trees. So I think they would have like tree societies, like their cities would be located in the forest. And they would have like tree houses, Hey, what's up, Jace? Yeah, I had 2 days of solid rest. Hey, Vices G, big ups. Thanks for the 5 quid. Wow, super chat, double super chat. Thank you, Visage D, for the 5 pounds, and KN did. Thank you for the $10. Cheers, man. Not for orange juice. All right. Thank you very much, guys. That orange juice was good for me because, like I said, it kind of cleaned me out drinking that much that fast. But I wouldn't do it again unless I was really close to.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? I wouldn't do it again unless I was really close to a restroom. I didn't know that fact about it. I had something. Oh, for you, Vices G, UEK guys. Man, I've been watching this guy. You guys ever watch Charles Veach? Can't Breach the Beach. He's this guy, hangs out in Manchester. He's been on YouTube for like 13 years. He's got about 400,000 subs, but yeah, he's making these videos about these cottagers. It's like wild videos, man. That guy is like a YouTube warrior. You guys ever heard of Charles Veach? I was watching some of him yesterday. They call them cottagers, like people that hang under the bridges. I guess I don't know what they get up to down there, but what he's doing is kind of dangerous because you know, one day, especially now they know he goes down there, they're pissed off. You know, it's very dangerous what he's doing. If he keeps going back down there on that bridge, Manchester, UK, yeah, that's his. All the police know him. A lot of people know him in the city. But yeah, Charles Veach, very interesting channel. Is Charles and then space Veitch. He kind of like makes street videos. You know, he goes up to people and a lot of confrontations. He's got a lot of fans, but he's got a lot of haters in Manchester, and his whole channel is around Manchester. Yeah, he's fearless. I know we got a lot of UK people in the chat. Man, I gotta say, Manchester is kind of an ugly city. You know, I've seen of it from his videos. It's like, it's all just modern buildings. Where did the old Manchester go? There's not too, I mean, you know, there's a lot of London still very beautiful, but you see Manchester and it's like, it's just all modern buildings, like it was bombed or something. Or yeah, you just search Charles and Manchester, probably come right up. But yeah, he's a interesting channel. See, I think you might not agree with or like everything about Charles Veach does. There's tactics. You don't have to be like him, but I think people could do in pretty much any city or even town in the world, kind of do what he's doing. You know, like the stories of people and get to know the locals, whether you're a live streamer or a YouTuber. And it's not like there's a lot of tourists that want to go to Manchester, but he's got a big audience of people because he just does a good job of, you know, every day he puts out a video about the city. Yeah, that's his channel there. It's like, what, the second or third biggest city in the UK? Somewhere, Birmingham and Manchester, they're pretty close to each other. Yeah, check out his last video. It's pretty funny. About the cottagers. I didn't know what he was talking about at first. Like cottage, what is? I looked it up on Google. I didn't even know what he meant by it. Apparently, it's a slang term. You'll see if you check out the video. it's like a bridge. There's like a tunnel underneath the bridge. There's a canal, and people go down there and they hang out and they do like obscene acts and stuff with each other. So it's kind of like a short time place, I guess you might call it like that, for you know, a certain demographic. So he goes down there with a camera, and like, man, he keeps doing that. I mean, that's very dangerous, especially the word gets out. Because there's one guy that tried to get him arrested, his last video, and now the word's going to be out in that community. I'm going to be walking in a minute, guys. I'm just having my first coffee in 2 days. Very delicious. Failed career wants to know if I'm going to Pennsylvania. Maybe Philadelphia. I like to go to Philadelphia and live stream. No, the orange juice was fine. I just had two days in a row, or when I cut the stream, I had to go to the bathroom super bad, number 2. And I got lucky. About 5 minutes later, I found a bar. The bar had a good bathroom. I was walking by. I was able to go right in there. And it was I wouldn't be able to hold it, I don't think. If I didn't find that bar, yeah, I would have been in big problem. And then it hit again about 15 minutes later. I had 2 big, but then I was fine after that. It was just detoxifying, if anything. It's like if you eat a bunch of prunes. It just runs through your system and cleans you out. So that's a good thing, but you just have to be by a bathroom next time you drink like 1.5 liters of orange juice. I didn't know that at the time. But I got real lucky there. I didn't have to, yeah, I wasn't able to hold it, man. I was doing everything in my power to try to hold it and get to the bathroom. But if you drink like a normal bottle of orange juice, that never happens, you know, a glass. But that quantity and drinking it that fast, yeah, that can do something to you. But you know, if I just drink a normal glass of juice, that never happens. It's only because the huge quantity. That's like 6-7 glasses of juice all at once. Yeah, apparently people were warning me when I was buying the orange juice, but I didn't see one comment, because a lot of times I don't read the comments. I didn't see one comment, people warning me. I just saw people commenting about the sugar content. That's the only comments I saw. So I missed your guys' comments about the bathroom effects of drinking that much orange juice. I didn't know that, but now I know. Big ups. The dog fountain water, that was like 4 days ago. I didn't have any adverse side effects from that. That was in Mount Vernon. That was like 5 days ago. Prune juice would be even worse. Like drinking a whole liter of prune juice. Yeah, good God. We gotta get going on this trail here pretty soon. I'm gonna stand up a little bit. I just shit my shirt. I washed all my clothes. That was as close as I ever got. And I got lucky I didn't. Man, how did I get this frosting all over my shirt? Today I'm going to be walking again, a lot of miles again. We're going to be back on the trail. There's actually 5 trails that converge here, bike trails, in 5 different directions that come to Xenia. I don't think there's probably no other city in America that has 5 trails that converge. Or it's not 5 trails, it's 5 directions. So you can go towards Columbus, you can go to Springfield, that's where I came from. You can go to Dayton, you can go to Chillicothe, which is the southeast, or you can go to Cincinnati from here, all on bike trails. Well, today we had some rain last night. That was and yesterday was very hot. Today feels like it's pretty nice. Actually, we might be getting really nice weather in the next 5 days. So it's like mid 80s for me is fine. So I've already done days in the 90s hiking all day. So mid 80s now is like nothing, you know. As long as the humidity is not too high. No, I'm not gonna shave. I had my beard pretty long around Christmas. Then for some reason I cut it off. I was planning on growing it very long, but you know, if you have your beard and your hair real long, it protects your neck from the sun. That's one of the biggest problems I have is the sunburn on my neck. So I might grow both but the hair takes a long time to grow. I might grow both my hair and my beard very long. Like Moshman said, took his 5 years to grow his hair out. That would overcome a big issue. Like, it's also good for warmth if it's cold. It protects your neck from the sun. It's like nature did that for a reason, you know. That's why we have that stuff. It's not an accident. Coffees are real cheap here. I'm thinking about just getting like a small little coffee to go. I've already had a large. I've already had all this stuff. Let me go throw this stuff away, take the plate back in here. And put this in POV mode. That's where I just kind of strap it to my backpack because I need my hands free. Yeah, it protects you both from the sun and the cold, like if you have long hair and a long beard. This is a huge shop. They got a piano too. trash at here? You don't got a trash. Oh, there's a trash. I'm gonna ask him for some advice. Let's see here. This is like a diner next door. That's why there's so many people. There's a coffee shop and a diner. If you got a second, I got a question for you.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Matcha? You know, matcha like vanilla. Vanilla in it. I'll get you a small.
Here's the that's the apple fritters.
Okay, I need 2 iced matcha. The small and large.
Oh yeah, take your time. They got a piano. Remember the last place had a piano? Got a nice painting here.
What's happening?
What do you think the best 4th of July celebration will be in this area? I heard Waynesville maybe might have pretty good.
I'm sure they do. I can't imagine that any place won't in this area.
Oh.
Beaver Creek, Centerville.
Beaver Creek. What about Cincinnati? I don't know if I can make it that
If
that
you can
far,
make it
but
to Cincinnati, I'm sure.
it'd be pretty spectacular by the.
But on the water, you need to Google when that is. I'm clueless. Like we
Okay.
had our fireworks here last night.
Okay, yeah.
So, but I would assume there's lots of places that will have it tonight.
Okay, all right, thanks. Yeah,
Check
thanks.
it out.
Thank
All
you very
right.
much. Have a good one. It was actually raining here last night. I didn't even know they had I heard some fireworks. I was just sleeping. I slept through. They got a pawn shop here. All right, my dudes, let's go find yeah, there was a diner right next to the coffee shop, and the diner was very popular. Like, it was full, so that's why there were so many people. Between the combination of the two, that's why there were a lot of people walking around. Okay, let's go get back on the trail and just get hiking, I guess. Here's the Republican Party of Greene County. J.D. Vance, there's Mike DeWine, he's the governor. J.D. Vance is running for Senate. Back to blue. Yeah, I kind of need a new hat. I want to replace this hat. I get a camo Trump hat. No, that's the Republican Party's headquarters of Greene County, this county here. It's called Greene County. Up here is the Democratic Party headquarters. You want to stop by there, see what they got there? Hey, what's up? We got Zeiser in the chat. Hey, how's it going? It's 50 miles to Cincinnati. Most I ever done was 19 and a half in one day. So yeah, it's 50 miles to walk to Cincinnati from here. I don't know if I can make it for 4th of July, but there might be some other small towns we could go through. Yeah, I don't want to drink too much coffee. I already had a large one. I know I could have got a free refill, but that's like overboard. That's too much. I had enough. Here's the Democratic Party. So you got the let's see what their slogans are. I don't see much. Okay, we got Martin Luther King. That's good. So this is a pretty as far as the Democrat Party goes, pretty they got some donkeys here. It's not a radical Democratic Party office. Now a lot of Democrat Party is very radical these days. But so we're in Xenia, got hit by one of the biggest tornadoes in American history. Half the town was wiped out. It's kind of what it's known for. Unfortunately, it's known for disaster, but kind of just a small town America. The hype shop. Bike trails right up here somewhere. I had a large coffee. I didn't want an extra cup of coffee. I already had a large one. I know it was free for a refill, but that'd be way too much coffee. So got a little collectible shop open. A lot of money in these collectibles. Like, I'm not into toys and comics, but there's a whole, you know, vlogging a dead horse. He said he had a giant toy collection in Thailand, and that's how he's able to travel around the world now. He sold it all off. It all went up in value a lot. You know, I wouldn't mind having my own collectible shop, gaming shop, card games, comic books, all that stuff. Like a little bit of everything. It'd be really fun. But I had opportunities to have that in the past. I just wanted to travel. Now I'm going like the opposite. Just settle down somewhere and get some nice pets, dog, have a nice shop. I'd make a YouTube channel about my shop. There's some people that have already done that, but hell yeah, even a pawn shop. I wouldn't do a pawn shop. I'd be more like collectibles, like gaming collectibles and stuff. Find a nice small town in America. You get some cheap little shop. A lot these downtowns, they're all like, they need businesses, you know. The rents are very cheap, these little towns and stuff. You could do your online business and you have both. But there's a bar here. Let's find this trail. Right now, I'm a traveler. You know, I'm a YouTuber, but maybe someday it would be nice to have a shop or something again and settle down. A shopkeeper. Yeah, I think the bike trails are up here somewhere. You see, these are old houses here. This is the original Xenia. Not a lot of it exists because like where I was staying by the hotel, it was just all, there was nothing there. Half the city was torn apart by that tornado. Half the people were homeless. And you can still see, must not hit this part of the town too bad because you still have a lot of older buildings, but where's this bike path at? Okay, it looks like the bike path's down here somewhere. Yeah, like with Ben, I don't know, he comes here in the chat a lot. He's welcome here, but you know, if he wants to troll me or something, I don't mind. If people want to go watch him, that's, you know, you go watch whatever streamer you want. I shout out people all the time. So if he is trying to do this, like Barry would say, he was trying to do it to get clout or attention. I don't care if he wants to get attention, but you know, he actually livens up the chat. So any YouTuber that comes in the chat, it's good. It's good for me. So he's welcome here. If he wants to try to, you know, talk smack or troll me, I don't mind. He's welcome here. But like, people are gonna go and watch what they want to watch. So I can't try to control people. Oh, you can't go watch this person or that person. That's why, you know, I have an open door policy to all YouTubers, and I try to promote other YouTubers as much as possible. Looks like we're in the middle of nowhere, but because I've never talked smack about him. The only thing I ever said about Ben one time, I think he heard, he took a lot of offense, as I said his camera work. Like I was walking in an airport, it was real shaky because I was like, the way I was holding it's like, this is like a Ben live stream or something. It was like just a joke, and I think he got real pissed about that. That's why. That's the only thing. I was just joking around. So you know, but I've always like supported Ben, and you know, let him promote his channel as much as he wants here. But that was the only thing, and it wasn't like even a mean comment. It was kind of more just a joking comment. Ben's you know, he's been going hard for 2 years, and I gotta give him big props. You know, him and Barry just kind of been keeping the genre going on the streets. Nobody was streaming, so yeah, I got nothing against Ben. No problem with Ben. If he wants to come here and joke around and, you know, talk smack and, you know, maybe get some of my viewers, that's fine. But like I said, I don't try to control my viewers where they go. If you want to watch Ben, go watch Ben. You know, and if you want to watch me, watch me. And the bigger the community, the better, you know. It's like we're talking about him now. He's getting a lot of free promotion, free publicity. I don't mind that. Like I said, I shout out people all the time. I was just shouting out Charles Veach today. I shout out IB Tat. I shout out people I watch, you know, people I watch. So try and find the trail. But Barry the boss said his tactic was to go in the chat and cause chaos and get a lot of attention among himself and troll and stuff. That's his tactic. I don't mind. Like I said, it's just, if anything, it livens up my chat. So, you know, I don't mind that. Like I said, if you want to go watch him, you're free to do that, you know. It's like, I'm not trying to control my viewers. Oh, you got to ban the name of this guy, you know. So I don't agree why Barry did that, you know, all this stuff. But here's a kind of a little people drinking here. Somebody's drinking milk. Let's get on this trail. I sent Ben the biggest dono ever when he was like first starting. He was in that like awful room. I said, hey, let's all chip in to get Ben a better room, because you could get a pretty nice room for 4,000 baht. He was in Pattaya, and I sent like a $50 PayPal. It was like the biggest I've ever sent anybody, and just help him try to get a better room. It's like he was in rough shape, so I've only ever supported the guy. I mean, it's like, that was back 2000. I was sending out more donos and stuff and super chats. I don't send out much super chats now or donos, but I think this is the path here. Yeah, because you could get a decent room for 130. So I sent 50, and I tried to get other people to chip in too. It was an awful. I know the type of room he was in on Soy Bucao. Those are awful rooms. Like there are no windows, and it's very depressing. You get a much nicer one for just a little bit more money. Yeah, there's Ben's channel. He's a live streamer. He's in Vietnam. He's been live streaming across Asia for the last couple of years. I guess he talks a lot of smack about me, but I don't really mind. Everybody does. I mean, Steph talks smack about me. Big Shot Travel, Twitchy used to do. So, the only one that never really talked smack about me was Barry the boss. But yeah, the really cheap rooms on Soy Bucao are awful. You have to get off Soy Bucao. Now there's some nice rooms on Soy Bucao for around 200 a month or 250, but you got to go like back a block or something to get a decent room. If you try to get like a super cheap room on Soy Bucao, it's awful place. I'm not really surprised. Like the only reason I don't even know why anybody ever rents those rooms when there's a lot nicer ones available. But something that's like 3,000 baht a month, I've seen those rooms. I've walked in them, and yeah, they're not nice. But if you go back a block off Soy Bucao, you get closer to Third Road, there's a lot of nicer, cheap stuff that's much more livable. I gotta make sure I'm on the right trail here. Let me check my maps. Looks like we're on the trail here. No, check out Ben. He's in Vietnam now. Like Philippines didn't look very good, but Vietnam is a really cool country. It's just super cheap, good food, very healthy. You can get around by motorbike. There's not a lot of hassles. The only thing about Vietnam is it can be a little lonely because there's not a lot of foreigners there, not a lot of expats, and the Vietnamese don't speak much English, so it can be hard to interact with people. But see, we got a river here. But it's an awesome country to travel in, and right here. It's relatively clean, nice parks, but it's very busy. It's got all the street food, the Asian street food and stuff, and very busy scenery. There's not a lot of bar scene. There's not like a lot of bars. There are some little nightlife districts in some of the big cities. Like there's Boi Vien Street. Oh yeah, they got a little river here. But yeah, it's a great place to live. I think it doesn't have as many expats and stuff because it doesn't have a big bar scene. Like it's not like Thailand, the Philippines, where you got this big red light bar scene. Vietnam's never had that. Even the party areas, they're just more about partying and drinking. Hey, how's it going? So that's why you don't really have a big expat crowd there, even though it's cheaper and arguably the quality of life's better there too. It's a lot cheaper in the Philippines. As far as Thailand, I would say quality of life and cost of living is very similar. So, okay, this is the Xenia station here. I never got scammed in Vietnam. I was there 3 times the last couple of years. Every country's got scams, I guess. I mean, but I thought it was real safe. Okay, here's the. This is where you have 5 bike paths meet here at Xenia. This is like the capital of the rails trails. You got nice restrooms here, nice place to hang out. Xenia station. Let's go inside here. Let's check out. Oh, sir. Thank you. Let's check out the map here. Let's see. Some water. Please fill water bottles at outside fountain. But yeah, Vietnam is a good place if you want to find a girlfriend, you know, like a wife or a girlfriend. That's what I heard. Whereas, but if you want to like party around and, you know, be a single man kind of messing around, it's not as easy as the Philippines and Thailand. That's what everybody says. We're trying to find a fountain here, get some water. Oh yeah, I heard Jeff Leppard had his phone snatched. Yeah, there's bag snatching is a possibility, but you have to be careful with your stuff if you're on a busy street. People come by on a motorbike. That happens a lot in Cambodia too. They'll come by on a motorbike and snatch your phone, snatch your bag, but you don't have like really bad crime like armed robbery or anything like that, you know. Or it's very rare, you know, extremely rare. I think I already have water, but I might drink a bunch right now. Actually, just pour this out because it's not real cold. This is gonna be colder, so I'll drink like a whole bottle of water now just to get. And then on the trail, this should last me the rest. It's starting to get pretty hot. Yeah, Cambodia and Vietnam got a lot in common, and Laos too. Those three countries you can kind of group together if you're gonna be staying in that part of the world. It's starting to get pretty warm. This is a beautiful little, it's called the Xenia Station. It's where like 5 bike trails meet. Yeah, they're all old train stations. The one in Yellow Springs was a train station too. It used to have passenger trains that connected these small towns. Now it's bicyclists and runners. Vices G says, I never seen real poverty before until I went to the Philippines. Yep. Yeah, there's that, and a lot of it's kind of real dirty too. Just kind of real scuffed, but there's some really nice parts of the Philippines. I mean, Boracay is amazing. I'm sure Palawan will be good. You get to some of the more islands, nice beach parts, but a lot of the cities are just like, yeah, they're not nice. Manila is the most densely populated city in the world, I think. It's like 80,000 people per square mile. It's right up there with Hong Kong. I've never seen Cebu much on video, but a couple vloggers there, Dan the Man and Keys One, both did a pretty good job of kind of capturing the feel of the city there, and it's kind of looks like the same in Cebu. It's pretty scuffed, you know. Angeles City is actually not too bad as far as on that standpoint. Like, it's a nice little island there of for the expats, and you don't see that in Vietnam or Thailand too much, you know. Not even Cambodia. Like, Cambodia is not as impoverished as the Philippines is. But there's a lot of wealth in the Philippines too. So you have like this. It's not a very the society. There's a lot of problems with the society, you know. Like you can go. I was in a place called the Fort or something in Manila. It's like, you know, like you could have been in like Silicon Valley. There's like nice malls and like, you know, places where like it was like $5 a coffee, and it was mostly Filipino people there, and like nice big condos. And that's where like the foreigners go, but those places are expensive, you know. You might as well be in the West. It's just as expensive. Like the difference in Thailand and Vietnam is you can live a nice quality lifestyle and it's not expensive. See, in the Philippines, you either got to live like a local, which is cheap, but it's very impoverished and scuffed, or you stay in a really nice, expensive place where the rich people live and it's very expensive. There's no in between. That's the problem with the Philippines, too. All right, let's get going here. I got enough water. I got a Gatorade, thanks to Hash Brown. And I got I don't worry too much about water on these trails because probably don't have enough. I should be all right. There's always a town or a water spigot somewhere. All right, let's find the trail. Yeah, we got a lot of walking to do today. A lot of bikers out today, Saturday. I'm gonna put my this on. Legs and feet are feeling great after that break. My feet have been feeling fine ever since that New Philadelphia, ever since Greg picked me up. Actually, ever since Massillon, which was like day 6 or day 7. So I haven't had any problems with my feet. They're really good shoes. The shoes I got. Yeah, the problem was they just weren't broken in. They were brand new when I got them, so no, the reason I ditched the sun hat was it didn't protect me. I got sunburnt in my neck the first day. Right off the bat, I was using the sun hat. And if I really need protection from the sun, I put my hoodie on, and that protects a lot more, or I use this thing. So it just didn't have a purpose. It made your head really hot too. It had vents on it, but still, like this mixer hat, like you need a lightweight trucker hat. Because one, it's lightweight and it vents well. I mean, this still makes your head hot too, but not as bad as the sun hat. So, and I put a little sunscreen on my nose. That's the most vulnerable part because I have a long nose. And I've had issues with that in the past. That could be skin cancer in the future. So you really have to protect your nose. The rest, and the neck gets hit the most. That's why a long beard or a long hair would protect that in the future if I got that. And then, you know, your arms, you don't have to worry about it. They don't seem to get sunburned. Most of your neck, your nose, your face, you got to protect that when you're in the sun all day. Yeah, I will check if I'm on the right path in a minute. I got to get out of this because all the paths converge right in that area there. So I think this is it here. But we're going to Cincinnati. There's 5 different paths. You can go to Columbus from here. You go to Springfield. That's where I came from. You can go to Dayton. Or you go to Chillicothe. We're trying to go to Cincinnati. So you got all the paths converge right here at Xenia Station. If you're into biking, yeah, Xenia wouldn't be a bad town for you to live. You got a lot of trails. Hey, JJ Mattergirl, thank you for the $1. Cheers, man. Big ups, JJC. You got. That's where I'm going. I thought it was 51 miles, but you know that's Google. Google said they're saying 58. That's a long ways. So I got a long ways to get to Cincinnati. It's called the Little Miami Scenic Trail. But we got a long ways, dudes, to get to Cincinnati. Another 60 miles. I would like to do a 25-mile day. Most I've done is 19 and a half. But I'd like to do a 25-mile day the next few days. That'll be today. No, I don't think it'll be today. Today's gonna be a normal day, maybe tomorrow. JJ Mattergirl, big ups. Thanks again. Thanks for the $10. JJ's been a huge supporter on this Ohio trip. So is Handsome Man, been Rupert, Gogo, been a lot of Trey SB, a lot of super chatters here. Thanks very much, JJ. There's been a lot of people. I mean, leave your name out. I'm just. Yeah, either I'll change it back to Billy Blue, or like I said, I might change this channel. If I do the international traveling trip, where I vlog every day, I'll change this channel back to Cheap Charlie Chronicles. I'll change it to Cheap Charlie Chronicles, and the old channel will just be Paradise Travel. The old channel will just be like random videos. And this will be my vlog channel, my daily vlog, travel vlog. Because I'll be traveling very cheap too, so that's like the name to have. I won't be live streaming as much with this channel because I'll be vlogging, daily vlogging. Yeah, nobody ever liked Billy Blue before. Now that I changed it, everybody likes it. It's weird how that happens. And I got plenty of snacks thanks to Hash Brown. So I got snacks for the road. I just had a big bear claw. Okay, I just checked the map. We're definitely on the right trail. Craig Reed says I can camp anywhere on this trail. There's a little Amazon distribution joint. I've lost a bit of weight, guys. I might be down to about 10 pounds. I might have lost 10 to 15 pounds. I could just tell looking in the mirror. It's now I feel really light in my feet. I could stand to lose a lot more, but I've lost quite a bit of weight. You can see my belly's not quite like it was. I've almost done 200 miles in this trip. It's a lot. To get to Cincinnati. Yeah, I probably lost about 5 kilos. I'm just guessing, but I haven't had a chance to weigh myself. No, it's physical activity is good, especially a lot of walking. It's good for weight loss. It hasn't had anything to do with the diet, because I've just been eating whatever I get my hands on. I'm more on the raccoon diet. Raccoons just eat what they get. So I'm not on a diet. It's just more all about the physical activity, all the walking. I haven't done, other than that one day where I did some push-ups and stuff, I haven't done any other exercising, only walking these last 3 weeks. Yeah, I'm on the seafood diet or the raccoon diet. Zadola says, congrats, she's working on getting in shape as well. I was doing quite a bit during the pandemic, but it was more towards weightlifting. Sometimes I go on a long walk, but not very often, I go on like a 10-mile walk once every month or 2 months. The rest was weightlifting. But what I did do was, it helped keep me even. So I didn't gain weight during the pandemic. I didn't balloon up during the pandemic. I stayed at pretty much where I was, and I put on a little bit of muscle. So that wasn't for naught, but I still had a big stomach and stuff. And now that's starting to go away, the stomach, just all this walking, But so even if you're not making huge gains, don't be discouraged, because you could be getting real fat. If you weren't doing anything, you might be getting real fat. So even just doing something could be keeping you healthy and keeping you the same where you're at. But if you want to make big gains, whether it's weightlifting or losing weight, you got to go the extra mile. That's where that saying comes from, the extra mile. It's you got to really push yourself, and no pain, no gain, all that kind of stuff. My next thing, if I lose a lot of weight, I got to get my cardio up. I've been saying that for a long time, but because I don't really like jogging. Best way for me to get my cardio is play a lot of basketball. So maybe I got to go somewhere, maybe Miami Beach would be good. I stay there in a hostel for 2 weeks. I live stream, hang out, make some videos. And they got a basketball court, so I can play basketball there every day. Get my cardio up. So then I'll be thin, I'll have cardio, I'll be pretty lean and mean. And then I can pick up the weightlifting again, And then I start adding weightlifting. So sometimes it's hard to do everything all at once. You can't do cardio, weightlifting, and long distance endurance. Sometimes you gotta, one point in your life, you focus on one for a month or two, a few months, 6 months. Then you switch up for another one, And then if you're good at all three, if you're really good shape, then you're probably badass enough where you could do all three. But if you're weak, like I was, or out of shape, then you got to kind of pick one or the other, I think. It's too much to try to do all three. So, yeah, Miami could be a good place. Also, New York City. I mean, there's a lot of basketball in New York City. I could stay there for a week or two, live stream, make some videos, and stay in a hostel. So one of those big cities could be really good for that, and get my cardio up. Like I said, I can't just go running on this trail every day and try to get cardio. I can walk down it. I like walking, but I don't like cycling. I don't like running. why not do some jogging on occasion? That would be a good way to get some cardio, but I have done that on these trails, but I'm just not much into running for the sake of running. If you put me in a basketball court, yeah, then I can run, because it's a competitive drive that, and the fun of the game that makes me want to run. But that's really the only way to get cardio, is you got to run or you got to cycle, play a sport like tennis. You can also do it with weightlifting, but it's like high volume. You know, like you do a lot of sit-ups and squats and push-ups and all those kind of exercises, but you do them one after the other with very little break. And you do high volume. That's good cardio too, but that's rough. It's not easy to do for a lot of people, especially if you don't have good cardio to begin with. Yeah, swimming's good. I've never been a swimmer either. Sean's a really good swimmer. He loves swimming, but not me. I like floating in the ocean or the pool or the river. I like going in the water. I'm just not a good swimmer, that's all. Yeah, supersetting, where you just take like 30-second break and you go right to the next exercise. You don't take much of a break, but you do higher reps. You know, you're not doing super hard weightlifting. And you go from one to the other. Then you're getting a really good cardio. It's also called circuit training. If you do circuit training, like I said, you gotta be pretty. You can get a heart attack if you're out of shape and do circuit training. You gotta be. Bruce Lee used to do a lot of circuit training, but you gotta be in pretty good shape to do that. Oh yeah, stair climbs and hill climbs are good too for cardio, definitely. Actually, I don't mind cycling. I just haven't done it in a long time. And, you know, I don't like that the bikes are real expensive, so. I enjoy walking anyways. If I was riding a bike, I'd just be flying by everything. Yeah, Yellow Springs was cool. I like Yellow Springs. That was a great little town. Definitely had a little bit of a hippie vibe to it. A little college town. It's got a lot of nature around it. A lot of trails and stuff. Okay, this trail is not too good so far. Craig, he knows all the trails in this area. He's like, yeah, until you get to Morrow, the trail sucks. That's the way it's been. This is the worst kind of trail when you're just exposed to the sun here. That's why I got, but it's not too hot. It's nice weather. We just gotta stay protected from the sun.
In the beach, and then we take that.
Oh yeah, that hurts my back sitting on a bike like that. I don't think I could do it. I was looking at a weather forecast a couple days ago, and they said it was going to be like 90, and with a high of like a low of 70, which is kind of rough for camping, that high of temperature at night. But then I looked this morning, it's a much better forecast. Now it's like a high of 85 next few days, low of 60s. So yeah, we might be getting some nice weather here. the temperatures are not as hot as they predicted earlier a couple days ago in the forecast. Yeah, I should probably do some more stretching. I might do some of my next break up here, next time I take a break. You know, I've done these trails. I don't think I've seen one person hiking them. Like, there's people probably going for short walks and runs, but everybody's just on bikes, you know. Everybody's got that need for speed. I haven't had any issues with water. A couple times I got low, but like I said, if you really need water, usually you can find it. I mean, you have to find your balance with water on your own. You don't want to run out of water, because that can kill you or make your life miserable. I'll tell you, put it that way. Because that happened to me once on a walk. Like the last 5 miles, I didn't have any water. I was parched. But you kind of figure out the water situation as you go along. When you start off, bring more than you expect. A lot of the first 10 days I was walking, I had more water than I needed. Now I'm getting to know like kind of how much I need every day on a given walk. Yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of walking next few hours. Like I said, yes, day 17 was mostly walking. Not really a lot happens on these walking trails. It's not. I think there's better things. I mean, I love to have been able to get out here and do a lot of walking, but I think for live streaming, there's better places to go. I think, you know, after I get done with Ohio here, there's enough trail stuff. When I get back to traveling around the world and vlogging, then I'll have more walking and hiking again. So I'll be making videos. But as far as live streaming, I think it's better to be in cities and towns where there's people, you can interact with stuff, there's scenery. You always got a stable internet. Sometimes on these trails you lose internet a lot. So yeah, I think you know, after this trip, the Ohio, we're gonna be switching up to more city stuff, you know. Philadelphia, Chicago, New York, Portland, Seattle, maybe different cities in Florida. And I'll still be doing a lot of walking too. Like if I'm live streaming 10 hours a day in New York City, that's gonna be a shit ton of walking, probably 15 miles a day. So it's not like I still won't be walking, it'll just be on the city streets. Might have to get a gimbal too, figure out the gimbal situation for that. How many miles is the length of Manhattan? It's about 18 to 20, something like that. The tip of lower Manhattan to Inwood. Washington Heights and Inwood is that little tip on top by the Bronx. About 19 miles. And it's only about 1.5 miles wide, 2 miles wide. It's about 1.5 miles wide. The whole island is only like 20 square miles. And there's 1.6 million people live in the island. So it has a population density of 80,000 people per square mile. almost the same as Hong Kong and Manila. There's the other two most densely populated places in the world. It's about 1.7 million people and like 22 square miles or something like that. But it's a more vertical. Yeah, San Francisco is about 7 by 7 miles, but the population is about 800,000, so it's about 15,000 people per square mile. Manhattan is about 80,000 people per square mile. It's just all big apartment buildings, you know, the whole thing, other than Central Park. Yeah, I'm sure we get a lot of stream snipers in New York City. All right, see you, Jay East. Big ups. Big ups to Jay East in the chat. I was gonna start today's stream about like 6, 7 in the morning. Then I fell back to sleep. Kind of glad I did. I needed all the rest I could get. And started about 9:30. Yeah, it could be a lot of good live streaming in San Francisco. Craig Reed says there's coyotes here at night. Yeah, coyotes, I've seen them northern Ohio. I walked upon some, 2 of them. They were just sleeping, like they were here in the bush. And I just happened to walk by it and I scared them. They were sleeping and I startled them, they ran off. But yeah, coyotes are, I didn't know they had, he said there was some on this trail up here. A lot of coyotes. So you got raccoons, coyotes, and skunks. Apparently now. There's a lot of nature up here further on you get down the trail here. I guess there's coyotes everywhere in America. Did you think they're more like in the desert? But like I said, I came across 2 of them. You know, and they raid the chicken hens and stuff all the time. They kill the chickens and steal the chickens. Sometimes they can attack your pet. And if you got a bunch of them, if you got like a pack of 4 or 5 of them, they could be coming after you. At least your food. If not, you know. So yeah, they could be. Yeah, raccoons are fairly like wild raccoons. Like I said, they're kind of scared of humans, but they want your food. So if you're camping, they'll raid your stuff, but they don't really want to try to attack humans for any reason, unless they're rabid. A lot of them, sometimes they get rabies. Rabies is very common among raccoons. So that's what you gotta watch out for too. There might be a rabid raccoon running around, you know, but I didn't get attacked. But my food and backpack got attacked, and they were waking me up all night because they were running around. There's 300 of them in that park, in that state park. So I don't know if I would camp in a state park again. I'd rather camp like on the side of a trail or, you know, just something like this. Now, could there be raccoons here too? Yeah, but it's less likely. That place was just overrun with them. I mean, that was their stomping ground. So But like, if you just saw a pack of raccoons, like you're walking, let's say just a pack came by, so they usually come out at night. So they're nocturnal. You're not gonna see them in the daytime. But if you did, let's say when the sun was setting, it was just about night, you know, you feed them some food, they'd be fine. Problem is they might crawl up on your, you know, they're really good. They might crawl up on your back and stuff. And like I said, there could be a rabid one too. So, you know, you gotta be careful with the raccoons. If one has rabies, you'll know it. But yeah, I mean, they're not real mean, aggressive creatures. They just want your food, you know. And they're like, they can keep you up at night if you're just camping in a little bivvy like I was. Hey, I'm your Huckleberry. Thank you very much for the $10. Raccoons are smart, determined, and fearless critters. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, that is true. Thank you very much, Huckleberry. We just left Xenia, Ohio. I got the hat low, trying to protect from the sun. Yeah, big ups. I'm your Huckleberry. Thank you very much for the super chat there. A lot of bike riders out today. Yeah, the thing with the bears and raccoons, I agree, but when you get these public campgrounds or just anybody can pull up and they're state campgrounds, like there's not much they can do about it, because either A, you close off the area to people, you don't let them camp there, or you have a campground. If you get a campground, you know, like I said, there was probably 50 RVs and vans in that area that night. And just trash and food gets left around, and that's why the raccoons hang out there at those campgrounds. And maybe not, you know, most people don't leave, or there's people like me that don't know what they're doing, you know, and they get all their raisins and their food ransacked. So, yeah, that's why it's like a stomping ground for critters. They know what they're doing. Because there's a continual supply of food coming through there with all the campers. At night, they can raid. Hey, Trey Espy, thanks for the $2. Cheers, man. Thanks for the 2. Big ups. Yeah, sometimes people feed them, you know, but sometimes people leave trash around or food, or the food is it can get raided. It's easily accessible. So those campgrounds for me, I think, are not good. And you have to pay. I had to pay $20 at that campground. So, whereas if I stealth camp, it's free. Big up, Trey Espy. Have you been to Lopburi? Yeah, I've been to Lopburi. I've not really been in the city, but I was on the outskirts of it. Actually visited some girlfriend's family members there. Stayed a night in a house. It's an old style Thai house. Everybody like sleeps on the ground, little mats. And it was like they had a ceremony. It was like the grandma's. I think it was her uncle, or they were older. They're like 80. Maybe I think it might have been her grandma's brothers and sister. And there was a whole bunch of people from the family were there. It was just outside of Lopburi. And they did this like ceremony where they pour water on them and stuff. And like they're paying like gratitude, thanks. It was a very touching ceremony. They were kind of crying a little bit, the older couple. The older Thai people that lived in that house. The whole family was there and like kind of, you know, pouring a little bit of water on them and stuff. And I don't know, something to do with their religion and culture, but it was like paying gratitude to their older relatives, you know. But Lopburi is known for, it's an old city, kind of like Ayutthaya. It's a very old Thai city, and it's known for having monkeys. Like there's hundreds of monkeys that just right in the middle of town. They just run around. Instead of street dogs, you got street monkeys, and they're all over the place. But I didn't get a chance to see that part of the town. I was a little bit more on the outskirts in a village, in the same province in Lopburi. So That whole part of Thailand is pretty nice. It's the north of Bangkok, Ayutthaya, Lopburi, Sukhothai, Nakhon Sawan. That's where Sexy Bar is from. They're from Phitsanulok. That's the whole north. It's not Isan. It's not Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai is way north. It's the whole. It's centered around the Chao Phraya River. That's the biggest river in Thailand. And that's the heartland of the Thai civilization. That's why all the old cities and so in Isan they even speak a little different language. They speak maybe a little more Khmer. That's Cambodian, or they speak Lao. There's a mix in Isan people. There's Thai people too, but the Thai civilization is like north of Bangkok. Everything basically from the south, and that includes like Chanthaburi, and then the east side up north up to Chiang Mai. That's all where all the Thais are from, and that includes all the provinces north of Bangkok. Phitsanulok, that's where, remember, Sexy Bar, that's where they're from. That's where they were living during the pandemic, live streaming from. Nakhon Sawan. But a lot of foreigners, there's not as many, a lot of the ladies that come down to Pattaya, even the ones at Bangkok, a lot of them are from Isan. So that's what a lot of foreigners get to know. They don't get to know like the other part of Thailand, the western part. Or they go to Chiang Mai, which is a whole different kind of part of Thailand that's even used to be a different country. It used to be called the Lana Kingdom. It wasn't part of the Thai kingdom for some time, until a couple hundred years ago. But that part of Thailand is really nice, and it's Harold Balder did some videos driving through there, and it's just north of Bangkok. Once you start going north of Bangkok, you start getting into that area. It includes Kanchanaburi, includes a lot of different provinces. Kampeng Phet, a lot of provinces. There's 75 provinces in Thailand. 40 of them probably up in that area. The provinces in Isan tend to be very big, like Karat, Udon Thani. They're really big provinces, and they got pretty big population too. But yeah, I've been to almost all those provinces. Sukhothai, I've been to Lampang, I've been to Lamphun. Actually, Lamphun is more part of the Chiang Mai area, but Lampang is kind of right in the middle. I haven't been to Phetchabun. Tom was from there. They looked really cool. A couple of years ago, he was live streaming from there, and his girlfriend, forgot her name. She's been in a lot of live streams, but his girlfriend was from there, Phetchabun. Phetchabun's right on the border between Isan and the Thai area, Thailand. But there's not a lot to see up there. It's just more country. The cities are small. The towns, everything closes at 8. There's maybe some pubs. People go drink, like have a band playing. That's about it for nightlife. Like in all those towns and provinces, cities, there's a lot of history and it's a lot of country. There's a lot of nice scenery. Even just going down the country road, you see like a hill and a big Buddha temple and very nice scenery and stuff. But very nice laid back lifestyle. But it's kind of like Isan in that respect. You might get bored being up there. But I spent some time up there. I enjoyed it. This lady's running, doing a good job. Okay.
Oh, bump.
No, I'm going to delete your comment, but it wasn't Am is his current girlfriend. He had a girlfriend before Does anybody remember her name? She's in some of John's live streams. She lives in Pattaya. She's been in other people's. I forgot her name. I've met her a few times at CX Bar. Tom had a girlfriend before a couple of years ago, and he was live streaming from Phetchabun. Looked really nice there. I forgot the name of Tip. Yeah, Tip. It was just on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, Tip. Yeah, he was up in Tip's family home and live streaming, and you know, they went out. It looked really nice up in Phetchabun. Now, if you go into Chaiyapoon, Phetchabun and Chaiyapoon right next to each other. They're both pretty big provinces. When you get in Chaiyapoon, that's considered Isan. Phetchabun's more considered the part of the Thai heartland. Not really a good word for it, but it's not considered part of Isan. You have, once you cross over in Chaiyapoon, then you're in Isan. And both those provinces, Phetchabun and Chaiyapoon, they're very rugged. A lot of people have girlfriends from Chaiyapoon, you know, down in Pattaya, and they go up there. And they're both very rugged, especially Chaiyapoon. Chaiyapoon's a very rugged province. Like, you know, a lot of jungle and hills. And whereas you get like more eastern, the rest of Isan, a lot of it's flat and stuff. You know, a lot of it's flat farmland and just kind of, or barren hills, or kind of barren farmland. It's a little more arid in Isan. You know, it's a little more wet but Chaiyapoon is more jungle and hills and stuff. It's pretty rugged province. So you can get like, you go in the outskirts of Chaiyapoon, you're kind of like, you're out there. You know, you're kind of like, I've never been to Chaiyapoon, or Phetchabun. I've been to Phitsanulok, which is next to Phetchabun. Phitsanulok's actually a pretty big city. I mean, relative, because like Thailand doesn't really have that many big cities outside of Bangkok. And the ones they do have, like Pattaya and Chiang Mai, are kind of touristy. They don't really have like a lot of second tier cities or anything. It goes from a mega city to kind of like third and fourth tier cities, you know. But Phitsanulok seemed like it had a bit bigger than the rest of them, you know. Most of the provincial capitals are pretty small in Thailand. It's a very rural country, very rural and village-like, you know. All right, want some coffee? Safe travels. I'm out for now. Awesome. Thanks for stopping by. Got some wetlands here, marshes. Yeah, Johnny, there's something happening. I see he's been getting a lot of views. He was around before I started vlogging. I think a whole bunch of vloggers started 2015, 16, right around there. And I think he was one of them. But he's one of the few that's really stuck with it. A lot of the other ones kind of like dead forever. They don't do it anymore, or they don't do it much. He's one that kept putting out vlogs, and now he's getting a lot of views and subs all the time. Every time I see one of his videos pop up on my feed, it's got like 200,000 views or something, you know. So he's doing real well with that. Oh, I saw he had a hotel video. He did a hotel video and it just popped up on my feed. It had like 800,000 views in a week or something. So man, people love those hotel videos. There was another guy doing hotel videos in Pattaya recently too. He was getting a ton of views. I forgot his name. I'm trying to protect myself from the sun. And protect my face and my neck, which has been getting sunburn a lot. Actually, some of my neck is uncovered here. Got that lower part of the neck. This isn't really good for protecting the lower part of your neck, and that's the part that gets sunburned the most. So this does kind of make your head hot, but it's necessary to protect yourself from the sun when you're walking in it all day. You know, when I do my daily vlog, like if I did a daily travel vlog, let's say I change this channel to Cheap Charlie Chronicles, because I think this channel actually has the best, it's not so much how much subs you have now, it's the best following you have. I have like a really strong following on this channel, you know. I could post a video about talking about visas. I did that like last year and get like 7,000 views. That's really good. So if I started posting whereas the other channel, it'll still be fine, but I think that's more like just a random video type channel now, you know, like random hotel videos and walk around street videos. This channel is more the Cheap Charlie Chronicles now. So I don't know whether if I do make this my daily travel vlog channel, I don't know whether to make this like to be in the camera, in the video or off the video, because I can still document my travels. My preferred style is not to be in the video too much and film everything around me. I want to vote. Let's do a quick vote. If I make this my daily travel vlog channel, 1, should I be in the videos, or 2, not in the videos, just film the stuff around me every day? I'll still be talking and personable and explaining my experiences either way. I just won't be in front of the camera. So 1, be in the camera some, or 2, not. Looks like we're mostly getting 1s. So yeah, some reason people want to see me some. So I guess I probably will. I'll try to do my old style videos, but I'll be in the videos a little bit. Yeah, I think everybody's voting 1. All right, I hear you. You know, the audience retention does go up when you're in the video. I've seen like, you know, because I've done some vlogs and I see like when I'm like talking to the camera, like people may pay more attention than if I was just talking behind the camera. So that could have hurt me before not being in the videos, you know. But you still have to do a balance. Like you don't want to hog the camera, be on it all the time, you know. So you have to. I think you have to strike a balance there. I was always. They used to call me like good at B-roll, like the B-roll king. B-roll is like filming random stuff, and just kind of like photography, but filming the environment, scenery, architecture, people. Like you look at my Malaysia video on my other channel. It's got 1.5 million views. The first 3 minutes was nothing but B-roll, and then I had a walk around video. So I'm always gonna have that kind of stuff in my videos, my vlogs. But I was mostly kind of like a B-roll vlogger without the A-roll. Perhaps I could have both A-roll and B-roll coming up. But I think there's something of a mystery factor if you're not in the video, because everybody has preconceptions and judgments and stuff. So you see some dude, oh, this guy is like, not that they're thinking negatively, but they kind of put themselves in the place of that person. And like, you know, if you're a black dude or if you're a geeky dude or you're an Asian dude or something, everybody's got preconceptions and they're watching a vlogger. This is why like when the guys like African-American vloggers, the black vloggers, they get a big black audience because they can kind of relate to those guys and they put themselves in the shoe. They all got a big, like Zoom to Thailand. You know, you look at his comments, looks like it's all mostly from African-Americans, most of it. But if you're behind the camera, you don't have, that's a good thing and a bad thing. Because then, you know, like a guy like me, it's maybe people that relate to me, but then other people, oh man, who's this dude? You know, it's like, so they click off. So when you put yourself in the video a lot, it makes itself about you. Whereas if you're behind the camera all the time, it's more neutral. You're just a narrator. That's the style I used to have when I traveled, you know. So, You know, if you're like if you're a really woke kind of vlogger, you know, like 25, you went to college, you attract that audience. So whatever, when you put yourself, even if the video is not about you that much, it's more about your travels, you're still gonna, just by being your appearance in the video and your personality, that's gonna attract people who can kind of relate to you. You know, like I don't have too many like of the woke crowd watching, you know, because you know, but you got big vloggers that do have a lot of those people watching, you know, million subscribers, you know, and travel vloggers. So I think that's the advantage of being behind the camera, and it's like you attract more of a diverse audience because it's not about you, you know. It's like too much, just a little bit. You know, these British vloggers like Edward Sweeney and stuff, they got a big viewership, but it's mostly guys like them, you know, like mostly British Isles people, you know, from the British Isles, some Aussies, some Americans, and you know, kind of that same age group. So yeah, that's a tough decision whether to put myself on camera when I'm vlogging again or not, or go back to my, you see my Miami videos, I wasn't on camera at all. That was my old style videos pretty much, you know. Now, if you're a good-looking dude like Kirk Kaz, they have a big bonus too. Like Kirk Kaz, Harold Balder is a pretty good-looking guy. You can get like Dale Phillips. A lot of the ladies like him. He's a Scottish guy, but he's real clean cut. You'll get a bonus because there'll be people that like there'll actually be female viewers and stuff. They just like watching, you know, because he's a clean cut, good-looking guy. You know, I don't know if I'm have that advantage. Like, I don't know if I'll ever be have that Dale Phillips advantage. So there could be, like I said, there's advantages and disadvantages to being on camera. I don't really have the handsome man thing working for me too much, especially if I get a long beard going and stuff like I want to. So you got more have that clean cut, fresh look, like the Brad Pitt type look, and then you'll get like a lot of female viewers and stuff. Especially when you go to these countries like the Philippines or Indonesia or, you know, Pakistan. You get. So I don't really see a lot of upside for me being on camera. Maybe go back to my old style, but I haven't decided that yet. I don't know. Balder has a nice upper body physique. Like he has a real natural proportion. He has a nice big size chest. I need to work on my chest. I was just looking in the mirror today. I'm losing a lot of weight now. And you know, I can bench a lot more than I used to. I can probably bench like 180 now. I'm getting pretty strong. And my arms and shoulders are getting some size, but the chest is really lagging. So I need to kind of work on my chest. Like my lats, that's your middle back and chest. Just focus on nothing but that for a while. I need to build those. My lats are my strongest muscle group. That's your middle back muscles and my chest. I don't think my chest is weak. It's just not very big. And that's like kind of one of your most aesthetic, you know, kind of when you got a little more of a muscular chest. That's like one of the first things the chicks notice. It's one of the most aesthetic things for a man. So I need to work on that some, I think. Like just really focus on those two areas. And really hit your chest, you got to do a lot of dumbbell. Like you do dumbbell flies, I got like a list of like 5 or 6 different dumbbell exercises you can do. So the bench press seems to hit more like it hits your shoulder right here, your front shoulder real hard, hits your triceps, hits your chest a little bit. But it almost feels like more of a front shoulder exercise. So, you know, it really hits that hard. So my front shoulders have gotten pretty strong. There's 3 heads to your shoulder. There's the front, the side, and the back, you know. But if you do a lot of bench pressing, you're not hitting your... Now, I started doing some decline bench presses and some incline. I think that helps. There's variations of bench presses you can do. But, yeah, I got a real puny looking chest, you know. Especially now I'm losing weight. It doesn't look like I gained much muscle mass there. So I need to kind of build that up a little bit. I think the best way to do it is with dumbbells. If you're a skinny guy, just adding a little bit of chest mass can make a big difference. Daniel Yee says he loves push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and planking variations. Yeah, those are all, I can't do pull-ups. That's my weak lats coming. I got weak lats. There's the lats. Those are pretty big muscles in your back. They're bigger than your chest muscles. And the lats, and then there's some muscles, the rhomboids and stuff. And then the back shoulder. Those 3 areas kind of, when you do a pull-up, you're hitting those 3 areas. And I'm real weak in all 3 of those. So I need to focus on that, the back, so I can do pull-ups, and it's proportional too, for weightlifting, bodybuilding, and the chest. Like those are the 2 areas I got to focus on. Forget everything else. So like one day I do chest, one day I do back. And my traps are pretty strong and developed, you know, from the backpacking. I got good strong traps. That's the traps for your upper back muscle. But then you got the side muscles. Those need a lot of work, and my chest needs a lot of work. And just like one day do back, one day chest, one day back, one day chest, nothing else. And then maybe, you know, do some little cardio or core mixing here and there, a little bit of legs here and there. But yeah, so short for your chest. Your back is composed of the 2 biggest muscles, your trapezius, that's in your middle and upper back, and then your lats. Then you got some smaller areas, like the rhomboids, and then your lower back. Barry Blue says he was a bodybuilder, but no, I'm not doing it just for aesthetics. I'm looking for more, you know, like I should be able to do, every man should be able to do a pull-up. Should probably be able to do 5 pull-ups, you know. So that's a very basic kind of thing. You need to pull yourself up something. You know, you need to climb a tree. You need to get yourself over a wall. You're swimming. You need to pull yourself up over the ledge. Everyone should be able to do pull-ups. So and that's like, you need strong lats, do pull-ups, and strong back shoulders and strong rhomboids. That's all where I'm weak and small. I have been working on it some, but not enough. I got to do more. Steven Rest says he can do 3. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you should at least be able to do 2 or 3, I think. I don't think I could do any. Of course, losing some weight helps, you know. So one thing, I was overweight. If I lost 30 pounds, that'd be that much easier to do a pull-up. But Frogger says every man should have a driver's license. Yeah, I had women, like, some of my videos, I go up to women and walking street, and it's like 3 kind of, you know, good looking ladies, and it's like, hey, you know, like, hey, where you go? I talk to them and stuff, and like we looking for a man, like I wasn't man enough, you know, like we're looking for a real man or something. It's like, you know, it's like us too, like, I don't know, I wasn't a real enough man for him. I approached him walking street, so I get those kind of comments here and there from the ladies when they're brutally honest. That was one of my videos, that scene. Yeah, I have some funny interactions. They were on their way to insomnia, I think. I was talking to them on the street and they're walking by. You know, back then I was like 170 pounds. I was just skinny, and that was 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I admit it. I'm a bit of a bit. Look, if you want to, if you want to date women, you want to attract them. I mean, it's just, you got to look good. That's. It's not being shallow or it's being vain. It's just a fact of life. The more effort you put into it, and the more gains you make, the better you'll be. That's just a fact. Certainly green and beautiful there. That's true. Yeah, I know it's not all about the looks. I definitely not. You know, there's a lot of very, you know, kind of average looking guys, or even guys that might be a little bit ugly, and they do very well with women. And they don't have a lot of money either. They got a lot of charisma and real funny and stuff, or they're just, I'm not saying it's all about the looks, but I'm saying it is, women do judge and look at men for their, just like men do, you know. So if men, you know, look at women's looks all the time, and they care about that. So it's natural for the women to do it too. And yeah, it's also good for health. So you're getting a lot of advantages. You're getting good health. You feel good. You're able to do a lot of stuff. You have a lot of, you know, a lot of power, and you attract the ladies more. So it's a win-win. I mean, a lot of expats complain like, oh, I gotta go to the gym all day. I mean, I'm not saying you have to do that, especially if you got a nice pension, money, you're enjoying yourself. That's fine. You enjoy yourself either way. But a lot of expats I know, they got a lot of time on their hands. And anything, the boredom is a problem. So, you know, spending a couple hours a day, like just walking around for an hour on a trail and then lifting some weights and doing some of that stuff, you know, I don't think spending 2 hours a day is too much, you know, for a lot of people. Like, I never worked out when I lived in Pattaya. I mean, I went on occasion. The only thing I do is I play some basketball occasionally, and yeah, I didn't work out. I wish I had worked out in my 20s, you know, when I was living overseas and stuff, and now I'm trying to catch up. I just, you know, when you're young, you kind of take health and everything for granted. But you got an opportunity, you know, when to change things. Hell, even, you know, in your 50s, 60s, it's not going to hurt you. Overexerting could hurt you. Yeah, you got to watch out. You don't want to cause an injury. You don't want to get an injury. You don't want to overexert yourself to where you're get a heart attack or something like that, or heat stroke. You got to watch what you're doing. But is the exercise, looks, and muscle things rooted in body insecurity? No. It's just a desire for self-improvement, you know. Wayne Stock says he's 71, only 135 pounds. Yeah, Wayne Stock says you're the guy that used to be a Navy SEAL, right? So you must be like kind of like 5'6", super lean body type, kind of Bruce Lee body type. Yeah, some of those guys are the guys that are real lean and not big stature. They can be some of the toughest badasses around. He used to be a Navy SEAL. Now he's 71. He's still 135 pounds. Says he lifts 100-pound boxes. That's very admirable. Yeah, I'm single and ready to mingle, my dudes. So when we start traveling again, start this trip around the world, budget travel. Oh, Army vet. Okay, maybe it was somebody else that said they were Army SEAL, Navy SEAL. I thought it was you. Somebody else in the chat said they were a Navy SEAL. There's only like 2,000 of those in America. Mike Litteris says planks are great for chest definition. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just have like a chest day. You know, push-ups can be pretty good for chest too. So I'll have like 6, 7, 8 exercises that hit. But you know, a push-up doesn't just hit your chest; it hits your triceps. That's your back muscle. It's actually your triceps are twice the size of your arm of your biceps. So if you want big arms, you know, you got to put a lot of work into the triceps, which I don't really go for big. I don't really care about big arms. Actually, I already think when I look in the mirror, I'm kind of pumped. The arms already look bigger proportionally than the rest of my body, like the chest and back and stuff. So I'll let the arms be where they're at for now, but I need to focus on the back and the chest. But when you do these other exercises, like a plank hits your core a lot, so they don't just hit your chest, but you do 6 or 7 exercises on chest day that really hit the chest and somehow or another, different angles. And then the back day, you do 6, 7, 8 back exercises, mostly focusing on your latissimus dorsi and maybe your back shoulder area a little bit too. Like you do these, you know, you hit your back shoulders real good. I got some good calisthenic exercises here for the back. So you hit it at a lot of different angles. I think that's how you get growth and strength. My legs are pretty strong. I can kind of let those go a little bit. Maybe a little bit of quad work, squats. The squats are great all around here and there, but mostly focus on the chest and the back for a while, for 6 months. But if I'm doing a lot of traveling, this walking, I don't really have energy to do any exercises. Like all this walking I'm doing, it's kind of its own thing, which is really good. But if I get traveling, I won't be doing as much walking. I could have like workout days. I'll put that in my vlog, you know. Also, it's good to do some isometric, not just weightlifting. Do some isometric exercises if you're targeting a body group. So I have a good back exercise. It's a wall push. You go up against the wall and you push real hard. Like you go against an immovable object like a tree or a... And the chest, you got the, you do the hand clasp. This is a good isometric. You do like this. And you squeeze as hard as you can for as long as you can. You do that a few times. Isometric exercises don't take very long to do. You know, a plank is isometric exercise, for example. They don't give you a lot of muscle growth, but they give you a lot of muscle strength. But it's good, I think, good to mix in for definition and strength. And it's good to have a variety of exercises, you know. If you're trying to grow a muscle group. Little Miami State Park. Let me check the map here. We're really making our way down this trail here. Pud Fatty says, I used to do 1,000 sit-ups a day. My father spotted me once, told me that you hurt your neck doing that. Neck has never been the same years on. So you hurt your neck, long-term injury? There's a good isometric exercise for your neck. It's the, Mike Tyson used to change his neck a lot, but you push your hand against your head, like as hard as you can, you're hitting your neck. Also, there's neck lifts. Like you lay back on a bench and you put like a weight on your head, like a 5-pound weight, and you lift your neck. It's a good, that's not something you want to, neck, you have to be very careful. But some athletes and boxers do, because they take punches, and the stronger their neck is, the more they can absorb punches. Like Mike Tyson used to train his neck all the time. But neck muscles are pretty small. Most people never train them, but I'm saying you could train them if you want to. I mean, but most people don't train them. They're pretty small, but they are there. There's like 3,000 different muscles in the body. The biggest one are your quads, by far, 1,800 square centimeters. Second biggest are your glutes. Third biggest are your calves. And then after that, it's a big drop off. Then your hamstrings, calves and hamstrings are about the same size. So most of your biggest muscles are your muscles and your legs and your glutes. And then relatively, like your chest is 250 square centimeters. Your quads are 1,800. Your biceps are like 120. Your triceps 250. Your shoulders are 300. Your shoulders are pretty big muscle groups, all three heads. Your trapezius muscle is about 300. Your latissimus dorsi is about 300. Those are your biggest muscle groups in your body. Then you have a lot of little tiny small muscles in your body. Yeah, I've been studying this stuff. It's just like I study hiking and camping. I've been studying nutrition, fitness, bodybuilding. I've been getting a lot of it off of YouTube, so I study a lot on YouTube. Pretty much what I've been watching the last couple of years, I've been fitness and bodybuilding, hikers like Sebcam and IBTAT, camping channels. A little bit of Thailand stuff here and there, and a few and some live streaming. That's what I watch on YouTube. Some sports, Like your forearms are very important muscles too, like for forearms, but they're not very big. And it's composed of different, like you got your forearms, but collectively they got some size, but individually they're pretty small. But they're very important because you use your forearms for everything. Every kind of deadlift, bench press, anything you're doing, you need forearm and grip strength. So. The internet for a while, hit a dead spot. Yeah, these streams, you always lose internet at some point. Looks like it's back for the moment. Hey, Hash Brown's here. So you have people speculating whether I have Asperger's or not. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but I'm not like Rain Man. I'm a functioning adult. Probably just a little bit. I think a lot of people have a little bit. I mean, I've said that before. A lot of males have a little bit of Asperger's. autism, whatever you call it. Yeah, the internet went out for a while. It always goes out in these trails. It might go out again. Who knows? But you see why it's hard to camp in Ohio? This is what you get the whole state. You got an open clearing here, but it's just overgrown with plants, weeds. So where are you going to camp? Yeah, you can camp on the trail, but that's not really stealth camping. You be back there in the woods somewhere. We got to cross all this crap. You be back by the field where nobody is. So Ohio is not the best state for stealth camping, my dudes. I've had 200 miles of walking through this stuff. It's the same. It's trees and weeds, the whole state. If it's not, it's a farm or somebody's lawn or a town. There's not much in between. I mean, yeah, sometimes I've seen a few spots here and there, but finding a really good spot is like, it's almost like, it's rare. It's like finding a gold nugget. So, yeah, it's a nice clearing here, but you can see it's like 6 feet tall of weeds and stuff. You can't camp in there. Maybe if you had a hammock, you could. That's why a hammock's actually like 10 times more useful than a tent in Ohio. I mean, I could see why switching to hammock wouldn't be such a bad ideal, because I've seen 100 more hammocks. Like right there is a perfect hammock spot. Boom. But you see that 100 more times right there. Another, yeah, bug might go in my ear. That's a fly. Everywhere there's hammock spots, but there's no camping spots for a tent or bivvy. You need a flat, nice spot on the ground. You know, that's actually a lot harder to find. But if you're in the desert or plains where there's not many trees, then a tent or bivvy is better. So it really depends on your, and sometimes mountains too are a lot better for that. Really depends on your landscape. But for Ohio, this is definitely hammock country. Also, hammocks are good if it's hot. Like if you're in the tropics, you're in the jungles like Colombia or Central America. Hammock actually comes from the Mayans, I think. The word, it's a Mexican word, a Mayan word. And to this day, a lot of the Mayans, you know, in the jungle still sleep in hammocks. A lot of people still sleep in hammocks down there. In Brazil, they sleep in hammocks a lot, you know, by the Amazons. So the reason they're good in cool temperature or hot temperature is because you get a breeze. So if you're in cooler temperature, they put a quilt underneath the hammock, an extra quilt. But if you're in hotter temperature at night, it's like 70s and stuff, tropical, hammocks will keep you cool because you get that breeze underneath, you get that draft. And you know, so that a lot of my travels are going to be in hotter countries in the future. So I might have to rethink my whole camping setup. I haven't actually ever tried to sleep in a hammock. I have to see how my back reacts to it if I get a good night's sleep. So I need to do a hammock test. I do have a hammock. Cost me about $60 on Amazon. It's actually pretty good. I've used it before. I just haven't had to try to sleep in it all night. So I might have to switch up to a hammock in the future, especially if you're going to be in a lot of tropical countries, hot countries. That's what Sebcam always used a hammock. He actually started out with a tent in Florida, but he got rid of it like almost right away because it was just too hot. It was just a tent and bivvy both trapped in a lot of heat. So they trap in a lot of air and heat, whereas a hammock, you got the breeze. But he was fine once he was in a hammock. He did all over Hawaii, all over America in a hammock. He was even out in the plains in Kansas. He was able to camp in his hammock. So you can also use a hammock like a bivvy too. You can just lay down on the ground. You got the bug protection net. So yeah, I think the hammock might be the way to go. The only thing with the hammock is it's heavier, and you have to be able to have a good night's sleep. Like I get a good night's sleep on the ground. I like being on the ground. I don't mind that's hard. I like a hard ground to sleep on. It doesn't bother me. And I just need a little bit of cushion, not much. But so if you can sleep in a hammock, if it doesn't bother you, and you don't mind the little extra weight, I think that's the best way to go. A tent is mostly good for cooler temperatures and like mountains and stuff, you know. Through hiking, it's good for through hiking. That's why most through hikers use a tent. Also, it keeps you off the ground. If there's a lot of snakes and bugs and all kinds of weird stuff, you're in the tropic. That's why they use hammocks there, man. And you're hanging from the trees. You know, like if I was in a hammock with those raccoons, they wouldn't have been a problem. They would just been running around the ground. Probably wouldn't have bothered me. You have your backpack in the hammock too, because you got extra space. Like Seb would have all this stuff in his hammock, you know, when he was sleeping at night. Yeah, exactly, scuffed. Look at this stuff. How are you gonna camp in this stuff? That's like, this is all Ohio's like this, you know. It's good for farmland, but because stuff grows. Look at all this stuff over here. I mean, there ain't no nice, flat, clear spot to camp over there. And if there is, it's like a swamp or something. See it down there, it turns like in a swamp. Yeah, there's swamps, dense forests, just plants, and it's basically like a jungle in the northern hemisphere. You know, you got jungles in the tropics. There's jungles in the northern hemisphere as well. That's basically what this is. The east coast of the United States is like this, pretty much, until you get out into the plains. Now, some forests, you go to some forests, like in Arizona, for example, there's a Arizona trail goes to a patch of forest. It's called the Ponderosa. And, you know, the ground is clear. You can camp anywhere. There's big trees, but there's not a bunch of weeds and bush on the ground everywhere like there is here. You know, this is a nice forest, but everywhere you look, there's just full of, so some forests are very nice to camp, you know, like in the Ponderosa in Arizona. Also, like the aspen trees are very beautiful and nice and lovely to camp in Colorado, you know. Arizona in general is a great state to camp and do this kind of lifestyle, but the water is a problem. You gotta make sure, like, you don't run out of water. Remember that guy we met in Columbus? That's what he said. He lives out in Arizona. He likes the dry climate. He lives out in the desert. He said he was 65. He was I guess he's lives a vagrant lifestyle, but he seemed very, you know, nice guy and very, he had all of his faculties. He wasn't, you know, seemed like he had mental problems. So he was that's his lifestyle he liked to live, you know. Yeah, but how am I going to hike 100 meters off the trail? Look, this is what you go into 99% of the time. When you go off the trail, it's this stuff. You can't hike through that. That's thick bush. And if you could hike through it, you wouldn't find a place to camp. That's all I've seen in Ohio. It's just like same over here. Thick bush, thick bush. Actually, it looks like a little bit of a clearing up there. Could be a little bit of a clearing. So once in a while, you will find a clearing, but far and few between. But even that, once you get up there, it might just look good from here. Then you get up there, it don't look that good. It's not good, so. Yeah, this is all the bush out here, thick bush. So this is one of the big reasons I've had a tough time camping. And if you go to the campgrounds that get mauled by raccoons. They're infested with them. If you go in a city or something, you gotta hike. You gotta be. You gotta be in a city camping, or try to maybe find a farmer's field or something. It's the same thing all over Ohio, man. The whole state. I mean, when you go west, it's more the far west of Ohio. I was walking through that trip a couple of years ago. That was more plains up there and farmland. But that's not really better either, because you can't really camp on somebody's farm. You know, that's like 100% farmland up there. This is why people do the Appalachian Trail, because they have, or these trails, is because they're out in the middle of nowhere and they have places to camp everywhere and hike and walk. I think my first trail is going to be it's either going to be the Arizona or Pacific Crest Trail. I'll only do like 400 miles. If I do the Pacific Crest Trail, it might just be like 400 or 500 miles, like just part of the California part, and I'll go into Mexico with that. Or if I do the Arizona Trail, I might do more of it. I don't know, but I think my first trail is going to be out west. And those you can do in like October and stuff. Actually, you don't want to do them in the summer. It's too hot. But, you know, this is a very nice trail and walk through and stuff. It's just not good for camping. So, but we did manage to camp 5 times. Only had one good night of rest in those 5 times, but Visage says hammock is the way to go. Well, definitely in this terrain. I mean, like I said, it depends on the terrain. But like I said, a hammock can also be used as a bivvy. It's got a bug net. My hammock has a bug net. So if you were in a really flat area or desert and there's just nowhere to hang it, or it's you can just lay it on the ground. Just like, but then you need a mat too. You need kind of a ground mat, like I have in my backpack. Yeah, the sleeping mat's just right in my backpack right there. I actually cut it. I cut it to about two-thirds of the size it was. So, because normally it's 13 ounces. I don't need my legs don't really need a mat. So it goes down to about my lower hips, to about to my thighs a little bit. And it weighs like only weighs like 7 ounces. I cut about 40% of the mat off. That's an advanced ultralight move, and it hasn't disturbed my sleep at all. The only reason you might need a full mat, see, ground mats offer cold weather protection. So like when you're in colder weather, the ground is cold too. And that's why you need a thicker mat. And, mats have their own ground rating. But if you're in hot weather like I've been, I'm mostly going to be in hotter climates doing this kind of stuff, traveling, and you don't worry about the ground temperature or the coldness. So that's why that's another reason I don't need a full mat. I'm not planning on really doing too much cold weather stuff. It'd be cool to visit Iceland or Norway. Some of those countries would be cool, but you know, worst comes to worst, I could always just buy something for that trip, you know, down the road. But I think mostly going to be in hotter. But you know, sometimes these deserts and mountains, if I go out west, even in Mexico, it can get a bit cold at night. But I don't think the ground's going to be that cold. It might get down to the high 40s or something. You know, deserts can be like 90s in the day and 40s in the nighttime. See, now we're in some clearing, but it's somebody's property. So this is what you get when you do get a clearing. It's a house or farm. It's a town. Must be a little town up here coming on. Sometimes the little towns are the best place to stealth camp because you got little parks and stuff, and not a lot of people. It's real laid back. A little town like this, you don't want to be on somebody's property, but you can be. So I've had my best luck camping near the little towns. When you're out on the trail through the jungle, forget about it. There's nothing out there. What the fuck? was that? So yeah, see, this is starting to get in a little town now. Very Blue says talking about rough camping and researching the equipment is more fun than actually do. I don't know, man. I really could get into camping. I just haven't had many positive nights because, like, one night was a raccoon. The first night was a lot of rain. A couple nights I set up in the middle of the night, so I didn't have a good spot, or I was close to a road and didn't feel very secure. You know, but the one night I did get a good sleep, I was in a good spot. So, yeah, you want equipment that the equipment I have is comfortable. I think it's not really a problem with the equipment once it's set up properly. You know, a few times I set it up in the middle of the night. I couldn't set it up properly. So, but when the bivvy's set up properly, it's staked out, it's tied against a tree or something, or needs to be tied up against something, then you got a lot of space. It's kind of like being in a little tent. It's pretty comfortable, and the ground is no problem for me. But yeah, I might research. The other thing with a hammock is you need a tarp too. So a hammock requires a lot of stuff to work. Yeah, it's a tough call. I have to do some evaluation. Hell, maybe just a lightweight tent might be the way to go. It's like we're in a little town. I don't mind taking a little break for a minute. Getting something to drink, eating some snacks. All I had was that pastry today. So I might chow on some of hash brown snacks she brought me yesterday. She brought me a whole bunch of snacks. I ate like half of them already. Let's go sit by this church maybe, relax for a little bit. See, he'll even just crossing this little bit of stuff kind of rough here. Just to get to the street. Damn, dude. This is where you get the ticks and the bugs. That's why I don't go through the thick jungle here. That's not too bad, but damn, look at that house. Holy shit. Oh, damn, the church is fenced off. That's a mansion and a half. Yeah, shit, why they got this church all fenced off? Usually it's open to the public. I was gonna take a little break here. Maybe it's not a church. Sometimes old churches are converted to houses. I'm just gonna try to sit here. No, it looks like it's still a church. Yeah, but a lightweight tent, you need a walking stick. I usually don't travel with walking. I use walking sticks. That's for like hardcore mountaineering, like on the Appalachian Trail. Am I gonna travel the world with a walking stick everywhere? And you can't check those in on planes either. Yeah, this might be somebody's house. Oh, that sucks. Shit, I was gonna take a little break here. Now I can't get back to the trail. Yeah, it was like a old church converted into a house. Here's a little clearing. This has got to be somebody's. Yeah, this is somebody's yard. There's a house back there, so they just mowed this and stuff. Like Greg said, if you see it's mowed, most likely it's somebody's property. That's why that'd be a perfect camp spot if you camped in somebody's yard and close to the trail and the road, so not very stealth. But hey, we almost got through the whole state here. We got about 50 miles to Cincinnati, so we did pretty good considering first time and all the difficulties. Just about made it through the whole state. Not an easy state to camp in. gotta use the bathroom. I'm just gonna go down a tree. There's a lot of bikers and stuff, but I don't really care. Nature calls. There's been, I've never seen more bikers than I have today on this trail. Saturday, I guess there's a lot of towns and stuff around here. Getting close to a bigger city, Cincinnati. I've never seen so many bikers. There's been probably about 150 bikers I've passed. Okay, I'm gonna pick a spot here. That tree looks pretty good. Went the camera the other way. You guys don't need to see this. Yeah, this trail has been pretty boring. He said Craig was in a chase from Columbus. He knows all these. He's done all these trails, biked them. He said this stretch here from Xenia to Morrow is pretty boring. I gotta agree with him. Yesterday, the trail from Yellow Springs to Xenia wasn't too bad, but there is some nice, some nice trees and forest. It's not too bad, I guess, but nothing. It's not remarkable either, That's nice. Another nice property. Actually, I wouldn't mind some OJ right now. I don't know if I drink it, the whole bottle of it. Boom, Anthony Giambavo, thank you for the $2. Big ups, Anthony. Big ups for the super chat, thank you very much. Trying to get to another town here. There ain't much on this trail for about a good 12 miles past Xenia, so just kind of this stuff. Looking for I haven't even seen a place to take a break. That's what the good trails, they got places to take a break. They got clearings or nice. One of the really most beautiful trails I saw was what was that town? What was that hike to? It was north of Columbus. The most beautiful trail I saw wasn't Cuyahoga Valley was good, but the best, and that part before Akron was amazing. That marsh, that bog, that marsh. But I think the best saw was along that river. That was around Gambier, and it was about a good 20-mile stretch. What was the first town I was in? Remember, Greg, you dropped me off? Greg's in the chat. I saw if he's still in the chat. I think it was called Glenmont. Okay, that part of the trail wasn't that great, but then we got to another town. From that town to Mount Vernon, it was like a good 20 miles. That was an amazing stretch along the Cocosig River. Just a lot of great places to take a break, nice scenery. Night River was nice. You could swim. I mean, that was amazing. What was the town? I stealth camped that night in that town. Yeah, but it wasn't Glenmont. Remember, Glenmont had to walk to another town that was 12 miles away. What was the name of that town? And then I walked from there to Mount Vernon that day. That was like a 19-mile walk. I stealth camped in that town. There was a BP. I forgot the name of that town. Danville, yeah, Danville to Mount Vernon. And I didn't get to see the trail past Mount Vernon because I got on a bus. But Danville to Mount Vernon, I highly recommend. I think that was the nicest trail I've seen in Ohio yet. The Cocosig River, and yeah, it was beautiful. I mean, man, when I left Danville that morning, it was such a beautiful day. There was like all these beautiful farms, and yeah, wow, that was incredible. I didn't even get a lot of sleep that day, but I was just so uplifted from that trail. I ended up hiking like 18, 19 miles all the way to Mount Vernon. So that was hey, Vices G, big ups. Thanks for the, yeah, and that's not far from you, Greg. You and Michelle could check it out on your bikes. You can swim in the river. Very beautiful. From Danville to Mount Vernon. That's the best stretch I've seen yet. Gotta get used to sleep outdoors for military training. We used to run 30K in shorts, make a shelter. Wow, yeah, Vices G, big ups, man. Sounds like you're, oh yeah, there were Amish that came by and stuff. There was, Danville itself was kind of a cool little town. That was a great, yeah, Danville to Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon's not a bad little town, nice city, little city. That was a great stretch. Highly recommend. Vices, thank you very much for the $5, man. Sounds like you had some tough training there. Were you special forces or? Yeah, Danville, Ohio to Mount Vernon. Now the part past Mount Vernon might have been real nice too. I didn't get to see it though, because I took a bus. I skipped that part. Big up Spices G. Thank you very much for that super chat. See, I've been looking at kind of a place to take a break, drink some water. I just haven't seen anything. Just been kind of this bush everywhere. Maybe against this bridge here. I don't know. I haven't seen much benches. It's kind of been a straight stretch. And here we're in the sun up here. Yeah, this is a very mundane trail here from Xenia to I could almost go live on that, like that stretch between, yeah, Gambier, Mount Vernon, Danville. Just kind of live in that area, swim in the river. That'd be a good place to be a homeless guy for a week or two. It's such beautiful scenery there, Central Ohio. Mix of farmlands and woods, and there's some nice clearings. That's my hot spot. Yeah, I don't know, nowhere really to sit and take a break. There's bike people coming by all the way. I don't know, I'm just gonna have to do something here. Just gonna sit over here, I guess. I haven't taken a break yet. I've already done probably 6 miles, so I've been live streaming for 3.5. I've probably done 5 or 6 miles. I just need a little 5-minute break. I guess I'm gonna take out this pad here, so I got a place to sit on the ground. The thing I didn't like about the Cuyahoga Valley Trail was there wasn't much place to camp, and you were stuck between kind of the Erie Canal and the Cuyahoga River. Like you're kind of stuck in between those two things. But it was a very cool trail to hike and bike through. But it wasn't like, it didn't hit all the bases and we lost internet a lot of that trail. Because a lot of you're going through some deep valleys. There's definitely some really cool scenery around there. I don't know how to repair this backpack. I'm thinking I'm gonna drink my Gatorade. It's getting pretty hot. I got a small Gatorade here. Yeah, the Coco Sig River. I never even heard of that river, but very beautiful river and landscapes there. It's my favorite part of this walk yet. I got big ups to Hash Brown, all these snacks. 3 Snickers bars, beef jerky, a Slim Jim, nuts, and I had a bag of these last night. I already ate the Gardettos, I already had some of the jerky. Got a Slim Jim. I think I'm gonna eat the Slim Jim now. I'll have the Snickers in the morning. This isn't a good place to sit down. It was the best place I could find. Like, too many bugs and stuff. Take a little break here. Here's the funny thing. This tastes pretty good, but nobody will ever say a bad thing of me eating this. It's full of nitrates and preservatives and just probably the most unhealthiest thing you can eat. But nobody in the comment section is saying anything bad. But I have a little bit of sugar, everybody goes nuts. Okay.
Send a message to Caleb.
Yeah, Slim Jim is basically poison, but it tastes pretty good. But when you're hiking everything, I mean, actually, this tastes really good. So this is really good stuff. It's a great selection of snacks here. A few beef jerkies. We've had some nice nut hiking blends. Big ups to Hash Brown. I really appreciate this. I'm pretty much ate everything you gave me. Gatorade, a couple Gatorades. So she gave me like $25 worth of snacks. 3 Snickers. Bag of Gardettos. I love that stuff. Gardettos. But I do got to admit, the Slim Jim tastes pretty good. She had 3 bags of real beef jerky. I've already eaten 2 of them. Or like 4 bags. She had a lot of bags of beef jerky. But let me show you guys the calorie. Like, you guys saying beef jerky is good hiker food. It's not. There's only 50 calories in it, in this bag. So it's not really like, you need thousands and thousands of calories when you're doing this stuff. You have to carry a whole backpack of beef jerky to if you're gonna hike, if you're gonna use that as a food source. Same with like those bags of tuna and stuff. It's only like 100 calories. Whereas Snickers bar has 300 calories. 250. See, 250 calories. These are good snacks too. She gave me some of these. I had one of these last night. 310 calories. So it's got like a mix of honey roasted peanuts, sesame sticks, almonds, walnuts, pecans. Actually, this was different than the one I had last night. I had another one. Maybe it was this one. Oh, they're all different, but it had like some more berries in it. So these, I've never seen this before, this brand, but it's very, very good. I had one of these last night. It was very tasty. She gave me like 3 bags of this stuff, 320 calories. But yeah, I ate most of the stuff she gave me. Like 20 bucks worth of snacks. Yeah, so, some salt is good when you're hiking like this in hot weather because you sweat out a lot of salt and electrolytes. That's why you need Gatorade and stuff when you're you need electrolytes when you're hiking in hot weather because you sweat out all your electrolytes. That's how you get heat stroke. So like just drinking water is not enough when you're exercising or walking in hot weather, very hot weather. In Asia, I'd often get like a coconut water, fresh coconut. That does the trick. 1 or 2 of those. If you're sweating a lot. And then basically you can handle really high heats as long as you stay hydrated and you don't let your electrolytes get to you. You know, you drink your coconut water or your Gatorade and you don't overexert. Like you take breaks when you're starting to feel a little tired. You can handle very high heats, high temperatures. I got a bit of an appetite, my dudes. I might have one of these energy packs here. This looks pretty good. Honey roasted peanuts, honey roasted sesame sticks, almonds, walnuts, pecans. I got a good little appetite here. Not the best spot. This is the best spot I could find to take a break. It's like, so I said, this is not a very good trail here. Nice to be, take a break somewhere nicer, but just on the side of the trail next to this fence. A lot of weeds. Yesterday I had a bunch of fast food because I was too, I had some of these snacks. All I ate yesterday was some of the snacks that Hash Brown gave me. I ate some of those, and then I had a bunch of fast food. I had 4 tacos from Taco Bell, which were very tasty. Lettuce, cheese, meat, and corn, hard corn tortilla, and a hard corn shell. And I had some Wendy's. I had a spicy chicken sandwich, fries, and a large chili. That's what I had yesterday. I didn't have a breakfast or coffee or Snickers because I didn't eat coffee yesterday. Have coffee yesterday. I was too lazy to go to a restaurant yesterday. I was just relaxing, man. I didn't even really want to go. At the Wendy's, I had to wait like 30 minutes. They call it fast food, but yeah, I had to wait like 30 minutes to get my food. Oh, then I went to the Dollar General too and got some juice. This time I got some lemonade. I was gonna get the orange juice again. I kind of wish after I bought the lemonade, it's the same company that made the orange juice before, Simply Nature. That orange juice was very good. I should have got the orange juice again. The all kinds of bugs over here, mosquitoes. Not a good spot when you got a lot of plants and stuff. This ain't too bad, but still, you get like spiders walking across you and ants and mosquitoes, and not a good place to take a break. When you're in a clearing, you don't get many bugs. I've been looking for a good spot to take a break. Yeah, I just ate fast food yesterday out of laziness. All I wanted to do was relax yesterday. Oh, but the Taco Bell was big ups to Taco Bell, man. Those tacos are tasty. I could eat about 8 of those things right now. The taco meat, the corn tortilla, the lettuce and cheese, and just hot sauce. They're $1.69 each. I think they used to be like $1 each, but I didn't get the rice and bean burrito. I didn't even ask how much they were. For some reason I just wanted the tacos. Had too many bugs in this area, but I'm getting bit right now. Leg. This trail sucks. This part of the trail. Like sometimes you get good stretches, sometimes you get real mundane. That Yellow Springs to Xenia wasn't bad. That was a nice little stretch of trail, but damn, I ate too many bugs. Man. Bugs everywhere. Yeah, I guess I gotta go going. Maybe I'll find a better spot down the trail. Had a little bit of a break. Man, some vicious ants or something biting me. Get on down the trail a little bit. See, I keep a backup credit card in this bag. I don't have all my eggs in one basket, so if I were to lose my wallet, I'm able to still have means to pay for stuff. Also, I got some cash hidden in here too, some backup cash. Something got me pretty good right there. You see that big bug bite? That was just now. Right here, something got me real good there. Sitting there. So maybe it was a spider bite, I don't know. There's ants crawling on me now. It wasn't a bee. It was either an ant or a spider. Probably an ant. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, not forget. I just have to charge my battery. That's right. I forgot something. Battery's getting low. I got to charge in the power bank. I had to buy some new toothbrush and toothpaste at a store yesterday. Shit. Some of these trails are actually continuous to the Buckeye Trail. You do the whole Buckeye Trail, it's like 1,400 miles. I just went like this, diagonal. And then some parts I skipped with the with taking either rides or buses. A buckeye is a poisonous nut. Yeah, you wouldn't want to eat a buckeye. It's the state mascot, the buckeye nut. That's why they call the Ohio State Buckeyes. Ohioans are known as Buckeyes. I haven't seen many nut trees. I don't think I've even seen a buckeye tree. I mean, they might have been around, but not on this trail, not on these trails. This area of Ohio used to be the land of the Shawnees. You had the Mohicans. Remember the last of the Mohicans? That's up in Central. That's where I was by the Cocosig River. Very nice, beautiful land up there, Central Ohio. This land is known was the homeland of the Shawnee Indians. They called Xenia, the Indians knew like the area around Xenia was, they called land of the devil winds. So it's whatever's geographical, for some reason they always get hit by tornadoes and bad winds. They had the biggest tornado in American history in Xenia in '74, but since then they've had a lot of tornadoes as well. Yeah, the Shawnees used to call the area around Xenia the land of the devil winds. Yeah, there's a Mohican State Park. It's over by Mansfield, Ohio. Not far from Mount Vernon, where I was before. Maybe about 40 miles, 50 miles away. Yeah, of course, we've been walking by a trailer park for the last 10 minutes. Wherever you got Wherever the worst tornado lands are, they put trailer parks by them. These are all been walking by trailer parks for a while. So don't seem to make much sense. You see, in northern Ohio, there's not really a lot of trailer parks. It's really more country, out in the country, out kind of in the south, a lot more in the south. Would I like to live in a trailer park? I'm not a big fan of trailers, to be honest. Pre-manufactured homes. Yeah, I made it to the toilet. I lucked out. There was a bar shortly after I finished the live stream. There was a bar I came upon, and I was able to go right in there and use the bathroom, use the toilet. I really got lucky there because it was hitting me hard. Like I wasn't gonna be able to hold it. I just made it into that bar. It was like about 3 minutes after I streamed. It's actually a pretty cool looking bar. They were playing country music, and it would have been a good, like last night would have been a good live stream. Friday night, going to that bar. There was some fireworks going on. It did rain, but I need a day of rest, man. I missed some good content yesterday in Xenia, but hey, John Paul, thank you for the Polish. Thank you for the Polish currency, Polish zloty, or that's Polish currency. Thank you very much, John. I don't know what your age is. They say your parents wouldn't let you. I'm a grown man, so I can kind of do what I want. But in your case, you're in Poland. All I know is they got the Carpathias. Carpathias are great. There's a lot of nice summer. Great place to hike around in the summer, the Carpathian Mountains. But you got some like massive boars there. Boars, like big giant pigs. You might have some dangers in the Carpathians, but there's some like resort towns and stuff there too. Yeah, it would be a really nice area to check out. Big ups, John Paul. Thank you very much for the 525 Polish zloty. You want to do the streaming or you want to do hiking? If you just want to do streaming, I mean, you can stream anywhere, in towns, cities. I wouldn't mind hiking the Carpathian Mountains. I don't know if there's like a dedicated trail, but very beautiful mountains there. They're not like super big like the Alps. They're more kind of like the Appalachians, but they're more maybe not as wooded and stuff, So you can kind of camp easier, and they're not as they're not as jungly. Got more pine forests and stuff like that. Carpathian Mountains, they start in western Ukraine. They go through Poland. They go through northern Romania into Slovakia. And they kind of eventually merge into the Eastern Alps with Austria and Czech Republic and stuff. But they form like a spine around Europe. They kind of separate southern and northern Europe. So north of the Carpathian Mountains was traditionally Poland. South was Hungary, Greater Hungary. Because Transylvanian stuff used to all be part of Hungary, the Hungarian Empire. And later it became the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Those two merged. But I always felt like it was an underrated, very underrated, because, you know, it doesn't have the big skiing Alps like that the Alps has. So if you're into skiing, it's not, you know, it's just good for hiking and exploring. But there's no trail, and they need a trail that goes all the way. It's like 1,000 miles. You know, it's a long distance. They need their own Appalachian Trail in the Carpathians. That'd be sweet. But there are nice like summer resorts and stuff. Like in Poland, there's some. You know, there's old spa towns. Spa towns are basically places where they had mineral springs, and they have these all over Europe, and they built like a resort there for the healthy. Mineral springs were considered healing, just like the Japanese, they have the onsen springs. So any place where there are natural occurring mineral springs, they were considered very healthy and healing, and it makes to make these health resorts back in the 19th century. And the wealthy and aristocrats and the middle class used to go to these places on vacation. Back in the 19th century, they were called spa towns. That's where the name spa comes from. Is the name of I believe the name of the original spa town was somewhere, maybe, I don't know, Austria or Germany or somewhere. And it was called, the name of the town is actually named Spa. It's S-P-A. So every time you heard the word spa, it all started with that town. That's where the whole concept of spa came from. I forget where exactly it's at, but it was one of the original spa towns in Europe. Might have been, it's either Germany or Austria, I think. Bath is a town in England. I'm pretty sure there's another town called Spa, two separate places. Bath was also a resort town it was a spa town, but it was not the same. Yeah, I think the word Bath even comes from the city Bath, and the word spa they're two separate cities though. One's in Austria or Germany, I forget where. Look up spas. Oh yeah, spas in Belgium. Okay, so the word spa comes from the town Spa in Belgium. It was a hot spring. It was a springs town. People go there for the water. And the same thing in Bath. And the word Bath comes from Bath, UK. It was a resort town. The word spa comes from Spa, Belgium. So, where does hot tub come from? That's just, I don't know. And Bath, England. It's over by Bristol. It's one of the most beautiful cities of the United Kingdom. It's some unique architecture, the way they built it and stuff. It's not your typical city in Britain. And it all started around the waters, the springs. It's over by Bristol, which is Western UK. Nomad Walk says he just made a walking. Look at that. We got a guy, he just made a walking video on Bath. Check it out on Nomad Walks. That's all a coincidence. If you want to see Bath, go check out Nomad Walks video. Bath, UK. That's the name of the city. It's called Bath. Yeah, I had some bad bug bites sitting in that area. And of course, right, like, look, these are perfect places to rest now. Right when I take a break at the worst spot, all these great places show up. There's a park here. It's like, I guess I'll just take another break because I got a good spot here. That always happens to me. I take a break in the worst spot because I couldn't find any good spots. And then half a mile later, boom, we got all these. This is a good good spot here underneath this tree. Yeah, I wanted to take a little longer break anyway, so I'm just going to take a second break here. But yeah, the bugs were pretty bad, that one spot I was in. I'm just going to lean up against the... How's the water situation? Not too good. We got about a little bit of Gatorade and about half a bottle of water. I didn't bring a lot of water. I probably should have brought some more this stretch here. I did drink a lot this morning before I got on the trail. I got quite a bit there. I should be fine. I got some Gatorade left too, a little bit of Gatorade. A lot of bikers in this part of Ohio. One thing I noticed, the culture down here is definitely a lot different. Like it's way more like south. It's almost like Southwest Ohio is kind of like part of the South. Now, first, when I heard the accent of the people and stuff, first I thought it was maybe just some people from Kentucky moved here because it shares. This is right on the border with Kentucky. Maybe some people from West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee. Maybe it is a part of that, but just my going around the town of Xenia yesterday seemed like everybody had a bit of a drawl and the whole, like a southern accent. So, yeah, it's a bit different down here. The culture is more like a little bit more like the South, more like Kentucky and Tennessee, a little bit of a mix. Hash Brown says very different than Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland's like basically like the Northeast. It's like part of upstate New York or Pennsylvania. A lot of the people they're Irish and Italians and stuff that came from they were immigrants. There was an old population but even those people, the early settlers in Northern Ohio, they all came from Connecticut originally. Even that area of the Firelands, it's called the Firelands because a bunch of settlers from Connecticut, they had really bad fires. Their towns were just destroyed. There was a real bad fire in the early 19th century, and they all settled. They were given this plot of land in northern Ohio where they could settle. But this is more like central Columbus is more of a mix, a little bit mix of everything. This part of Ohio, it's a little bit more like the South a little bit, Not completely. I mean, it's got a lot of Ohio in it. It's got a lot of the South in it. But yeah, there's different regions. Toledo is also very much kind of it's a lot in common with Detroit, Cleveland. Northern Ohio is basically kind of like the Northeast a little bit. Central Ohio is kind of like a mix of everything. Southern Ohio, I've been in Athens, that's Southeast Ohio. It's mostly woods and stuff and mountains there. It's also very country down there and very, I listen to country music and drive pickup trucks and got a little bit more of an accent. Cleveland has a bit of a South in it because there's a lot of people, some of the farming communities outside of it have always been kind of country. And then Cleveland always had a lot of people from West Virginia moved up. They moved up there to work. They were kind of economic migrants over the decades, many of them. So you got some country in Cleveland, but it's not as much as down here. Definitely not like here. But I've just got down here. I haven't really had a chance to see a whole lot, but just my initial impression. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people over the decades, because Cincinnati is was the biggest city in Kentucky and Tennessee. So, I mean, imagine you had a lot. It isn't anymore. You got Nashville's getting big and stuff, but you had a lot of people that moved from those, the coal mining areas of Kentucky, and they moved in this region. This was the closest city. I imagine you had a lot over the decades. Hey, Robert S., big ups. Thanks for the $20. Charlie, get a canteen. Yeah, you can get a pouch for your bottled water. Put it on your shoulder strap. I can buy one of those. I'm going to buy a few things when I regroup here this month and straighten some things around. But that's something I could probably definitely use. I agree with that. Thank you for the $20. You probably just paid for that item right there. Big ups to Robert S. Yeah, see, Kentucky, there was not really any cities. It's a pretty big state. A lot of farms, a lot of coal mines, it was a resource state. It was a southern state. There's only kind of biggest city is Louisville, and that's not even that big of a city. It's like maybe 600,000 in the metro area. Part of that's in Indiana because it's on the river. The rest of the state is all just kind of country. There's a few small, Lexington's the capital. It's not that big, maybe 150,000. So a lot of economic migrants probably moved in the Cincinnati area from Kentucky and from Tennessee over the decades. Yeah, Louisville is not that big though. And like I said, about 20% of Louisville is actually Indiana, 25% of it. Actually, part of Cincinnati is in Kentucky, right across the river. There's a lot of suburbs and cities there. If the suburban Cincinnati was the second biggest city, if you made its own separate city in Kentucky, the Kentucky portion, it would be probably just behind Louisville as far as population, ahead of Lexington. So yeah, I think it was because there were so many people over 100 years ago, 50 years ago that moved from the South to Cincinnati because it was part of the North. They had the industry, and Cincinnati's been a big city for a long time. Like I said, back in the 1850s, it was like the fifth biggest city in the United States. Back in the 1860s and 70s and 50s, so you've had economic migrants coming to this part of Ohio for a long time from the South, and so it's got a very kind of southern kind of culture down here because of that, probably. But it's mostly in this part of the state. Central Ohio, I mean, I don't know, I guess half of Ohio is pretty country. Central Ohio can be pretty country outside of Columbus. And eastern Ohio definitely is, the Appalachians. Daniel Yee is originally from Toledo. Cool. Yeah, I've taken many breaks by these kind of trees. This is a cedar tree, so there's not any bugs. I haven't been bitten by a bug yet. Sometimes you get an ant or a spider that walks across, but this is a good real resting spot underneath the tree. The bugs like a lot of you got a lot of shrubbery and grass and weeds. They like those. The mosquitoes too. They like those areas. See, they like that stuff over there. But you're in this, like a lawn mowed or by a tree, they don't really like this area. Hell, the cedar tree even gives off its own oils that could scare the bugs away. Like eucalyptus tree has eucalyptus oil. Eucalyptus oil is a natural oil that gets rid of mosquitoes and stuff. They don't like that. So the cedar tree probably gives off its own stuff to keep the bugs away. Big ups to the cedar tree right here. We're inside of a cedar tree here. Provides a nice little natural shelter for man. Yeah, I wasn't real tired or anything, but I'm just pacing myself. And you don't have to walk everything right off the bat, Yeah, plus I'm getting shade from the sun. The sun's right above me. You can see, but I'm getting pretty good shade from it. Greg has a suggestion. Okay, I'm listening. Thank you very much, Robert, man. I appreciate your super chats. You've been sending me a few super chats here on this trip. We had a little bit of an argument about camping before, but... Oh, the suggestion is not for me. Okay. I'm glad you guys are liking the stream. A lot of new people here this stream. Hash Brown, Greg was around, but he wasn't much in the chat before. Robert S is kind of new. We got a lot of new people here. Truth Warrior, she's kind of new. And we got some like Pud Fatty, he's been around for a long time. Mario Herrera, Red Light Ron. Got a lot of old names. You got a mix of old and new names here. Dominic Jr. wants to know how's my feet with the blisters. My feet have been fine since Maslin. I took a little break in Maslin. I didn't do much walking for a day, and they healed up real quick. I got some of that medicine, that Compede. That was like day 7, so now we're on day 19. That was a while ago. I've been fine ever since. Yeah, I try to air them out once in a while. That's probably what I should be doing now. I'm going to take my shoes off and air them out. I had this ideal about a vagabond lifestyle. I'll explain it to you in a minute. In America, where you're kind of camping outdoors, you know, and you go to the town, you get a library card, you get books, take out with you for entertainment to read. You got free libraries, free books, free entertainment. You get to be close to a basketball court. So it's not so much hiking. It's kind of like you find a nice little town, maybe out by Arizona or Oregon or somewhere, and you just kind of camp somewhere out in the country where there's nothing happening out there, and you find a little campsite. You got nice running water by a river. Like, you could have done that in Mount Vernon, because you got the Kokosig River. You could bathe in, you could swim in the river. It's very beautiful. And you just kind of live out in the woods or in the country just for a couple of weeks at a time. You find a place to get a shower somewhere, or swim in the river, and then you just kind of live out by a town. You go and get some food in the town. Maybe get a little place where you start a fire. You got your own fire where you can cook food. You walk into town, maybe a town's about 5 miles away, not too far. 4 miles, 3 miles. So walking there and back would be about 6. You don't need to go in town every day, but it probably is something that would work better out west. New Mexico or somewhere like that. Then maybe you get bored of that area, you go to another town, maybe, hitchhike or something, or Hash Brown says, CC, did I have an accent? No, you didn't have much of one, no. And not everybody here, like, I would say it's 50-50. Some people here, I haven't really seen that many people, but I've been in the stores, like just in the Wendy's yesterday, there were about 20 people. The people behind the counter, the people waiting in line ahead of me. Just from what I've heard, I say it's about 50-50. Some got a little bit of an accent, like very little, and some got kind of pretty good twang. I didn't really think you had one too much. Yeah, you go to a library, every time you go to town, you get a few books. You just hang out, read books. Maybe you have a town that has a basketball court. You got a nice river. Like, you could have done that, I'm telling you, man, by Mount Vernon and Gambier. You got the college town there. You got 3 towns. Danville is a little bit small, and they're already kind of beginning suspicious of me. So Danville wouldn't be the best town to do it. Mount Vernon, I think, would be, because it's bigger. The bigger towns, it's not too big, but not too small. Somewhere around Gambier and Mount Village, you got the river there. That'd be a perfect spot to do this kind of lifestyle for a couple weeks. That's where Skittles was living. Skittles had been there the last 2 weeks. But he was, I'm not saying you have to be out of money. He was totally out of money, no ID. And he didn't have he didn't have any camping gear. So if he had the camping gear, you have money. Yeah, you got to make these. I'm going to make a list of these spots. That's one spot I've seen. Is vagrancy still a law? I don't know. It's more of a local thing. So it depends on the municipality, the state. That's kind of something that every municipality and state kind of sets its own laws regards that. Feet are getting dirty. This stuff just comes right off. I think it's back's getting dirty too, but There's so many bikers on this trail. I've never seen so many bikers on a. That's a good thing, but how many countries have I been to? It's probably around 40. Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Canada, United States. How many is that? Dominican Republic. Yeah, it's probably about 40. Have I noticed health benefits from walking? I'm losing weight. Definitely losing some weight. My legs and feet are getting stronger. Yeah, it's definitely not bad for you. I've been sweating out a lot. You know, when you sweat out toxins. It's one way your body releases toxins. Really, the number of countries in the world, they say it's like 200. But the countries of significance, it's only like 80, maybe 100. Because a lot of these countries are places like Vanuatu or the Vatican or like Liechtenstein. They're just like very insignificant. If you, you know, or Bahrain or the Comoros, there's just a lot of these little, really tiny, insignificant countries. Hell, even Iceland is kind of, not no offense, but the population is only 500,000 there. It's kind of really, if you exclude all the kind of insignificant countries, you only left about 80, maybe 80, 100 countries. You know, countries are sizable. Nothing at Andorra, yeah, there's nothing against those places, but some of them are not even like bigger than a city. I mean, like Andorra is like just like this little tiny place in the Pyrenees Mountains. So you exclude all of those, you're only left about maybe 80 to 100 countries of any significance. Maybe 100. I'll give it 100, 120. You know, anything with a population over a few million. Yeah, Monaco. A lot of these are in Europe or the Caribbean. You know, a lot of little tiny countries in the Caribbean. They're just like a little island with about 100,000 people, 50,000 people. The significant countries in the Caribbean are Trinidad, Tobago, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti. What else? See, I don't even really count the Bahamas. Bahamas is very small. Jamaica is significant. And after that, there's not really, they're just all little islands, you know. It's Turk and Caicos, Cayman Islands, Aruba, Grenada, you know, all these, Dominica. There's like 20 countries just in the Caribbean that are very small. So you exclude all those, you know, and all these little tiny countries, and then you only left about maybe 100 countries of significance. So like that's why these guys like Drew Binsky, he wanted to visit every country in the world. And I guess he did it. He pulled it off, but it's a lot of like little countries. Like you could do like 30 countries just in the Caribbean right off the bat. Europe, you could do about 40. Boom. If you visit, you make a point to go to Andorra. You go to you know, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, all these places, the Vatican. Like you can easily hit 40 countries right off the bat in Europe, you know, going to every country. So that's kind of a dumb thing. That's like, oh, hit every country, you know. It's like, it's one of these list things. They're just like, serve no purpose. It's like a bragging right thing. I guess it's good for social media because people want to follow along. And, you know, some of these countries, just because it's a small country doesn't mean it's not interesting. You're going to some, oh, shit, that was a big-ass bug bite, man. Something got me pretty good back there. Just because it's small doesn't mean it's not like a cool place to visit. I'm not saying that, I'm just mean it's not a very significant country. Yeah, but like what, you know, so some of these places were pretty cool he visited that nobody really ever goes to. But I guess everybody needs, if you're a travel vlogger, you need some kind of hook, like a catch. So I guess mine's going to be traveling the world on $1,000 a month. Drew Binsky's was visit every country in the world, and that includes the real dangerous ones like Syria and, you know, Afghanistan. He had to visit Afghanistan. Afghanistan, they say they're totally open if you want to fly there. They're like on the green list of countries in the kayak. There's no restrictions. So, I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, the Baltics I would consider on the borderline of like insignificant countries, like Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. They're very small, but that's kind of right on the borderline where. So is Denmark, Finland, and Norway. They're pretty small too. Only Sweden. Sweden is the only one that's kind of big of all those countries, all the North countries. But anything over a few million, I guess we could consider significant. So yeah, Denmark, Norway, Finland, they would still make the cut. So would the Baltics. Iceland wouldn't. No offense to Norway, Viking prepper, you're making the cut. It's like population 5 million. Sweden is like 12 million, so Sweden's kind of a pretty big country. Jordan, what's Jordan, like 2 million? Yeah, Jordan might not be considered significant. Jordan's pretty small. A lot of little countries in like Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, they'd be considered too small. So I said, you got about 100 countries in the world that are kind of like East Timor. There's a lot of them. They're just kind of really, really tiny places, you know. Okay, yeah, so Norway is definitely 5.5 million. Yeah, that's pretty big. Plus, it's a lot of land area, too. So, yeah, Norway is definitely significant. I thought it was more like 4 million, but even 4 million would be considered. That's way bigger than any of the Baltic states. Finland's about the same. Finland's about 5-6 million. So, Finland and Norway are definitely significant. Denmark, I'm not sure about. It's 4 million. Denmark's it's got a lot smaller land area. And Denmark's almost like a city-state. It's a city-state around Copenhagen. You know, because Copenhagen's a pretty big European city, but there's not much outside of Copenhagen, outside in Denmark. It's kind of just like, whereas Norway and Finland, they got like a lot of different kinds of landscapes, you know, and land and bigger population. So Denmark's right on the cusp. So is sort of the Baltic states. Estonia is a really small place. You know, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, throughout much of their history, they were not independent countries. They were part of Poland, Lithuanian Commonwealth, which not the same as modern-day Lithuania. It was a massive country. Or they were part of Sweden, the Swedish Empire, or they were part of Russia. So from only the 20th century, they were independent. They were never independent. They were just regions in other parts of other empires. So yeah, those countries are not very significant, in my opinion. Only maybe Lithuania, because it does have a history. It used to be Lithuania used to be a huge country, like 10 times the size it is today. And they were the Poland, Lithuanian Commonwealth. They were like brotherhood in the 17th century. It was the biggest country in Europe, and they were like together, the Poland and Lithuania. Poland was huge and Lithuania was huge. Lithuania was like modern day Belarus. Belarus wasn't ever independent either. It was always part of the Lithuanian. So was Latvia, some of modern day Ukraine, some of modern day Russia as well. Yeah, Lithuania used to be in the Middle Ages 20 times the size it is today. Back in the 1600s, 1500s, sometimes back then countries would merge together and be called a commonwealth. The kings would marry. So that's what happened with Lithuania and Poland. They were both two huge countries that shared a border, and they married together, and they basically became one country. But somehow they got really weak, and the whole area was chopped up between Russia. Russia was getting stronger, Austria was getting stronger, and Germany was getting stronger. So Poland and Lithuania both ceased to exist as countries in the 19th century. They were just divided among those countries. But at one time, they were the biggest country in Europe. That's what happened with Scotland. Scotland actually, the king of Scotland annexed England, right? Or I don't know. I don't know English history very well, to be true. I need to read money to get a good book. But wasn't there a royal marriage between Scotland and England? That's why they merged into one country in the 17th century. So that's why they've always gotten along well. You know, the Braveheart days, that was like 1,000. That was like the 1200s, 1300s. But like the last 500 years, they've always gotten along very well. They merged into one country. But yeah, I need to brush up on my English. I mean, I need to read up on my English history, my UK. I know I've read about the Industrial Revolution, the economic side of it, but that was only 1 century. Yeah, like the Queen of Scotland became the queen of all of the head monarch of all of the United Kingdom. But they were historically two different nations. You know, different geography. There's even a big divide line. Even part, England was always part of the Roman Empire, and Scotland was like the wild land. You know, and they're different. They had different languages. They were Celtic in Scotland and Gaelic, and they were English, Anglo-Saxon in the South. So they were historically very. That's why you had Braveheart and stuff. You know, they would fight each other, but they made up and they became basically United Nation for a long time. Well, the Indian independence vote was it's a recent thing, but for about 500 years, the two nations basically during all the colonial days, Industrial Revolution, they were like this. That's why the Irish and the Scottish don't like each other, because there's a lot of animosity, because the Irish view the English as being they oppressed the Irish, which they did. And the Scots were helping them. Like the Northern Ireland is the reason it's a problem is because the Scots came over and settled there and basically took the land from the Irish. Even though historically they're the same people, they're Gaelic, but they really don't like each other, the Scots and the Irish. It's like really, even here in America, you go to Irish festival, you say you're Scottish or something, and you gotta watch out. There's former IRA members and stuff in America, and that's a long history there. But they're originally from the same people, Wales. They're Celtic people from the Wales, the Scots and the Irish. They were the original inhabitants of the British Isles before the Anglo-Saxons came in like 1,000 years ago. You had the Normans. The Normans were French. You had the Vikings, the Danes, and the Anglo-Saxons were like Germans from like north over by Holland, and they came in search of land as farmers and stuff in large numbers. But the Celtics were the original inhabitants, the Celtics of the British Isles. So modern day England was always a mix. It was a mix of Celtic people, of Germanic people, of Vikings, of French people, of Romans. The Romans had a presence there. They're kind of been a melting pot. And that's even the language. The English language is a mix of all these different, there's a huge Roman and French influence on the English language. So the English language has been known for its versatility and its ability to kind of blend all these different groups together. The English language is a melting pot language. It has roots in Germanic language, but it's very influenced by all these other cultures. I think that's why English has become kind of like the world's lingua franca. The world's language is because of its versatility and the way it's like able to adapt. It's a versatile language. It's not strict in rules, and that's why even though it's a difficult language for first timers to learn, It's versatility. I think that's why it's been a world language. So like the Europeans can understand it, the Latins can understand it because there's a lot of Latin influence in the English language. It's easy. All the basically everybody of Europe, of Western Europe, can understand English because the French, Italians, Spanish, they understand the Latin root of it. The Germans understand the Germanic part of it. That's why you go to Netherlands or Germany or Sweden, they all speak pretty good English because it's a very easy language for them to learn. Hey, Soy Dog Cowboy, big ups. Thanks for the $5. Cheers, man. Big up, Soy Dog Cowboy. I met him in Pattaya. Every time he sends me a super chat, I mentioned the time he stream sniped me in Pattaya. Dynamite was there. I remember that. We were sitting in a cafe in the daytime. Thank you very much for the $5 there. But I would like to read up more on British history before the 18th century or 19th century, and read up more on French history during the same time, especially from the early Middle Ages to about the 1800s, to the past the Napoleon Wars, that whole 500 years. The English and the French almost had they almost became one nation. Imagine this, back in that's when you had Joan of Arc and all that stuff. The English almost conquered France back in the 1400s. It was called the 100 Years' War. I think it started like around the late 13th, like 1370 or something, and lasted like all the way 100 years before the French finally kicked the English out. And what it was because England inherited the throne. Sometimes there's an inheritance. So what happened was the current king of England had a royal marriage with French, the kings and queens. Remember, England was conquered by the Normans, so those two were very intertwined. The Normans were French that invaded William the Conqueror. That was when France conquered England back like in 10,050 AD. So these two cultures were very intertwined with the royal lineage and all that stuff. So it came a point where the current king of France died, and the heir was the throne of England. That was the historical heir, because they had, just like your ancestry, you write your family tree and stuff. So there was no heir. He had no heir, so England inherited the throne of France. They owned all of France, and in the legal code, recognized by the church, everything. But obviously, a lot of France didn't like that. But they controlled half the country for about 100 years, and they were trying to take the whole thing over. And at this time, even though France was a much more bigger country, like 5 times the population, England had the longbow archers. They were like the tanks of. They invented like really good bows, and they could just stand way afield, and they were winning battles left and right, and they had really good generals and stuff too, leaders, and they were winning that war for a long time. They almost took over all of France, but miraculous with the Joan of Arc and stuff, the French came back and won their country back. And this was at a time like Germany didn't exist. It was all these little city-states. Same thing with Italy. The only other big country, Spain, was broken up between 3 different. It was the Muslim Spain, and then you had Castile, and then you had Aragon, and then you had Portugal. So there were no other big countries in Western Europe. So imagine you had one country of all of the British Isles and all of France. The only big countries back then were France and the UK, or England. The rest was all like split up in little fiefdoms and princes and principalities. Austria was getting pretty big, but it wasn't that big yet. So yeah, it's called the 100 Years' War between. It was a war that lasted for 100 years between England and France. And like I said, they had the longbow archers. That's why the English were so tough back then. The other thing too is the English had a lot of help. Like the Dukes of Burgundy. Burgundy was a very tough country. They were collabing with the English. Yeah, it wasn't looking good for France for a long time. This is pretty cool. This is another great place to take a break. Check this out. The Woolen Mill. Yeah, like modern day Germany and Italy, they're two of the biggest countries in Western Europe. They didn't exist until the middle 1800s. It was just broken up into a lot of little smaller. They had it's called the Holy Roman Empire. So that whole area was considered, but it was kind of like a modern day it was like the United Nations back then. So like you had like 300 different little city-states and little countries like Bavaria and Saxony and Milan and Lombardy and Venice and then they had the Holy Roman Empire, and they would meet like every year, elect the head of the whole Roman, but they didn't have an army or anything. They weren't a functioning country. It was just kind of like United Nations back then. And Germany was split up in like 300 different countries. Every little city-state, there was like Hamburg was an old separate city. They had the Hanseatic League, and that lasted for centuries. It wasn't until the 19th century, 1860s, that the country was united under Prussia. Prussia was the name of it. It's not Russia. It's called Prussia. They became the biggest country in Germany. They had taken over the whole thing, and they became World War I, World War II. That was all Prussia. They called it Germany, but it was actually Prussia. Same thing happened with Italy. It became united in one country about the exact same time. So like Bismarck and Frederick the Great and stuff, they were all Prussians. Prussian was its own unique culture in Germany. They were more militaristic. They were more into like strong state and stuff. And that because there were different cultures within Germany. Some were more commercial, like Hamburg and stuff. They were more into trading and commerce. Some were more religious. Prussia was the big military power. They were all about like fighting and army, and that's why they always had a great military, because they had that tradition. The Prussian military tradition dated back to the 15th century. They kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They started out as this little country around Berlin, among 300 different German countries, and they kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger until eventually they took over the whole country. Prussia did. This is a pretty cool town. But Austria was also they're German people. They were also the big German country, but they took over a lot of like states in the Baltics, in the Balkans. And they had an opportunity to take over all of Germany, like so all these states like Bavaria. They were going to go one way. They were either going to go with Prussia or they were going to go with Austria. Austria had the opportunity to annex they already had a big empire. All of modern day Yugoslavia, Hungary, some of Poland, all that was part of the Austrian Empire, some of Italy. They had an opportunity to annex all of Germany. This was in the 1850s. It was going to go either way. It was going to go to Prussia, it was going to go to Austria. But Austria always sucked at war. They always got their butts kicked in war, and they were just good at diplomacy. The reason the country got big in the first place was because of diplomacy and world marriages and using their political power. But they could never fight a war. So those two fought a war over it, and when Prussia kicked Austria's butts, that was the end of that. That settled that question. That's why even in World War I, Austria was part of the Axis, and they were a huge liability. It was basically, Prussia, modern day Germany. They were fighting all by themselves, and they had, their allies. They had to go in and keep helping them, Austria, because they didn't have a tradition of military and good military and stuff. Hey, Vices G, big ups. Thank you for the £5, man. Thank you very much for that. Let's go check out this town here. They got any place? I don't even know what town we're in here, man. I didn't even know there was a town. This is a cool little town. Vices D says, the only reason Yanks can speak broken English and not Spanish is because of England. This is called Bledsoe Park. This is a nice little town, man. Nice little village. They got any place to eat around here? I could look at my Google Maps. This looks like a restaurant here. You know, there was a time the Dutch were one of the most powerful countries in. It was before England got real strong in the 17th century. The Dutch and the Spanish were like the two, and England was up there too. But we could have been Dutch. New York used to be a Dutch city. It was called New Amsterdam. Yeah, the Dutch were very powerful and wealthy in the 17th century. But yeah, they soon got eclipsed by the English. The English kind of surpassed them in the Navy and commerce. Is this this looks like a store. Some kind of store. Yeah, eventually the Dutch's golden age didn't last long. It lasted about 70 years. But, you know, the Dutch in their heyday, they were very unique because they were a republic. They were like a capitalist republic. That's where the stock market and all this stuff got invented, you know, like in more modern day banking and stuff. They were and actually the British they borrowed from the Netherlands. That stuff all developed in the Netherlands first. And then London developed all their stuff, became a financial capital, and then center of world trade based on what they had kind of learned from the Dutch. But then the Dutch in the 18th century were pretty weak as hell. They were vulnerable to France, Germany, and England. They could have been taken over by any one of the three. They had to play a game of diplomacy to survive for many centuries. They had a good run in the 17th century. Mostly because their innovation, like I said, they were at the forefront of modern capitalistic practices and trade, and they became very wealthy. They had a good navy. Looks like oh cool, we got a shop here. Get some. Well, Holland is a region of the Netherlands. It's the biggest and most populous. That's where modern day Amsterdam is. The Hague. It's the most pronounced part, and for a time the powerful Netherlands was mostly just a region of Holland. Like the other regions didn't really matter much. Like they were just kind of extraneous. All of the economic might was all in Holland, which is like it was like basically like London back then, but spread out in different towns and cities. Check this out here. We got some ice cream. Hey, pretty good. How are you? Been hiking on this trail here. You know what name of the town that we're in?
Spring Valley.
Spring Valley. Okay, yeah. I was back there. Can I get like a milkshake? You got milkshakes? Okay. Let's see here. Got Rocky Road. I'll take a large chocolate milkshake. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take chocolate. Sure, yeah. I might get two of these, so I get one for now. Hey, handsome man, big ups. Thanks for the $1. Cheers, man. You always get me when I'm in a store with your name. Okay, we're gonna kick back here for a little bit, relax. I'm gonna set my phone down here. There's an old popcorn machine. I can do some charging. My ice cream here. I need to get a spoon for this one. They got root beers here. I'll make a root beer float. Get some vanilla ice cream after this. Make a root beer float. Anyway, another super chat here. Hey, Ernest Connell, big ups. Thanks for the 5, man. Critical hit. Cheers, Ernest. Thank you very much. I could go for a root beer float right now, too. See if I got any space after this here. I missed another super chat. I wasn't paying attention to the chat here. Let me see here. Ernest Connell. I missed. Oh, David Poblete. Big ups. Ice cream fun. Thank you very much, David. Cheers, man. Thanks for $2. I gotta get Gatorade and a milkshake. I can show you the map on the trail where we're at. You got a long ways to walk. Big ups, David Poblete. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for the $2. Cheers. Yeah, it's good. Good milkshake. Hershey's ice cream. Hershey's ice cream. Thank you very much, David. We are over the $100 mark in the super chats. Been live for about 5 hours. I'm gonna set the phone here a little bit away from me. So I'm not reading the chat. I can't see the chat that far. Just kicking back. A little more overview of the store here. Hey, big ups, David Poblete. Thank you very much for that $10, man. We're at 117. Thank you very much for that 10 and the 2 2s. Cheers, David. Yeah, I might get a root beer. I'm in the mood for a root beer. Root beer is non-alcoholic. It's American soda pop. It's an American soda pop. Oh, we got another super chat. Hey, Visage D, big ups. Thanks for the thanks again, Visage, coming in with the British pounds, man. That's like the third one today. Cheers. Thank you very much, Visage. Appreciate the super chat there. Plugging that power bank here. David Poblete, Vice G, thank you guys very much for that super chat there. I'm just going to be kicking back here for a minute. I might get some more root beer and enjoy my ice cream. All right, David Polbete. Oh, I already saw that one. Thanks for all the super chats, guys. We're gonna be getting back on the road here. A nice little break. Get some aircon. Get some ice cream. I think I'm good at drinks. I got the Gatorade, and I'll just fill my water. I'll go to the bathroom and fill my water bottle up. So, all right, we got another super chat. SF guy, thank you very much. I counted that. Now I got to get a root beer. All right, talk me into it. Thank you very much, San Francisco guy. Cheers, man. I'm gonna get a root beer right now. All right, my dudes, we got a root beer here. Root beer is not a beer, it's just a pop, soda pop. It's a cane sugar. So it's carbonated water, cane sugar, caramel color. There's no alcohol content. It's just it's just called that, but I don't know. It's just a pop, soda pop. IBC root beer since 1919, made with cane sugar. 160 calories. Yeah, it's nice and cold. lot of times root beer doesn't have any caffeine for some reason. Yeah, see, it's caffeine free. It's caffeine free right there. Is the jock itch back? No, no problems with that today. Everything that 2 days ago, everything was, the walk actually wasn't that bad. I did 14 miles that day, but it was the heat, the sun, the orange juice. Yeah, the itch. Everything was kind of hitting right at the end of the day there. As far as like tired from walking, it wasn't that bad. But the sun was beating down on me the last mile or two. There's no tree shade. There's no shade from the trees. I'm gonna weird comment by Vice G removed. You're from the UK. What do you know though? Your culture is different. So you're judging me based on your culture. We're a different culture over here in America. He didn't get timed out because he's not a. But yeah, he's always trolled me. He's always said a lot of stuff. But he super chatted me 4 times today. So big ups, Vice G. Yeah, it has a like a licorice flavor to it. Kilaya extract. I didn't time him out. I just moved his comment. Let's see here.
I have a single scoop of vanilla with like 2 bowls we're going to share with our dogs.
I remember
Oh, sure. Yeah.
you made it. I remember what comment you made Visage in Florida and Miami. I remember I was having dinner with Cabo and Jeff, Mosh. You made a pretty mean super chat comment. I remember. I'm on. I got a good memory for pretty good memory. I let it slide.
A couple. And then I guess another scoop of vanilla.
And big ups SF guy, Vices D, David Huete. Thanks for the super chats here. John Gilly says we're gonna be shredded after this trip. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if this trip's gonna be long enough. The problem is after Cincinnati, which is only about another 45, 50 miles away, I'm gonna be regrouping. I might need to go another like 200-300 miles to really get the to really. Oh, that's is that hash brown? Oh, kind of looks like hash brown. No, I don't think it's hash brown. Hey, big ups, David Plobente. Thank you for the $5. Cheers. You're a good dude, CC. Hope to have a beer with you in Thailand one day. Usually in Bangkok when you're in Pattaya. Cool, man. You're in San Francisco. I might be coming through San Francisco at some point this summer. Big ups, David Huete. Thanks for the support. Got the dog side of the game here. What kind of dog is that? Let's see here. Yeah, what happened to Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi was the best dog. Now I wouldn't mind having a Chihuahua someday, thanks to Chi-Chi. Yeah, it could be a collie. Ooh, big ups, Anthony Giambavo. Thank you very much for the $2, man. Cheers. Got super chats rolling in here at the ice cream shop. Thank you very much for that, Anthony. Anthony says he wants to see me in New York. Yeah, when I go to New York, you're welcome to come out, stream snipe. David Polwete wants to know if someone tipped me $3,000 to go to Asia, the next day would you go? Yeah, I can't argue. I wouldn't be able to argue with that. But nobody needs to do that because I'll be going there at some point. There's no need to. I have nothing preventing me from going to Asia, so it's not like I don't want to go there. Just I'm not in a rush to go there. I understand what I'm saying? No, I'm not banned from Thailand. I know a lot of trolls have speculated, but I have no barrier to entry going to Thailand. The overstay was in 2018. I was banned from 2018 and 2019 to March. Dog fight. Look out. I think they're fighting over the ice cream. Yeah, it's because people just they speculate or they don't know what they're talking about. I was doing visa runs the whole time, so there's some people they knew, because they don't have good information all the time, so they knew I was banned for overstay before, but their information's cloudy, so they just assumed I'm banned again for some reason. But it's just from before I was banned for 1 year. From March 2018 to March 2019. Hey, big ups, Wiggler. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, I'm not banned from Thailand, so thank you for the $5, Wiggler. Cheers. Backpack repair fund. Yeah, I need to repair my backpack. Yeah, my visa is up to date. 2019, I didn't overstay at all, not one day. I did visa runs every time. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm gonna replace this hat. I like the fact that it's lightweight and it's good. I need to replace this hat. Did I get a new passport after Mexico? Yeah, I had to replace my stolen passport. First, they give you a travel passport. It's only good for 1 year, just so you get out of the country and back into America. Then you got to replace that. And I did that last year. Hash Brown said, oh, Hash Brown loves the hat. Oh, said the hat's bomb, gives people a good vibe. Hash Brown, great to hear that from a lady, her opinion. Kim did I eat lunch today? Nope. All I've had was a cinnamon bun, ice cream, some snacks from Hash Brown, and this. All I've had is like sugary foods, which is fine, but maybe we'll have a real dinner later, you know. Let's see here. Yeah, the surfer hat. Yeah, I'm eating the nuts and the trail mix. It's called trail mix. Maximilian von Bircher asked, "Go chat the girl in the black." I think the dogs want ice cream. They want their ice cream fix. Ah, man. Yeah, make a move. I need to make a move. Phil Career, no, this is root beer. It's soda pop. It's just like a Pepsi. They just call it root beer, but it's a soda pop. Doesn't even have any caffeine in it. It's just like carbonated sugar water. Haven't had a beer in 16 months. Almost 17 months now. Made with cane sugar, caffeine free. Yeah, all I've had is sugary stuff today. I had a milkshake. I had a cinnamon roll. Had some Gatorade. Had some nuts. I had this. So I'm doing just fine. I've walked about 6-7 miles today already. Gonna walk about another 7 more probably. All right. If they're still out there when I leave, I'm gonna be leaving in a couple minutes. If they don't happen to leave in the next couple minutes, I'll talk to them. Karen Coates says all that sugar is very unhealthy. When you're walking around, it's just calories. You're just walking around, just fuel. I'll probably have a bigger dinner later. I'm actually kind of hungry, but this is what we had access to. I think they might have hot dogs here, but I don't really want a hot dog. Throw my stuff away here. See here. Oh, you know, I need to use the bathroom. I got something. I'll set my phone here for a second. I'll use the bathroom before I go outside here. Yeah, I had to fill up my water bottle. We're good to go on that. So plugged in. You too, have a good one, man.
You didn't see the dog fight, did you?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, we saw it for a minute. I'm a live streamer. We're looking out the window. So,
Oh no.
are they friends now, or are they?
They are. Yeah, I was over ice cream.
Oh, they love ice cream.
They both. She wanted both of them, and he didn't.
I kind of want to buy him a cup of ice cream, but
They got.
they had enough.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, all right.
That's why they were fighting.
Yeah, yeah. Dogs really love ice cream. They fight over it. All right, have a good one. Yeah, that's a fact. Dogs can go a little crazy over ice cream. All right, we got a little town back here. What is this? Is this like a bar? It's a pretty cool place. Yeah, you can tell this is a rural old town. Probably dates back to like the early 1820s or something. 30s. It developed around the mill here. Got a little mill. See, this hat's crooked too. I don't know how that happened, but the brim is crooked. Oh, look, we got water here. We got porta potty. Yeah, these trails, you get this. You get these little rest. I already got water. I'm good on that, but are we resuming history lecture? If you guys want. I don't really have anything particular I want to talk about regarding history. That all started with travel. We started talking about travel, and we was talking about going to every country. And then, like I said, well, some countries are kind of really insignificant, very small, like all the Caribbean and some of these European countries. And then from there, we got into a big history conversation. So, not really sure. Find something else to talk about, I guess. Just think it had enough history. Cool little town. Yeah, these little towns are very, very scenic. And this is probably only population 200-300, but very nice little town here. Nice field over here. And I've seen a lot of these places since I've been walking around. Basketball history, I don't really have. I mean, I could talk to you about individual players and teams and stuff, but not really much to talk about as far as history. That's why Philippines is a really tough place for me, because like they love basketball there. There's a basketball court in every village, and they speak English. Like there's a lot of really good things about the Philippines, but then there's a lot of really things that are not so nice about it, you know. Philippines is almost an awesome country for me, but yeah, I thought I did pretty good. Cold approach. I mean, you had a lot of icebreakers there with the dogs and stuff like that, but Yeah, look at this beautiful farm here. Beautiful field. I don't know what they're growing there, but it looks like some kind of I don't know what they're growing. I thought basketball was invented in Massachusetts by James Naismith. Was it in Kansas? That would be interesting. I didn't know it was in Kansas. Well, speaking of basketball courts, we got some here, but nobody's there. This is a really nice little park area. Beautiful little town, and they got this nice big park by the fields. Great place to raise a family here. You're not too far from like Cincinnati and the cities, Dayton and stuff. There's some basketball courts. Yeah, Boston Mike. He said it was invented in Springfield, Massachusetts. That's what I thought, yeah. It's invented in Massachusetts. How long were my visa runs? You want to know all my visa runs in 2019? I think I remember them all. I did a lot of visa runs. First one I did, I think, was in Da Nang, Vietnam. That was maybe in May. I think I did one in Malaysia in the summer. And another one in Japan in August. Then the last one was in Bali in like November. So like four visa runs. The last time I came in back from Bali, they almost not gonna let me back in the country because I did too many visa runs. So you're only supposed to do, they used to not be a rule, but they put in a lot of rules to make, because I was already there for 6 months. If you're there over for 6 months, you know, because I would stay 1 month and then I get 1 month visa extension, and then I do a visa run, rinse and repeat. You can do that for about 6 months, 3 times. You can do it 2 times, yeah. And then if you go over 6 months, there's a chance they might not let you in. They're going to question you in immigration, and it's up to the immigration officer whether they want to let you in or not. So, yeah, I pushed the limit. I did like 4 visa runs, and they were almost going to let me in the last time. So that's why I left Thailand. So my visa was up again in December. I couldn't go back to Thailand if I wanted to. My passport was expiring. I'd already done too many visa runs. I lost my debit card. I had enough money to get home, but I only had like 1 debit card. I lost it. I replaced it. I had like all these issues. So that run came to an end. I went back to America. And then I had some stuff going on in America. And then I was like getting ready to go to, instead of going back to Thailand, I was going to, because, you know, I still had the issue. I couldn't maybe return for another 6 months. I had to wait 6 months to go back to Thailand because I had too many visa runs. It wasn't because I was banned. It's just because there were policies. You know, I already stayed 8 months in the country in 2019. So, instead, I was just going to go to Colombia and Brazil and stuff. And that's what I did in March. Then the pandemic broke out. So that's why I got kind of in that situation. Because I had stayed there pretty much most of 2019 on visa runs. Even over what they want you to do, the limit, you know. So I wasn't able to go back there anyways. At best, I could have gone to like Vietnam or to the Philippines or something. But I figured instead of doing that, I just go to do some vlogging in Colombia and Brazil and stuff, you know. Yeah, I can go now. No, I think it's only in the calendar year. So there's a possibility I could have gone back in March, because it's like only takes place during the calendar year. It doesn't overlap. So 2020, I was good. I probably could have gone back to Thailand, but I just figured I just spent a lot of time there. I'd go some other places. OG Billy. Yeah, I don't have to talk to every person. Guys, it's not like talk to every person. I talked to those ladies. You guys wanted me to approach the ladies, I did. I don't have to talk to every person I walk by. I mean, but actually, maybe I should have, because most people, you don't see too many walkers on this trail. Mostly everybody's riding bikes. So maybe I should have. Apparently, the only requirements to enter Thailand Spiff Wizard is you gotta get a test. You gotta get a PCR test. So it's everything else is gone. The insurance mandate, the Thai pass, everything's gone. You just need a insurance test. I mean, you need a PCR test. So that's the only thing. But you have to remember, if you buy a ticket before you get your test, plane ticket, what happens if you pass the test, fail the test? You know, sometimes there's false negatives and stuff. That means then you can't go to Thailand. You waste the money on your ticket. So get the test first, and hopefully you get a good price. You know, and then you buy the ticket. Yeah, it's not completely free and open. Now Vietnam is completely free and open. You just need to get a visa, and then you can go to Vietnam. No questions asked. That's the only country in Asia, I think, that's wide open. Thailand is still not wide open. You still have to get a test. The only country that's wide open is Vietnam right now. But Vietnam is awesome. If I could get a 1-year visa to go there, we had some debate before about whether a 1-year visa is available. I think it is. I did some research on this a few weeks ago before I came on this trip. If I could get a 1-year visa, that'd be awesome. I'd go to Vietnam and then use that as my home base for a while. There's this multi-entry visa. You can just go leave the country and come back. Your 1-year visa is good. And you can go to Thailand from there. You go to Cambodia. You can go to Philippines. You go to Indonesia. Well, I've never been with the Vietnamese women. I've been there a couple times traveling, but I never hooked up with one. I think they're very nice and beautiful. And I think people say it's a good place to find a girlfriend. Communication barrier could be a bit much, but I kind of find Thai ladies more attractive overall. I find Thai women more attractive, but you know, there's a lot of very attractive Vietnamese women too. No, you don't need to get the jab anymore. You just need a test to enter the country. If you have the jab, then you don't need a test. If you're unvied, Sean's not fluent in Thai, but he learned a lot. He's learned a lot over the years. He's been there, pretty much living there since like 2010, like nonstop living there. He takes a quick trip to America. He took a few quick trips, like he was in Ukraine for a little while, in Colombia for a month or two, a couple times, and otherwise just been straight in Thailand the whole time. Like when he comes back, he dreads coming back to America. He just does once in a blue moon. So yeah, he loves it there in Thailand. He's been there the last 12 years. Yeah, it's just that, like, Pattaya has a lot of places, like, outside of central Pattaya. There's Jom Tien, there's the dark side, there's Naklua, there's Bang Lamung, there's Bang Saray, there's Pratamnak. These are all different neighborhoods close to Pattaya or in Pattaya that you can live in. They're very much more laid back, but are still, still fun. There's a lot of, trust me, there's a lot of hanky-panky that goes on in Jom Tien and Naklua and Pratamnak in the dark side. So all those places still have the Pattaya culture, but they're more laid back, They're kind of just normal neighborhoods, and Pattaya is like a culture, it's its own unique thing. And all the places around there, the neighborhoods and different areas are just the same way. They're just a little more, less developed and a little more, different clientele, more expats, less tourists. There's a nice big field there. Robert, I'm going to put you in timeout, man. You're talking a lot of, you send me you send me some super chats. I appreciate you talk a lot of smack in the chat, bro. You're going a little hard there, man. That's why we got into it before. You kept talking smack about my camping and stuff, and that's why I timed you out a couple times. But all right, I'll keep walking here. I don't know. I guess a lot of people are, some reason, Robert's comments catch my eye. Maybe it's his thumbnail, because a lot of other stuff slides. So my apologies for that, Robert. But and timed out for foolishness. No, I'm just kidding. He's not timed out. I'm just saying. I don't know why it's always me and Robert. Like we always. He just sent a $20 super chat. You know, it's like. Yeah, he's ripping on Tom. He was ripping on me back in the ice cream stand. Oh, it's all good. I'm just saying it's. Robert's on the radar. Don't burn the hand that feeds you, CC. I'm just joking back with him. I wasn't being like. I was just joking back with him. He's on the radar. That's what I meant. You know, you're right. I guess it was a bad joke. Yeah, friendly banter, which sometimes I'm not very good at. Sometimes my friendly banter comes off as like hostile banter. So I was intended to be hostile, just kind of like trying to dish it back a little bit, which I didn't do a good job of. Yeah, Robert's been a significant contributor to these live streams the last this trip. So, you know, a lot of 5s, 10s, and 20s. Vice's G, no, Vice's G is fine. Look, there's a lot of people that talk smack. They don't send super chats. It's not a super chat thing. I'm just saying, though, you also, I mean, it's not really, you don't want to piss off the people that do. Like I said, people that do basically feed me, like you said, because they're basically feeding me. I just had ice cream. They pay for my expenses here. What's this little trail back here? Bite the hand that feeds you. This might not be a bad camping spot back here. I just don't know where this trail goes. It could just be somebody's property or something. They drive past, you know, in the car or a truck. No, Vice's G, he's been around for years. Like he's a longtime viewer of Tom's, of mine. He's been around like ever since we started. And he's always, you know, done that trolling. He's not on a short leash. I mean, but I'm just saying, I know he's a well-known, you know, he makes some bit of banter from time to time. Hey, Robert S, big ups. Thanks for the $10, man. Cheers, Robert. Says, big ups, Charlie. Keeps me honest, my dudes. Thank you very much, Robert. Glad to have you here. Appreciate your super chats. If I didn't have the super chats, I wouldn't be able to do this. It does cost quite a bit of money to be out here in America. Unless you're camping and cold soaking every day, which I was not able to do. I failed because of the raccoons the first night, so... Thank you very much, Robert. Big ups. Greg says Robert's wit is just edgy at times. Yeah, no, I know he's a good guy. Yeah, but sometimes maybe he's too edgy for me. You know, it's like once in a while we get into a little bit. Me and Robert. But yeah, it's all good. Yeah, he's cool. No problem. Same. Vice's G is cool too. Those two, Robert and Vice's G, have a lot of the super chats today. Like Vice's G sent me five quid about 4 times. Robert's hit me up with about 30, 40. Didn't miss that. I didn't. I've been reading the chat a lot today, a lot more than normal. It's kind of a little bit of a boring hike. That town was cool, but this trail's been kind of boring today, so I've been kind of reading the chat more than usual. Sometimes when I'm in the cities, it's really hard to read the chat because this is pretty relaxed. So I can just stroll and read the chat. But when you're in the cities, you're walking around, you got pedestrians, traffic lights you're crossing, cars, you're looking around. I don't read the chat much when I'm walking around cities, you know, unless I'm sitting down or something. But this trail, I can stay on top of the chat a little better. Have I crossed the $1,000 mark? You mean today? Today we're at 155 on Super Chats. I get about 120 of that, so it's not a bad day. We're 6 hours in the live stream, just about. We got a pretty long stretch here. We might lose internet. Hopefully we don't lose internet, but we got a long stretch of walking. Yeah, I was watching Steph Traveler yesterday. If you guys know who Steph is, he's going on a camping trip. I think he's going to camping this week. He was criticizing me a lot about my camping, and he's calling me an e-beggar and stuff, and a lot of criticism. I don't know where it came from. Like I said, a lot of people just start criticizing me for no reason. But it's fair play. You know, they're free to do that. But then he said, but the reason I'm bringing him up because I have a tip for him in the off chance he's watching, which is basically, he was complaining, well, Charlie, he makes all this money, he can afford to stay in hotels and stuff and travel. He said, you know, I only make $15 on this stream. Well, there's two reasons why I make a lot of money on these streams, enough to pay for hotels in America. Is one, I stream for a long time, and two, I'm outside my room or my basement, and I'm outside walking. So when I just streamed in the like what he's doing in his room, I used to stream in the basement, and I didn't really make any money either during that time. You know, over a long period of time, I made very little money. But when you're outside IRL, I make much more money, and I'm doing it for 8-10 hours a day, 12 hours a day sometimes. So if he were to duplicate that, he's outside camping, kind of doing what I'm doing, but I'm doing in Europe, I think he would get more following and he'd make a lot more money. Would he make as much as I'm making now? I don't know, maybe not, but he would do a lot better than what he's doing now. Because I wasn't making any money either when I was just doing basement streams. I think I made there was a year stretch I just made, after I got back from Mexico, and I just did some basement streams here and there, I made about, $2,000 over 1 year. It's about $200 a month. But now out here, I'm streaming 10, 12 hours a day, and I'm outdoors doing stuff, and we have some moments like those ladies and the dogs, just cool stuff like that. That stuff, mostly it's kind of boring out here, but there's stuff that happens. We meet people, there's cool stuff, scenery. So it's always better to be outside. The only guy I know is Barry the Boss. He always made more for some reason back in his room than he did out when he was outdoors walking around live streaming. He never made anything, but he's complaining about that. So I don't know why with him, but yeah, that's my advice to Steph is, try streaming 6-8 hours a day. It might be tough, but you can work through it. You can be like Bjorn and set your tripod somewhere, and just go about you're drinking a beer, kicking back. Because he had some really good streams in Blackpool. So he needs to duplicate his Blackpool. That's my tip for Steph. Because I wasn't making any money in the doing basement streams, talking streams either, So, and those streams were only 2-3 hours. There's a big difference between streaming. Of course, you're gonna make more money if you're streaming 10 hours versus streaming 2 hours, So try streaming 10 hours and outdoors and then see how much money you're making. I bet you'd be a lot more. So that's my tip. No, I always like Steph. A lot of his so-called trolling is in jest. It's in good humor, so he calls me an e-bagger. He'll take it too offensive, But I think it's because the whole camping thing. He's a little triggered by my camping. So now he's going on his own camping trip for the next week here. So that's my tip for. I hope it works well. It goes well for him. He's going camping in the Netherlands. I think it's starting today, or tonight or something. Yeah, it was. No, it's a dude. Yeah, he's from Belgium. No, Steph's cool. He had some great streams in the UK and stuff, and he's got his own sense of humor. He's a pretty funny guy. Yeah, I wish Steph the best. I wish all the streamers the best. Everybody. That's why I don't mind they come here. They promote me or they troll me or whatever they do. I don't mind it. Yeah, that's why I'm getting low on money, because I didn't do much outdoor streaming. You know, and I wasn't really making anything with the basement streams. My old channel was down about nothing, like $100 a month. It picked up back up a little bit when I went to Miami, but hey, big ups, Wayne Stock. Thank you very much. Love the outdoor streams. All right, yeah, I don't agree with that last part. Everybody's got an opinion though by their vloggers, so I know they still voice their opinions on me in other streams. So I used to delete comments about their vloggers, but they always got like all kinds of comments about me, so I'll let it slide. Maybe actually Barry doesn't, but the rest do. Thank you very much, Wayne Stock. Actually, we're all worried about Barry because he's been missing in action like last couple weeks. So I send out best wishes to Barry. Hope he's doing okay. Green Mountain Trader says Barry the Boss is pure unadulterated entertainment. One of a kind. Yeah, everybody's unique. Like everybody can be entertaining or unentertaining in their own ways. I mean, every live streamer has their moments. We got a good community because we all know each other, and also shout out to John 55 and Tequila Joe. We don't talk about them much, but they're Tequila Joe's. They're both mods here. They're both good guys. Tequila Joe had some really entertaining streams. Some of his drinking streams and stuff, with the ladies, and he had some good stuff, good walk around streams. John 55, I haven't seen what he's been up to much lately, but yeah, I enjoyed some of his streams too. I like the one when he was in Banks Hooray. He was kind of stranded. It was interesting. He was trying to get a ride. I think it was Tequila Joe that came and picked him up, because Banks Hooray is like an hour from Pattaya, so a bit far. He was getting some Thai food, and it was a good IRL. I think people are, a lot of people might not like me saying this, but people are gonna miss Twitchy. I mean, love him or hate him, I think he was a big part of the community. He's retired from YouTube for good, it sounds like. But a lot of people can't stand the guy's guts. But I'm saying this as someone he had trolled quite extensively. Maybe not like his top 3 targets, but I was up there on his list. So Twitchy was a pretty unique character too, because he was living kind of like a hermit in Rayong. Just kind of interesting to hear like what his life was, how he was doing in his life and stuff. Go Hard Brother says the genre is better without him. Even Joe says he won't be missed, my dude. Hedge Fund got zapped. Why'd that happen? Hedge Fund's a long time viewer here. Oh, he's here. Yeah, Hedge Fund's not a problem maker. We got a long walk ahead here. Big ups Red Light Ron in the chat. Red Light Ron. What happened to Chuck Wow? Nobody knows. August 2019, he disappeared. Not to be heard from again. Why did Hedge Fund get zapped? I still see his comment. I see him up here. Yeah, he's not banned. No, Chuck Wild's never been a mod here. I don't think he was ever a mod. It's not for any particular reason. It just never. I used to not have many mods. I mostly started live streaming after he left. I got back from Japan. I started streaming about his last week or two. We were both streaming together, and it was about a week or two before he left, and then he just disappeared. That day, that live stream, I was streaming that same day too. But back then, I didn't have many mods, just a few like Mana and I started adding more and more mods. He just happened not to be one. Just didn't, I just started streaming back then. I had done streams months prior, but not frequently. I just started doing frequent streaming in August. I didn't get monetized until like at the end of that Japan trip, and then I was back in Thailand. And I was around Chuck for maybe about a week before he disappeared. Because I got this channel monetized, like over 1,000 subs and watch time. That's when I was able to start streaming, right about then. Ellie the Bike Guy used to be a mod on here like a couple years ago, like when I was streaming in Thailand. He kind of just disappeared. He doesn't come in the chat, and I haven't seen him. He's not a mod anymore. So I didn't see him so long. I just removed him from the moderator. But he used to be a mod in this chat. He used to be here in the chat like when I was streaming in Thailand. I don't know what happened to the guy. He was live streaming in Vietnam for a while. Ellie the Bike Guy. Red Light Ron and Chuck Wow hung out a lot. Chuck Wow hung out with Red Light Ron a lot more than I hung out with Red Light Ron. I didn't get to know him that good. Got to know him a little bit more in Miami. Just saw him in Miami recently, Red Light Ron. But Red Light Ron was there in March 2019. He was on the first stream. I met both those guys in the same place. Sawadi and Red Light Ron, the Scottish guy, and Chuck Wow. It was a meetup, live stream meetup. Yeah, Dr. Ken, I never saw him too. Like I saw him once or twice with Chuck. And then after Chuck left, I never saw Dr. Ken again either. Because he was always on Soy Bucao by the market. That's where he'd eat. And he said he had lived there for a few years. So I thought I'd run into him, my live streams. I never did run into him. Because people were asking me, look for Dr. Ken, like I never, we met, so he knew me. I never saw him again either. He just disappeared too. People come and go. I don't know what happened with Chuck, why he disappeared, but yeah, Dr. Ken, he was a guest star on Chuck's stream. Sometimes they would talk about like people would ask questions because Chuck would do these 12-hour streams, 12-hour live streams. So like the end of the night, he'd been going all day. Like the last 4 or 5 hours, he'd be sitting with Dr. Ken. And Dr. Ken would be like, everybody in the chat would be asking medical advice. So it was like medical advice hour for like 5 hours. And Dr. Ken didn't seem to mind it. And they were chatting and giving everybody medical advice. Usually at the end of Chuck's streams. So Chuck had a really interesting live stream show, all these different things. He was hanging with Bjorn TV for a while. He was talking to ladies, picking up ladies. He had Boy Fly 140 hanging out sometimes, Dr. Ken, the Falafel Girl, all these different guests. FBI guy was a guest on many of his streams. I was a guest on some of his streams. Yeah, he had a good show going. I think he was just about to take off if he had kept going. I mean, he meet random people too. Some of his people I met, like remember he met this Japanese guy that liked Lima Bravos, and he wasn't ashamed about it. He was talking about it with Chuck. So you meet these random people, characters too. And the funny thing was, I was watching some old Bangkok 112 videos, and just kind of studying his videos, and in a Bangkok scene, I saw that same Japanese guy walking with like Lima Bravo. So like that was like way back in like 2017 or something, the years prior. So yeah, that guy was hanging out with Chuck, just talking with him, and he's talking about his relationships with Lima Bravos and on the live stream. Yeah, he loved the Lima Bravos, this Japanese guy. But he looked like kind of like a Yakuza kind of skater guy. He had tattoos, but he had the skater look. He was kind of a unique dude that, felt home in Thailand. Probably didn't feel very comfortable in Japan, with his tattoos and stuff, and his Lima Bravo proclivity. Yeah, a lot of different characters like that on his streams. Hey, what's up, Truth Warrior? Yeah, he wasn't ashamed about it, that Japanese guy. He was just talking with Chuck on camera about his relationships with Lima Bravos. You got a dried up riverbed there. Yeah, that's one thing. That was one crack in our friendship, because there was a live stream. I don't know how to talk about it much, but there was a live stream with me and FBI guy that was kind of an infamous Chuck live stream. And I don't know, he met this Lima Bravo on Soy Bucao. And to me and FBI guy, it was, we didn't really know Chuck that well up to that point. And to us, it was clear as day she was Lima Bravo. Like, no, 100%, no question asked. So we didn't even think, like, when we saw kind of Chuck all over this, we just assumed that he liked Lima Bravos, And we were being, like, that was and we weren't questioning him. Oh, you like Lima Bravos? Like, that was be considered impolite. We just assumed he knew. But it turned out he didn't knew. He thought it was a lady. I don't know how he thought it, because it was clear as day. But he thought the Lima Bravo was a lady. And he was mad at me because we didn't warn him. Said, I was on live stream and, making out. I didn't know. Like, we just thought, like, he must have liked Lima Bravos, and we weren't judging him for it, because it was so clear. So I don't know, maybe he didn't believe me, but that was 100% true. Me and FBI guy just assumed that after that, when that night, he just liked Lima Bravos. Because a lot of guys do in Thailand, But he apparently didn't, and he felt really embarrassed. But no, we weren't trying to trick him or anything. He was the one that found her, and we just thought he liked her, He wanted to hang out with her all night. But it was, if you saw her, it was clear as day. I mean, no question. I don't know how he couldn't see that, but But if I'm ever in that situation again, I'm hanging out, because he wasn't a newbie either. He had been in Thailand for a long time, like 6 months prior he met me. So if I remember a situation where a guy is like all up in a, hanging out with Lima Bravo, and even if it's like clear as day to me, I'll just warn the guy, hey, you sure you like this lady? Because it's not a lady. But at that time, I didn't think that. I just thought that's cool. Okay, that's what he likes, But next time, if I remember hanging out with a guy and he happens to pick up one of those, I'm going to make sure I tell him, That time I didn't know, and he was real mad at me and stuff, and because I didn't tell him, and, And and one thing is, I never really saw him, like, prior to that, there's that one lady he picked up on the beach, but I didn't really see him with too many ladies prior to that either. Like, so I just didn't think anything of it. Okay, this guy likes Lima Bravos, Sounds like we're by a shooting range. Yeah, the next day he was texting me. He was real mad. And I just explained to him what I just told you guys, you know. And I guess he didn't buy an explanation or something. So it's like we were trying to troll him or something, and you know, set him up. But no, he picked a lady. He was all over her, and you know, me and FBI guy just thought that that's what he liked. You know, there's like once in a while there's a Lima Bravo. Once in a while there's a Lima Bravo that is kind of hard to tell. But for, you know, those are like maybe 5-10%. And even those, like if you're hanging around long enough, like, you know, and you pick it up for later, sooner or later. Like we were around with her 3 nights hanging out. I mean, all 4 hours. We were in the bumper cars and hanging out all night. And yeah, I don't know how he didn't pick that up, or he didn't even ask us like, hey, is this a chick here or what? He never asked. So we just thought, you know, that's what he liked, you know. But yeah, that was a little bit, I think, that kind of pissed him off, even though it wasn't our fault. We were, you know, we will warn him in a second. It was an uncommon situation. So what was uncommon about it was he didn't have any inclination. He didn't know. I don't know how he could not know, but no, I don't think it's easy. For me, it's because I hang out on Walking Street a lot and people watch. I mean, there was very few times where I say, I don't know if this person's a lady or a man or lady boy. I mean, usually you can always tell. I don't even have the best vision. For me, it's very easy. But in her case, it wasn't even like close to being close. It was like super obvious, you know. I guess everybody's different. Everybody. So that's why next time in the future, if I'm ever hanging with somebody, he picks up a Lima Bravo, I won't assume that that's what he likes. I'll warn him. Hey, sure, you didn't think this was a lady, you know. But for those of us who've been into, you know, Thailand for years, I mean, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. I don't know how you cannot. Like I said, there are a few here and there that get really hard to tell, but those are pretty rare. The average Lima Bravo is pretty easy to spot, a mile away. Another great place to take a break. Yeah, there's a lot of guys that like that. That's what they. And there's some that like both. They like the ladies and they like Lima Bravos. I'm just a lady man myself. I just like the ladies. Let's see here. Find a place to sit down. But I used to make videos with the Lima Bravos because on Walking Street, and some of those videos got like 1 million views. Those were my best viewed videos of anything on Walking Street. It was just the videos just about the Lima Bravos, and they always did very well on views. They didn't make any money because they were like demonetized, but they still got the views. There's guys searching for that stuff all the time. Hey, big ups, Tuna Kahuna. Tuna Kahuna with the 50 Canadians. Thank you very much for that. Cheers, man. Tuna Kahuna is one of the big super chatters in the genre. Thank you very much for that. Kind of like Luis Cabo. He's been a long time supporter. Thank you very much, Tuna Kahuna, of all the live streamers, you know. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. It's not that hot. I'm just gonna keep walking, and we're going through some nice scenery. You know they got Uber. There's Uber, like, because I was telling people, what's the Uber Mount Vernon to Columbus? And they're like, well, it's $50-$60, but you can't get those Ubers. I learned that the first few days. Uber is unreliable, or doesn't even exist in Ohio. Yeah, they give you a price, but nobody's gonna drive for that price. Lyft is the only thing you can use. And Lyft has got like a different pricing system, you know. But yeah, and the Lyft is mostly only in the cities. It's only in the big cities. It's not really in countryside or small towns. I'm surprised more people aren't making money with Lyft. Maybe because of the gas prices. Big ups, Tuna. Thank you for the 50 spot, man. It's having a nice day here. Nice day in Super Chats. take a little break. We're feeling pretty good. I'm gonna drink some of my Gatorade. Yeah, that was an epic stream, like with FBI guy and Wander. Like everything was good except the part that he didn't know was Lima Bravo, and you know. But the thing was too, I think everybody in the chat was telling him too, like all night. Like everybody with the chat was telling him, hey, that's Lima Bravo. So he never asked us. So, and he was just blowing it off. So that was another reason we kind of didn't think anything of it. Okay, you know, he's happy to be with Lima Bravo, and you know, people in the chat are making fun of him, but you know, he doesn't mind. You know, we didn't think much of it. It was just like another night in Pattaya. You know, I don't know how he could. I don't know. That was weird. That whole thing is weird. Like how he could not know it. It was almost like maybe he was playing a game or testing us or something. It's like I don't. Who knows? But because everybody in the chat was telling him it was Lima Bravo, and or he was doing it for the content. Maybe he was doing it for the content. I don't know. I don't know what's going on through his head, but. Truth Warrior. Oh, Truth Warrior is in Waynesville. Big ups, Truth Warrior. That's the next town up ahead is Waynesville. Yeah, it's no, yeah, it's history. Nobody knows what happened. Hopefully he's just living his life and doing good. Yeah, I got nothing against the guy. I always liked him. Truth Warrior is in Waynesville. That's the next town I'm headed to, up ahead here. Big ups, Truth Warrior. There was a war between Pattaya and Phuket. You know, all my years in Thailand, I've never been to Phuket. I've never been to coast. I've never been south of Hua Hin. Hua Hin is a beach city about an hour and a half south of Bangkok. Yeah, I've never been to the south of Thailand, so I know it's kind of touristy down there, but you know, there's a lot of beautiful scenery. I like to go explore that area sometime. Make some videos about it. Koh Samui, Krabi. Let's check it out. Phuket. Anyway, I've never been in the south of Thailand. I like to check out Hat Yai and Sangkala too. Sangkala, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Sangkala. Those are cities in the south, kind of like a little bit more like Malaysia. What's his name? Patty Doyle. Patty Doyle has been to every province in Thailand, which I think is pretty cool. 77 provinces. That's a lot of provinces. Skittles says bumping into Dave Chappelle was really cool. Mike Litteris said the egg gang is waiting for me in Waynesville. Am I gonna go to Kings Island? Yeah, that's a big amusement park, kind of like roller coasters and stuff. I hadn't thought about it. I'll be walking by it on this trail. Yeah, I bumped into Dave Chappelle about a couple days ago in the town of Yellow Springs. That's where he's from. That's where he lives. Hey, what's up? Buenos tardes, Wander Nirvana. Big ups. Got Wander Nirvana in the chat. Yeah, I got dissed by Dave Chappelle. Yeah, with my camera. Day 19. Yeah, this trip is probably going to come to an end in Cincinnati. So there's not many more days left. Maybe 4 or 5 more. And then we're going to regroup. Might have to buy some new equipment, change some stuff out. And not spend a lot of money, maybe $100. I don't have to spend a lot, but change some stuff out. I got to repair my backpack. And then I'm gonna be probably going to New York or somewhere next. Might go to New York. I'm not sure where I'll go first, but I'm gonna go somewhere. Do I know what happened to Bangkok 112? No, I never met him. I don't know really anything about him on his channel. I don't know anything about the guy. He was always very clandestine. Like, he never really talked much in his videos, never really shared anything about his personal self or anything. So. Go to Chillicothe. It's too late. That was back in Xenia. You could have gone to Chillicothe. Now I'm back down this trail, going to Cincinnati. Walking from Seattle to LA. Yeah, that's called the Pacific Crest Trail. There's mountains about on Canada. It actually goes within 100 miles of Seattle, and it goes within 100 miles of LA. Pacific Crest Trail goes all the way down the trail, down the mountains mostly, mountains and deserts. The Oregon part of the Pacific Crest Trail is very nice. IB Tat did it. He did all 3 trails. 112 had great editing. Really, I liked his filming the best. His editing was good too. Like, he picked cool music. He always put the text. That text is a lot of work, putting text to everything, because he didn't want to narrate with his voice, so he just narrate with text. And people like reading text on videos. You know, I've always used text a lot in videos. Yeah, his editing was solid, but it really shined, I think, was his videoing. But a lot of people didn't like it because he was 100% lasered in on the red light, like the biggest red light areas. So it'd be like Soy Plaza, Nana Plaza, Soy Cowboy, Beach Road, Soy 6, and but he started doing, he had Walking Street. He did some beach videos. He started going to Phuket. He mixed it up a little bit, but it was mostly lasered in on the red light areas, like the biggest red light areas in Thailand. But he could have done his style anywhere in the world. People would have liked it. Just the people watching. He didn't have to just do it in red light areas. He was very good with the camera, And he just had a cheap camera. I mean, it's not cheap. It's $600, but the Canon G7X Mark II, that was like the gold standard. Everybody in the Thailand community bought one of those like 4 or 5 years back, because he was the top dog. Everybody was looking at Bangkok 112. Like, he was getting insane views. There was a month he got like 30, 40 million views in 1 month. I remember, because the Social Blade only goes back so far. It doesn't go back years and years. But like in 2017, there were months he got like, he was getting 1 million views across his channel per day. And I think he's got over 1 billion views altogether on his channel. So. He has more views than Baldwin Bankrupt, Harold Balder, and about everybody in the Thailand genre combined. That's currently in the Thailand genre. So that he was, only guy that's got more views than him is Mark Weens. But Mark Weens has 10 million subs. He's kind of another stratosphere. No, his channel is still there. All of his videos are still there. I was kind of looking back through them for like research purposes, checking some stuff out. His technique, you can learn from every vlogger. Once, like I did that with Lost LeBlanc, I kind of just researched his whole channel because I never watched it, but he became one of the biggest travel vloggers. So I went back to his earliest videos and kind of see how he progressed, see how he caught on with the algorithm. Because when Bangkok 112 started out, he was just kind of posting these random videos, like 2-minute long videos and stuff, the random stuff on the streets. And he progressed from that very quickly into like posting these 20-minute videos of really capturing all the nightlife in Thailand. And just one every few days he keep posting. He's very consistent. That's why he took off. Yeah. It's basically the same thing Mark Weens did over a 10-year period. Mark Weens started pretty big in about 2012. I researched his channel. I researched Lost LeBlanc. So I would go through these channels. I researched Dead Faring, just kind of see how their growth was, what kind of videos. You can kind of see the evolution of a vlogger. Unfortunately, you can't really see that with my channel because a lot of my old videos got deleted, but you can see that a little bit. I still have some of my old videos up from like when I first started. But yeah, you can see that with Bangkok 112, how he evolved. For a lot of people, like for him, he just started out like posting a lot of random stuff, and then he saw certain kinds of videos were taking off and getting more views. So he just focused on that kind of thing. And same thing out with Mark Wiens. Mark Wiens' first videos were kind of short, like 4-minute videos, and but then he had a certain style, a formula that worked, like these 30-minute videos, and he just kept doing the same formula over and over, you know, countries all around the world. So when a big vlogger like figures out, like, trust me, this doesn't happen by accident. They figure out what works for them. And then they rinse and repeat. They do that same style of video over and over and over. Vlogging a dead horse started good. Then, yeah, I binge watched some of Dead Watch Horse's earliest videos, but I haven't watched them in a while because I've been too busy with this trip. I haven't really had a chance to watch much YouTube. But his first month or two, couple months was really good. Because you felt like you were in the adventure, you know, like you felt like you were there partaking in the adventure with him. But I think he's been in Thailand too long. He needs to move on because it got a little bit repetitive. And when he first got to Thailand, the first month or two, he was going to different parts. Like he was on the motorbike, he was in Kanchanaburi, he had a really good series going. But it's kind of gotten a little stale. He needs to move on from Thailand because he's been there for like 6 months now, I think. That's, I think, important with the travel vlogger. You gotta kind of move around a bit or you get stale. That happened to me in Pattaya. I was like in Pattaya too long. People started getting bored of the Pattaya videos. And when I left to Vietnam and Philippines, people got real interested again. And the views went up and everything. Yeah, if you're a travel vlogger, you gotta kind of move around a little bit. Otherwise, you're like a location vlogger, like German in Venice with LA. He's all about LA, or like Action Kid in New York City. You know, you're not a travel vlogger, you're a location vlogger. I'm gonna take my shoes off. This is a nice spot. I have no bugs, no mosquitoes. I'm just gonna relax here for a little bit. Or no rush here. Enjoy the day. Chat with you guys about YouTube and time to snap into the Slim Jim. Hop Frog's asking, what is great about Wiens? He's very likable. He's a very hard worker. And he travels to all these countries. He's very consistent. He's put up 30-minute videos 2 or 3 times a week for the last 10 years. It's very hard to do that, especially when you're traveling all around the world. Even during the pandemic, he was doing it. Oh, he's just a good all-around vlogger, and he does a lot of good filming and editing, and he has a lot of great content, a lot of great videos. I've enjoyed a lot of Mark Wiens' videos and a lot of information and a lot of great interactions and the different people, the chefs, and it's just an all-around good channel. I mean, you might not like enjoy the content much because maybe you're not much into food, or that's one thing, but you can't knock the guy. I mean, like when I started doing YouTube, he was one of the guys I really looked at, studied, and then He only had like, Jesus, it's like a Lamborghini going by, two of them. He had like 2 million subs, you know, back then, which was considered, you know, there wasn't many people back then 5 years ago, 2 million subs, which was, that was still a lot, but now he's like over 10 million subs, you know, 5 years ago, the Food Ranger and stuff wasn't even around. He's got 10 million subs, or the best ever food review show TV. Kick back here a little bit. Yeah, I tried doing a lot of street food videos myself with very limited success. I did get one that got like 600,000 views. It was a pad thai video. But I did like 50 street food videos, and all the rest of them didn't do that good. That was the only one for some reason that took off. It's still up on my old channel, Cheap Charlie Chronicles. It was just me filming a guy making pad thai for 15 minutes. There's no editing or nothing. Yeah, CB Media, he was a shooting star. There's not many people that grew as fast. Now he's over 500,000 subs. He stumbled upon a formula, like, because he started like in early 2020, right after I left Thailand, is when he started. It's only been 2.5 years, and he's up to 500,000 subs. But a lot of people are pissed off that he blew up the car. I think that was a way overreaction. He was just messing around. He paid for it. It's his car. And he blew it up, or a motorbike. He blew up a motorbike or something. Yeah, he was getting a ton of hate for that, and I don't really know why. It's like, they have channels, they do nothing but that. They blow stuff up, and, you know. It was after that he decided that he didn't want to be a part of the Thailand genre. He made a video about that. Yeah, we're just kicking back here. Yeah, the guy was telling me just one cough drop can attract raccoons. Just one cough drop. They'll tear your backpack just for one cough drop. You got to hang it in a tree like this. Makes it a little harder for them. Or less likely, I don't know. They say you got to hang it in a tree. This is probably, they say you should hang it 30, 40 feet up in the tree. Yeah, but it's his choice. He bought the scooter. If he wants to blow it up, he bought it with his money. They'll just make more scooters with the money he paid for it. If anything, it was stimulating economic demand. If he wants to blow it up for his video, that's his choice. The Food Ranger used to live in China. He has a Chinese wife, I think, too. So, yeah, China definitely looks like a great street food. But Mark Wiens, he started out in Thailand. A lot of guys, the best ever food review, he was living in Korea. And then he became then he moved to Vietnam. Now he lives in Vietnam. So, yeah, a lot of them started in Asia. But the Food Ranger was like, a lot of these, like, they're kind of like expats. You know, they're young digital nomads. And then basically all of them they were just digital nomads. And they just started street food channels. You know, they got good at videoing and making vlogs. And Food Ranger was in, like I said, China. He was a teacher or something. He has never been as successful as Mark Wiens, and he's always been kind of second tier in the food channels. Still pretty big, but yeah, he's more second tier. He still has like 2-3 million subs. It just shows you how big the food is. But the first tier guys now got like 5 to 10 million subs. Like Mark Wiens, best ever food review. There's a few others. Travel Thirsty. He's more anonymous food vlogger, but he's like 6 million subs. There's a lot of second tier guys. I don't know. There was a time the Food Ranger looked like he was going to be first here, but he's kind of fell back for some reason the last couple of years. I don't know why. CB Media is cool. He's had some of the best Thailand live streams I've ever seen. Like, because he used to do some Pattaya streams and stuff. They were really good, really entertaining. Tequila Joe met him on stream. Like he would walk like every 2 minutes, somebody would be like stream sniping him or like waving at him and stuff like. But yeah, he had some really good streams. He's a really good streamer. He just doesn't stream very often because last stream of his I saw was in Bang Sen. He was just sitting at a bar. Like, he's a really good streamer. I actually think he's a better streamer than he is. I wish he would just stream and not vlog because I don't really care about cars and stuff. So his vlogs aren't really that interesting to me. I used to like some of his early stuff when he was walking around Bangkok and stuff, exploring. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, a vlogger, you can really enjoy his content. But if everybody wants car videos, then he's going to make the car videos. So you're not ever going to get live streams from him. So, like, I liked his live streams, but he does them, like, once in a blue moon, like, once every 3 months. And he makes a lot of money. He gets a lot of super chats, a lot of viewers when he does a live stream. But, yeah, I wish he would do a live stream, like, every day instead of vlogging. He'd probably make more money if he did a live, because he gets, like, 1,000 to 2,000 in the chat. So he'd probably make more money. He's good at it, too. He's, like, really good at it. He can talk for a long time. He says funny stuff. He's good with the camera on the live stream, and he's not shy about it. He used to watch my channel before he started. He used to leave comments. He was known as he had something photography. He had another name, but he changed his channel name. But he used to watch my old channel. He would be before he did a YouTube channel. He still had a YouTube channel, but there were no videos on it. He used to be freaking commentator. We used to talk about cameras a little bit and stuff because he was really into cameras. Because his name was Photography at the end. It was CB Photography. So now it's CB Media. Yeah, his early vlogs were good, but then he just switched to like all car related stuff. That's like, I just got no interest in cars and racing and that kind of stuff. And there's a big audience for that stuff on YouTube though. His early stuff was good and his live streams were good. But other than that, I don't really watch, Sometimes he talks about his personal life. Like he said, he had a condo and talking about his cars. Like he did a vlog like that maybe a few months, 6 months ago, 8 months ago. That was interesting. He was revealing some personal stuff, and I like those kind of vlogs. But do I still watch Pattaya Street Cruiser? Sometimes. I haven't been watching much of anything the last couple months. Did I ever watch Vegetable Police when he was in Thailand? Yeah, he was huge. That's also when he started Camera Conspiracy. So that's why he was one of my favorite all-time YouTube. I haven't watched so much the last year, but I loved his Thailand stuff when he was in Thailand. He lived in Thailand for about a year and a half. And it was like the same time I was living in Thailand and when I was overseas and stuff. So yeah, I followed him a lot back then. When he first got to Thailand, I didn't know who he was. Because I kind of vaguely heard of the guy from Durian Rider, because back then he was part of the vegan community. And I think it took me, he was already in Thailand a few months vlogging before I got to know him, before I got to watch his vlogs. Yeah, I really loved him when he was in Thailand. And it's not as interesting to me now he's in Canada, Toronto. The last couple of years he's been in Canada, and it's kind of 2-3 years. I still watch his videos once in a while, and I used to watch his Camera Conspiracies a lot, but I don't watch it as much anymore because I've kind of figured out all I need to know about the cameras. I'm not an expert, but I know what I need to know. I still do watch camera videos from time to time, sometimes it's cool to research a new camera or something, or just to see what's going on. But yeah, I'm not really into it like I used to be. I kind of, and I'm happy with the cameras I have. I have 3 really good cameras, so I don't really need to buy a new one or research new stuff. I've so so that. But when he started the Camera Conspiracies channel, he started that when he was in Thailand, and that was when I was really getting into cameras. And so, yeah, he hit it out of the park with me as far as a viewer. But both channels. I was following his vlogs, and then bam, he starts a camera channel, a really good one too. One of the best camera channels ever made. Did I ever have multiple ladies at one night? I think every guy tries it at some point in their life. For me, it's not for me. I prefer just one lady. For just to be with one lady in the room. Hey, Gold Ink, thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2 pounds, man. Thank you very much. The dogs left their mark on that post. It's possible. Thank you very much, Gold. Does Durian Rider still go to Thailand? He made a vlog a couple months ago that he was going to go back, but I don't think he's back there yet. I don't know what's going on with him that much, but I think he's been stuck in Australia all through the pandemic. But I think he wants to go back to Thailand. Where am I at now? I'm on the way to Rainsville. Apparently the Truth Warrior is in Rainsville right now, so with a friend. But that's the next city I'm going to hit, Wayne's World. Have you plans to visit Europe? If I do the Around the World tour, definitely part of that will be in Europe. Big ups, Greg. Yeah, just kicking back here. I'm in a real comfortable spot. Got my legs, got my shoes off. Yeah, just enjoying life, man. We're in no rush. We knock out about 13, 15 miles a day. And it's easy to do. You can start late. I left the hotel at 9:30, had a coffee. And today we'll probably do about 14, 15 miles. But I've done maybe 8 today already, 8, 9. My final destination is probably Cincinnati, which is about 45, 50 miles away. Any plans to go to Iceland? Maybe. Iceland looks cool for camping. I mean, it's tough. It's wet and cold, so. But where are you at now? I'm at I don't know, some farmland. I think I just left Springvale. That's the last town I had the ice cream in, so. Excuse me there. You need to go to Australia to do your world tour. Yeah, I'm not averse to going anywhere. Australia is a country would be cool to visit. It's expensive though, and it's hard to get there too. I suppose if you're in Bali, you could jump over to Australia pretty cheap. Yeah, I would visit Australia. Actually, the more I think about it, Australia could be cool because you can speak English, and it's kind of every Anglo country is interesting for any, so if you're British, going to any Anglo country, whether it's Canada or New Zealand or America, is interesting for you. Same with us Americans, going to Britain or even just going to Canada is interesting because we're same language and similar to some extent, but the differences are interesting and stuff. So going to Australia would be pretty cool. It's just that it's expensive. Charlie, how are you charging your phone while you're hiking? I have a power bank. So I got a power bank, and this phone has very good battery life. So I can get a long time without having to go to a hotel or something. Am I going to take this walking to other countries? Yeah, we talked about that. We might do an around the world budget. I mean, after a bit of streaming here in America, then I have an option of what to do next. I could go back to Thailand and Asia and just hang there and live there, get a home base. Or I could do an around the world trip and be focused on budget traveling, where I travel the world on $1,000 a month. So I'm not sure which one I will do, but right now I'm just doing a bit of streaming in America. Take it from there. The problem is a lot of the countries I want to go to aren't open yet. Indonesia's not open. Japan's not open. Brazil's not open. Colombia's got some hoops you got to jump through. A lot of the key countries for me. Europe is mostly wide open, which is good. But if I start the Around the World tour, it'd be here in America, probably on the Arizona Trail or the PCT. And then I will be going south through Mexico, through Central America, and through South America. Then probably jumping over to Europe, Africa, Middle East, Asia, something like that. So Asia would be the last part of that trip, probably. Yeah, I would go Istanbul, Turkey would definitely be a key country to stop at some point. CA says you are too old for the PCT. How do you figure that? There's no age limit. I'm actually leaning more towards the Arizona Trail anyways, but I wouldn't do the whole trail. If I did the PCT, it'd just be like probably the last 400 miles south. I wouldn't try to do the whole trail. It'd just be starting my trip with some hiking and camping and then getting down into Mexico. I wouldn't want to do the whole trail. I just do like a little part of it. If I did Arizona or the PCT, I'd probably start it in October. So I'd probably kick off the whole venture in October. Maybe September. They just started PCR and COVID tests before you can enter the UK. It's starting again. I hope not. Javelinas in Arizona. What are javelinas? I don't know what that means. Levin Bravo says you have 16, 70-year-olds completing the PCT every year. Yep. Oh, wild pigs. Huh. Yeah, you also got coyotes. Do wild pigs attack humans? You also got rattlesnakes, scorpions, and coyotes. And bears, I think, too, in some parts of Arizona. Brown bears and black bears. Dang, man. How am I going to do the Arizona Trail then? Sounds like all kinds of hazards. And just the water is a hazard, running out of water. Only if you attack. Yeah, that's what I thought. Only if you attack their young. Why would you do that? So, Racket Tech says, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do that. Yeah, we talked about all kinds of stuff today. History, we talked to some ladies. We talked about different YouTubers. It's kind of, what I like to talk about. We talk about travel plans. Travel ideals. We talk about different stuff. That reminds me, I need to buy a cigarette because you always get people asking you for a cigarette on the streets, especially in the cities. So before I get to Cincinnati, I need to buy some pack of cigarettes to hand out to people. Because you get an interesting conversation. The people that ask for cigarettes are the people you'll get in interesting conversations with. They have a story. They have stories to tell. Yeah, this is kind of wanting me to do that whole trip, that around the world trip. That could last anywhere from 2.5 to 5 years, depending on how slow I go and how many countries I visit. And as long as I can finance it through YouTube, I don't see a reason not to do it, because I have no choice but to finance it. I don't have any other source of income. Like I don't get a pension, so it'd have to be That's why traveling cheap would make that easier. The cheaper you travel, the more sustainable that trip would be, the more viable it would be. Now, if I happen to make a lot of money with that trip, say I'm making $3,000 a month on ad revenue, and I'm only spending $1,000, then I just save the money for retirement. So that would be good too. I still keep traveling on $1,000 a month, even if I was making more than that, a lot more than that. But I think 1,000 is a good figure. But if I was struggling with, with the income on the ad revenue, I could always just do some streaming and stuff, mix it up a little bit. Do like a marathon stream every week or something. When you know you got good internet. Do I still drink sugar water? Yeah, I just had some soda pop. That's carbonated sugar water. It's just sugar and carbonated water and some little bit of flavoring. Yeah, you need about 1 million to 2 million views probably a month to make $3,000 a month. But if you're posting a video every day and going to all these different countries and you start getting viewers from all these different countries or people interested in those countries. Remember, every country you go to has two things. You got the locals who are interested. These are how a lot of travel vloggers catch fire, because they hit all these different places. So when you go to India, you got the locals who are interested in seeing a local vlogger, and then you have people interested in foreigners who want to travel to that country. Same thing in like Malaysia, or same thing in Peru. It's true for every country. So there's always people interested in that country. Maybe they have a girlfriend from that country, or they're online dating, or they have family. They live in America, but they have family from that country. There's always like people interested in that country. And then there's the locals too. So every time you go to a new country, you're potentially tapping into new demographics. So that's how a lot of travel vloggers catch on to like a pretty big subscriber base and views, is because they tap into all these different audiences. Yeah, India is on top of my list. It's just complicated to get a visa. Yeah, tap is an English language word. Look it up. Like tapping a well for water. Do I get any help from the government in America, Charlie? No, I've always been self-financed. I've told you guys that many times. Everything I've done has always been self-financed through my own entrepreneurial things. Yeah, like tap that ass. Yeah, it can be tap dancing. Hey, big ups, John Paul. Thank you for the 25 Polish zlotys. He says, what is everyone's favorite Southeast Asian movies? I saw City of Ghosts recently, set in Cambodia, written and directed by Matt Dillon. Great movie. I think I seen that a little bit of that a long time ago. I wouldn't mind checking that out again. Yeah, big ups. Thank you for the 25 Polish there. Big ups, John Paul. Do I have, I don't know what 401k is, what that means. No, I've never owned any stocks or anything, so I don't know. Never owned Bitcoin, crypto. I'm just a peon. Thank you very much, John Paul. Big ups, man. What are my favorite Southeast Asian movies? All the Vietnam War movies are pretty good. Apocalypse Now, Deer Hunter. Even though that's like Vietnam War era, it can still be pretty good. Those are all pretty good. What else? What are some good Thailand movies? Yeah, Full Metal Jacket. Those are all movies about the Vietnam War. That's pretty good. What else? I can't think of too many movies about Philippines and Thailand. What about Bali? Any movies about Bali? Can't really think of many either. Yeah, Seven Samurai is awesome, but that's like Japanese. That's 1950s. I actually really like Japanese cinematography. I don't mind reading the text. Japanese movies. I like the old ones too, from the 50s, 60s, 70s. Not just that guy that made that movie. His name is Akira Asara, I think, or something like that. He's one of the most famous directors, not just in Japan, but he's considered one of the best directors ever, movie creators. He's made a lot of, I like a lot of his stuff. Seven Samurai is one of his most famous movies, but he's done a lot of great stuff. But there's a lot of obscure movies. I don't know, Japan has always been a fascinating country. The culture, the cinematography, especially the old stuff's very good. 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. I don't like the newer stuff. It's like 80s and back. I've watched a lot of Japanese movies. Yeah, Kurosawa. Akira Kurosawa. He's a... If you never watched The Seven Samurai, watch it. What's my most valuable asset? Yeah, probably the iPhone and my cameras. I've never watched Ong Bak. Yeah, I love Kickboxer is great. Some of the 1980s martial arts. That was set in Thailand. That was actually filmed in Thailand. Walking the streets of Siam. That was a song. Walking the streets of Siam. They had some good music in that movie. I just watched that movie recently. Kickboxer with Jean-Claude Van Damme. It was set in Thailand. It was about a Muay Thai guy. American kickboxer. He got his ass kicked. And he got paralyzed by a Muay Thai kickboxer. And his brother wanted to avenge his brother's, because he was dirty too. He was already down, and he came down and put an elbow on his back and broke his back. So his brother, Jean-Claude Van Damme, wanted to avenge him, but he wasn't good enough, so he had to train. He was training in Thailand with the master, and eventually he got good enough, and he beat. My really big complaint, it's what I really hate about that movie. It was an awesome movie, but the last fight scene was horrible. It's like they just gave up on the fight. They didn't even try to make it. They should have made, make a good fight scene. It's competitive. But like Jean-Claude Van Damme, like this guy was supposed to be amazing, the guy he was fighting, and he just like, Van Damme just completely kicked his ass. So like that was not realistic. It was a terrible, the end fight scene was anticlimactic. It was like they just gave up at the end of the video, and they didn't want to really put a lot of work into it. But the movie, other than that, was pretty good. If you could look past the ending fight scene. Yeah, Bloodsport is pretty good too. That was set in Hong Kong. A lot of the martial arts movies were all set in Hong Kong. A lot of Bruce Lee's movies. Also, some of the Bruce Lee movies too were good. Yeah, that stuff was all set in Hong Kong. Yeah, Bloodsport, but Kickboxer's kind of cheesy. Like I said, the end fight scene, but it's set in Thailand. It's a good movie. It's good. Those two movies were what propelled Jean-Claude, because he wasn't like he was just kind of like a karate guy, bodybuilder, and he wasn't much of an actor. But Bloodsport and Kickboxer were just two budget movies. Like they had a low budget, and they were super popular. Like they were, so that's why they started putting them in all these movies afterwards. But those were in the late 80s. They were just kind of B-roll movies, budget movies, and they were B movies, and they made millions and millions of dollars. He became an international superstar in those movies. But before that, he was kind of a, he wasn't real big. You never heard of Kickboxer or Bloodsport? Yeah, they're classics. They're martial arts classic movies from the 80s. Jean-Claude Van Damme. They were both set in Asia. Also, it spurred a lot of interest in Asia, I think, those movies. Have I watched Ong Bak? I've watched a little bit, not too much. He's a famous Thai martial artist, and he released a number of movies. But yeah, I haven't really sat through one of his movies. I have watched some Thai movies at the movie theater and stuff, and some good ones. There's a lot of good Thai movies out there, and they got English subtitles. I just I didn't get a chance to watch Ong Bak for some reason. I do want to watch him someday. Yeah, like I really like the whole Asia thing. You know, like I kind of want to start a series in Bangkok, kind of like kickboxer, but like my just, just living in Thailand, but moving in Bangkok this time. Cheap lifestyle. I'll get the rice cooker. I'll get a cheap room. Studying Muay Thai. Learning more about the Thai culture and language. Looking for a wife or a girlfriend. That's very appealing to me in Bangkok. Meeting other expats and friends and making a video series about that. This time instead of Pattaya in Bangkok. I'd be kind of like the kickboxer, but my own, the cheap Charlie kickboxer. But that's very appealing to me too, because I've learned a lot about Bangkok the last year researching, and there's a lot of very interesting exotic stuff you can about it. That's the canals, the boats, all kinds of stuff. You don't see the stuff. You just go to Sukhumvit, which is what I did often. I never spent much time in Bangkok, so I think it'd be so I'm kind of torn what to do next, whether to do a around the world trip or just move to Bangkok. You could do that series also in Cambodia, because they have Cambodia. You can do it in Burma. They got Le Thuai, or you could do it in Cambodia. They got Cambodian kickboxing, or even Vietnam. So you don't have to necessarily, but I want to do a series like that. Move to a big Asian city. Get all the the 80s music, like the synthesizer music. This is a thought I have in my head. Hey, big ups, SF guy. Thank you for the $10, man. Cheers. Thank you for the $10. SF guy, second super chat here. Sarah Fisher says, I should do that. I would like to see you in Thailand. I think the same could be done. It doesn't have to necessarily be in Thailand. It could be done in Saigon. It has to be like in a big exotic Asian city. Could be done in Burma, potentially. Could be done in Cambodia. And just live there, live a cheap lifestyle, stay off the booze, make some friends, meet some ladies, be like a martial artist, study and try to be like a badass, really get good in fighting, and even have some boxing matches. I would even, if I did that, I would get in the ring with people, with other kickboxers and stuff. So I think that would be an epic series. I mean, it would be an epic vlogging series. And I live on like $500 a month. Very simple, eating Thai foods, going to the markets. Of course, I don't have any friends in Bangkok. I have to try to meet some new friends. Most of my friends are in Pattaya. Sean, I know he wouldn't want to live in Bangkok, for example. He's happy where he's at. Most of the people I've met over the years, they all go to Pattaya. They don't go to Bangkok. All the friends I met. Yeah, PSC is also in Pattaya. Everybody knows in Pattaya. So I think the series would have to be in Bangkok and the surrounding provinces for it to work well. 40K Ben says Bangkok gets hella boring. Not my lifestyle, like I said, I wouldn't be drinking or hang out in Sukhumvit. I'd kind of be more like exploring the city, focused on fitness and martial arts, and just vlogging that and living cheap. And then also a social life, any friends I meet, any ladies, maybe dating a little bit. I'd be living a little more of a normal life with the exotic backdrop, But Bolt of Bean says, I would avoid a real boxing match at all costs, Charlie, even with 5 years of training. Yeah, but I want to do like the kickboxer, where I train very well. And I might get in the ring, obviously not the best. I mean, just get back in the ring with amateurs or the lower end. It would be like the vlog version of kickboxer or blood sport, you know, with me being Jean-Claude Van Damme. I'd even have a dance scene, the cheesy dance scene. It was like, I would make a vlog version of those movies. The same type of like 80s music. I have to find the master trainer. You know, he would be in the videos. But that's how I'd want to live too. It's not like just to make a video about it. That's something I wouldn't mind doing. Just living a normal lifestyle, really focused on training and fitness. I get a Muay Thai visa. I work on learning Thai more. Hey, those guys might have been Thai running by. They sound like they might have been Vietnamese or something. They're Asian. Yeah, I have to be running like they are. Yeah, I need to find something like the right gym. I have to find like an underground gym. Like it have to be real old school type of gym. Like it's because you got to think about the video. If I just go to like a real modern, clean place, it would suck. That would not be very good. It have to be like, yeah, it'd have to be real old school. Like find like a master and. Yeah, they may have been Cambodian or Vietnamese. They're definitely Southeast Asian. I heard their language. Yeah, the old school, they get up like 6 in the morning, crack of dawn, and they start running. The old school Muay Thai kickboxers, they got them in Isan and stuff in different parts. Usually they're in the countryside. I don't know if they would have one of these old school gyms in Bangkok. They might. But yeah, they start running first thing in the morning, and then they train for like 5 hours a day. They kick the banana trees with their shins all day, you know, for like an hour. They do kicks on the banana tree. I think if you put your mind to it and you get in shape to start, anybody can do this, you know. So that ideal of that is very appealing to me as well. So I don't know what I'll be doing next, but right now I'm just kind of live streaming in America, trying to get in shape and, you know, make a little bit of money from the live streaming. Go from there. I think I'm getting old, but I'm not too old to do something like that. In your early 40s, if you really work hard, you know, you're not going to be a pro or anything, but you can get in really good shape. And, you know, my physique would have to be really good too, like just really cut, like ripped, shredded as hell. That would be part of the whole part of the, you know, it would be part of the, how I say it, the clout of the channel, you know, and the videos. If you look like shit, and you're trying to be like a Muay Thai fighter, and you got, you know, belly and stuff and neck rolls, yeah, it's not going to work. So you have to be really shredded. But if you are really shredded, you know, then that opens some doors, and then you're in shape. Yeah, I think I'm not too old to do something like that. I missed the boat when I was younger. I didn't do it. Still might have an opportunity. I think Bangkok would be the perfect city for it. Also, South Vietnam would be excellent. But I don't know what kind of martial arts traditions they have. Maybe I could go just to each country, like live in each country for like 6 months and study their martial arts tradition and live very cheaply and vlog it. But I don't know what tradition Vietnam has of martial arts. I don't think they have one. I know Cambodia does, and Burma does. It's called Le Thai. In Thailand, it's Muay Thai. And then what? I don't think Vietnam or Indonesia or Malaysia have one. Now, most martial arts comes from China and Japan, like kung fu, karate, all that stuff. It comes from the. I don't think Vietnam has a tradition. Yeah, in Brazil they have jiu-jitsu. Hey, Andrew G in the chat, big ups. Met him at Sexy Bar. Look, there's not many things you can vlog in this world, you know, and keep it interesting. Martial arts, fitness, fighting, all that stuff. That is one thing. It's the training, the progression. It's either that or it's just jumping around from country to country, place to place, and filming, vlogging. But like I said, my vlogs wouldn't just be that. It'd be my lifestyle too, living in Thailand, the people, the streets, the food, living accommodations, the day-to-day interactions, the B-roll, street photography. I'd have all of that in my videos as well. But the running theme would be like the training to be the ultimate warrior. But I could go live in Burma for a while, learn Le Thai. They allow headbutts in Le Thai. Muay Thai, Le Thai is like hardcore. That's the Burmese kickboxing, Burma, Myanmar. It's really, really brutal sport. I could go train with the Burmese. I could train in Bangkok, train in Isan with the Thais, a hardcore camp. Go to Cambodia, train there. I think that would be an awesome. I could train maybe in Brazil, like jiu-jitsu. I could train in maybe Japan a little bit, because Japan's a home of all kinds of martial arts. Like 2-3 years, instead of 2-3 years of just jumping randomly in all these different countries, living in like 5 key martial arts countries and just studying and living cheap and living a healthy lifestyle, not drinking, getting in great shape, mingling with the ladies, and training. Maybe you can check out Jerry Prohaska. Okay, I'll check him out. Hey, Satish Kumar in the chat. Yeah, we're January 2nd, 2 more days, Independence Day. When is this going to happen? Well, it could be one of my next, if I get back to Asia, it'll happen. If I go back to Asia first, instead of going to like around the world type thing, I do one or the other. Either I go back to Asia or I do like an around the world travel. Both are going to probably last 2 to 5 years. I mean, it's July 2nd. Yeah, martial arts requires commitment and discipline. I agree. Yeah, so is fitness. So is just weightlifting requires extreme commitment and discipline if you want to make major gains at it. I might do, just for the spirit of this conversation, I might do a quick workout here because I've had a lot of rest. I got ice cream, Gatorade, so I'm feeling pretty good. We got a field right here to work out in, so I'm going to do a quick little workout. So we're going to end up doing 15 miles today plus a workout. start off with some jumping jacks here. See, I'm not really real loose here. Jumping jacks, good little warm-up exercise. A little bit of cardio. Get a little stretching in before for the next set. How's the camera angles? All right, next up I'm gonna do some, this is actually a pretty tough exercise. I'm gonna do Bulgarian split squats. You guys know what Bulgarian split squats are? This might be too high. Yeah, I gotta do them over here. That rock right there would be a good one. Good one to do it. Balance here. Toughen that look. Having a tough time doing my left side. Those are called Bulgarian split squats. Yeah, can't do it for some reason today. Kind of. Damn, can't do it today. It's kind of hard for me right now. I haven't done much general exercise. All right, let's just do some hop. Let's just do some jumping up and down. Do like 1,000 of these. It's great cardio, and you'll get a. You do 1,000 of those every day. It's great cardio, and it's great for vertical leap. You want to jump high? Do that. You guys know Ja Morant? He's one of the most famous. He's He's one of the best young basketball players in the NBA. How he got a big vertical leap was he just had one of those big tractor tires and he jumped on and off of it like 1,000 times a day. Basically, that's like the perfect height for it. So. The ball buster exercise. Great cardio too. Just this exercise alone, I could solve my cardio and improve my vertical leap. You gotta do a ton of them though. But it's hard to find, like this is the perfect elevation. If it's too much taller, it'd be too hard. If it's too small, it'd be too easy. That rock is like the perfect size. That's my Muay Thai stance. good cardio. It's kind of similar to jumping rope as well, what I was doing there. No, I don't smoke. Just got bad cardio. I gotta work on it. Hey, Justice Guy, thank you. Thank you for the 5 British pounds, man. Thank you very much. Cheers. Oh, man. All right, I'm gonna do a few more of these, then move on to some other stuff. Maybe do some upper body. Remember, we want to focus on chest and back. Problem is, there's not that many calisthenics for chest and back. Oh man, overheating. Oh man. Yeah, I've been looking for something to do some of those, because like everything I see, like a picnic bench and the seat area is too tall. That's like perfect height right there. Oh, I need that rock. Hey, big ups, Nomadic Spawn. Bonfire, barbecue, cold beers. Sounds like fun. All right, says Pal says 50 push-ups. All right, let's try to get 50 push-ups in, my dudes. Yeah, and I'll have done 14 miles of walking today. I've done about maybe 8 miles so far. So I'm getting I'm getting there. Not easy. The walking's getting easy. 14, 15 miles is getting pretty easy. It's pretty hot too out here. All right, guys, I want to show you another exercise. It's called the dynamic plank. elbows dynamic plank. Now this needs something soft on your elbows because it can tear up your elbows pretty good. All right, so this is where this fitness mat comes in. It's not just for camping, it's used for fitness. Because a lot of the great calisthenic exercises are on the ground. So put this here, get rid of the pine cones. We got a lot of pine cones here. So this is a dynamic plank. Sweating pretty good here. Have you guys ever heard of this? Yeah, there's Everywhere Be Box. He always puts up highlight videos. Big up Scuff Seam Reaper. Okay, this one's pretty tough. All right, I want to show you. This is where you get your cardio in with the calisthenics and stuff, like kind of different exercises. This is just your normal plank. Oh, shit. Oh. I'm out of shape. All these exercises were easier a month ago. These are a lot tougher than they look. Try them at home. That's called the elbows dynamic plank exercise. Try it at home, it's tough. Yeah, it's a little too hot to be doing this. All right, what else can I show you guys? Just doing a little bit, messing around. Show you guys some stuff. What else can I do? Yeah, I don't want to do anything too strenuous. The heat and the walking already. How about what's a good one to do? All right, this is pretty simple. It's a good one for your back. It's like good for your swimming, but it's good for my back. All right, this one is with your upper shoulders and your rhomboids. Here's another one that's good for your back. I'm sure I'm working up a sweat. And we'll just last thing is some push-ups. The heat's really slowing me down here. All right, guys, let's get back to walking here. You can tell me what your thoughts were. I'll read your comments. Yeah, I don't feel like doing too much. The heat's a little, you see I'm breaking a big sweat out. It's got a little bit of stuff in. Hey, Jim Jones, thank you. Thank you for the 5 quid. Cheers, man. Let me cool off here for a second. All right, my Muay Thai stance. All right, guys, let's get back to walking here. Yeah, I'm getting close to a 6-pack. I suck it in a little bit. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for the 5 quid, man. Thank you very much. Let's get back to walking here. Sure you didn't forget anything. I think I got everything. All right, let's go here. Yeah, we're getting there. It doesn't happen overnight, guys. I haven't trained hard enough. We'll get there at some point. Rail crossing. Yeah, I got some good core strength. I got to do a plank for 70 seconds. I got to work more on my like chest, back, legs. Still need a lot of work on the quads. That's why I don't have much of a vertical leap. My squat's not that good. And then I need cardio. I got a lot of fat to lose. I got a lot of work to do, my dudes. Definitely. We got a little cloud cover from the sun, so it's a nice evening to walk here. Terry Riss says, great start. Thank you. C. Chan says, baby steps. Yep, thank you very much. Well, the main thing I'm doing here, actually, some of those exercises were very hard for me to do, like the Bulgarian split squat, because I haven't really done any of that kind of stuff in like a month. Like a week prior, and I've been this trip for 3 weeks, so just a month of not doing certain things can make it hard. That's why my program was I had to do like 100 different exercises. I showed you a few there. Once every month, at least once a month. Yeah, I had some Gatorade. I'm good. I'm good on the water. Hey, thank you. Yeah, that was just a little. It's too hot to do too much working out. I got a lot to walk, but Gabby Hayes says Rome wasn't built in a day. Big ups. Thank you. All right, let's get on the road here. I might be too old, but I can give it a shot. I think might be too old to try to get real in shape. Hey, Vices G, thank you for the two quid. He says, great workout, a lot harder than it looks. Thank you very much. I'll get a lot of that stuff in the future if I do my Muay Thai training series, fitness. And it's not, of course, just not about, you guys look at Muay Thai training, it's a lot of that kind of stuff. It's a lot of planks and like leg work, like doing this, like you're kneeing the bag. Like it's a lot of cardio. It's like a lot of that kind of stuff. Not a lot of it's actual like technique. At least from what I've seen. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it seems like it's a lot of exercise, which translates well to the ring. We gotta get back to walking anyways. The only reason I did that was because I had a lot of rest there, and we were talking about martial arts and fitness, and that's feeling pretty good. I guess because all that rest I had a day of rest. So Maximilian says he's 73 and still going to the gym 3-4 weeks. You're in your prime, my dude. Awesome. Thank you for that, Maximilian, for the vote of confidence. And well done on the 73. I'm glad you guys like the workout. If I do a workout too long, you guys will get bored. But just a little bit and just doing a bunch of different things, I think was more interesting for you guys. A lot of it is cardio and endurance, like muscle endurance and cardio. So like you get those two things really strong, you can do just about anything. If you want to be like a really good Muay Thai, you notice the guys in Muay Thai or MMA, the guys in MMA that usually lose are the guys that got tired, quit first. It wasn't the guy that got knocked out or submitted. It was the guy that ran out of gas. So it's all about like the cardio, but you don't want to be just a stick. Like there's guys that run 30 miles, but they're like stick men. They got no strength. So you have to, because that's all they do is just like cardio and run. So they got no muscle. So you got to balance like your cardio and your muscle endurance with strength and power, and agility, stamina, quickness, all those things come into play. And coordination, balance, that's balance and coordination are very underrated. Hey, cheers, Vice G, thank you. Big ups. But I think I have to up the ante and train harder. If I can manage to lose about 10-15 pounds on this trip and get like a little bit more endurance, then I step it up when I start training again. And I'll go on some more hikes. I'll mix it up. Like I'll do 3 weeks of training, 3 weeks of walking, back and forth. Yeah, look how much of sweat I worked up just like 20 minutes. That wasn't that much. Doing something is better than nothing. Yeah, I agree. Hell, maybe I'll get into MMA. Do they have like a 40 plus 40 group? Over 40? They have older tournament for older people. What, like in your 40s and 50s or 45 plus? That might be something I might get into. It's a nice day for walking and camping. It's a little bit humid, but not too bad. The sun got a little bit of a partly cloudy, so the sun's not as intense. It's not beating down on you like it was the other day. And I got tree cover too, so it's a beautiful night to walk here, evening. Did I ever consider joining the military? Yeah, I thought about it once or twice. It's tough getting in shape. I mean, oh man, it takes a lot of dedication. Especially, I don't know, maybe younger it's easier, but I'm having a tough go of it, I'll admit. I think that's why, like, if I do manage to get in really good shape, it could be really inspiring as a middle-aged guy. But right now, you know, I'm a long ways from there yet. It's a birch tree. Right there is a birch tree because it drops this kind of stuff. Have I eaten larb moo? Yeah, I like larb guy and larb moo. LARB. That's one of my favorite foods. That's Isan food. Sean used to make a great larb. I prefer larb guy. It's chicken version. Moo's pork. Harley said he was in great shape in his 40s. Unfortunately, all downhill from there. Greg says, I think you're having a large lake on my left. All right, I'll check it out. No, Moo's pork. Guy is chicken. Fish is pla. How do you say beef? I forget beef. Buffalo is actually a derogatory word. I used to know all these words. If you call someone a buffalo, it's not nice. They actually call fairings buffalo and derogatory. Yeah, Nua is beef. That's right. If they're like talking bad about a fairing, they'll call you a buffalo. I forgot the name of the word. Yeah, there you go. Kwai. Kwai is like a derogatory. So if your girlfriend calls you a kwai, not good. It means like a dumb buffalo. They lead around by the nose. There's a lot of other. Yeah, Nua is beef. That's right. Goong is shrimp. Yep. What? No, I don't know if it was kwai. I think there was another word. Shit. Yeah, all my Thai slang is there's another word that I don't know, I can't remember. All right, got some flies. See, this hat has a dual purpose. You can get rid of I got some flies buzzing around me. You can get rid of mosquitoes and bugs. You're laying down, so it's pretty good for that. Oh man, I got some weird ass bugs flying around me. Flies won't leave me. I don't know, horse flies or what? I think they're horse flies. I haven't had a problem with flies not leaving me alone. It's all of a sudden, maybe it's my sweat. That's why the sweat's attracting them. Well, yeah, the endurance is like the walking is getting good. I'm getting good at walking. That's just one thing. That's just muscle endurance in your legs. Not even, I just tried doing those Bulgarian split squats. Those were pretty hard. I couldn't keep my balance. Those Bulgarian split squats are good for your balance. They hit your quads pretty good, hit your glutes. So they're, the reason they call them Bulgarian split squats is back like in the 70s and 80s, these Bulgarians were winning a lot of the weightlifting contests, like in squats and stuff. And people were trying to figure out what they were doing. And they did this weird squat that I showed you, one-legged, and you have your leg up like on a table, and you go down on one leg. And you hold weights. You can hold weights and stuff and make it more heavy or harder. And they combine that with other, squatting exercises. And so that's why I call it Bulgarian split squats. They developed a lot of strength that other lifters didn't have from adding those exercises to their routine. That's why it was called Bulgarian split squats. But I was having a tough time there maintaining my balance as I was doing it, because it does affect your balance. You're just on one leg squatting down like this, in your one leg. So they're pretty hard. No, a lunge is like this. A lunge is a completely different exercise. There's backward lunges and forward. They're good exercises, lunges, but Bulgarian split squats is its own unique thing. If you've never done it, you can try it. Probably get pretty sore the next day. You can hold some dumbbells. You can hold some heavy dumbbells in your hands to make it heavier. If it's too easy for you, you can hold like 50 pounds in each hand, 40 pounds if you have to. FSF guy says bone marrow and knees depleted. Deadlifts are good for conditioning your body. Yeah, deadlifts are great, but I gotta be watch out for them. My lower back doesn't like them. Maybe I'm not doing proper form, but big ups to Bulgaria. The Bulgarian side of the game. Hey, Haunted X, big ups, cheers. Just walking down the road here in Ohio, making our way towards Cincinnati. Almost walked across the whole state. I mean, not directly because I did shortcuts. I took some rides and some buses, but I gotta be close to 200 miles on this trip so far. Some of that was inner city walking. Like I had a day in Columbus, I just did 13 miles around the city. So not all that was on a trail, but we're getting close to 200 miles on this trip so far. What town is next? I believe it's called Wayne's World. And Truth Warrior says she's there with a friend right this moment. So I don't know if we might run into her. It's kind of a coincidence, but Boston Mike says fireworks tonight. Cool. If that's true, we'll keep the stream going all evening. Be a marathon stream. I'll probably just call it quits at Waynesville, hang out there if there's fireworks. I want to do a 25-mile day though. Maybe that'll be tomorrow before this is all over. Like one day, 25 miles. That's my goal. I haven't done 20 yet. Most I've done is 19 and a half. So. Yeah, I want to do a 25 mile, even if it like, I got to wake up real early, like 6 in the morning, we'll start the stream. And it could take me a long time to do 25. It could take me, because I don't walk very fast when I'm live streaming. And I'll take a lot of breaks. So it could take me like all day, like 15 hours to do it. But I want to get it done. Because 15 miles is getting kind of easy now. That's what I'll probably end up doing today. And I did a little bit of workout on top of that. So that's how you know you're getting like, you see these gains. Just like, your bench press goes from 100 to 120, then 140. And it's like, and the reps go up. You're doing more reps. It's like, you're seeing gains. It's not like, yeah, you look in the mirror, it might not look much more impressive, but you're making gains. That's how I feel with the walking right now. Losing a little bit of weight. And walking like huge miles is getting easier and easier. Show us a lunge. All right. Well, you could do a forward lunge or a backward lunge. Lunges can be pretty tough. They hit your glutes and hamstrings a lot. And then there's backward lunges, which are kind of hard for me. You can hold weights too. I think my knees are kind of weak. If there's one weak spot in my legs, my ankles are real strong. It's my knees are kind of, sometimes when I do that kind of stuff, my knees don't feel right. So if I have one weakness, it's my knees, my legs. So I kind of dread those kind of exercises. I can do them, but a lot of chicks like to do those because they work your glutes a lot and stuff. So a lot of chicks like to do lunges. They like to try to get a big ass. But it's a good, it's good for your balance, and it's just a good overall exercise. I mean, it's not bad. I don't like doing them that much, but wow, Waynesville has food trucks, cool. And skydivers, wow. What's this goo stuff everybody's talking about? I missed the boat on that conversation. Gabby wants to know, have I given up walking barefoot? Yeah, I haven't thought about it much. Since I lost my shoes, I kind of forgot about that. That was on day 3. I lost my shoes. But I recovered them, of course. Yeah, that's some serious chlorophyll right there in that field. There's the lake. The view of it's kind of blocked off by the shrubbery. It'd be nice to kind of take a dip in the lake, especially after that workout. I'm still kind of sweaty. I really enjoyed my river swims. If I was going to do like the hobo lifestyle long term, I didn't need to be near rivers or somewhere I could take a dip and swim. Like I said, that Mount Vernon to Danville stretch, about a 20-mile stretch, on that trail, very nice. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Like, it's kind of dreaming about a Muay Thai series, living in Bangkok, riding the canal boats, the river boats and stuff, living cheap. But that just kind of showed me how still out of shape I am. It's like, kind of humbled me a bit, that little exercise I did there. I forgot how out of shape I am. So I don't know, I gotta be pretty tough to do that kind of series. Hey, Flip for Profits, thank you so much for the $2. Happy 4th of July. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you, Flip for Profits. Appreciate the $2. Long time viewer here. Flip for Profits. Thank you very much, Flip for Profits. We have Jonesky here. Good to see you back. Getting in shape. Getting in shape is a hard lifestyle. You'll be there with this newfound dedication. Thank you very much, Jonesky. Much appreciated. Yeah, I don't know about getting in shape. I mean, I am getting in shape by this walking, but the cardio doesn't like me. Maybe I got bad lungs or heart, or I used to be kind of good cardio when I was really young, but I don't know. That's gonna be a big challenge for me. Thank you very much, Jonesky. Big ups and Flip for Profits. Cheers. Cheers, guys. We got Robert Mack in the house. Big ups, Robert Mack. I got because the sun here, I got my thing going. Got Truth Warrior, OG Billy in the house, Boston Mike, Barry Blue, SF Guy. Got a ways to walk to the next town. That is a nice lake. Unfortunately, there's a guy fishing. Unfortunately, you got this creek here that separates me. I can't really get over there. RH, big ups RH, Nomadic Spawn. No, I know, yeah, but I didn't feel robust doing those exercises. Like I couldn't do the Bulgarian split squats without losing my balance, whereas before I could. The elbow, the dynamic planks were hard. Yeah, maybe it's just because of all the walking and the heat. L8, big ups from Spain. Cheers, man. We don't get many people from the Mediterranean here. Spain, Italy, France. Liam and Joe says it takes some time. Anthony Giambavo says Cincinnati's a great town, very East Europe looking. Yeah, I'm looking. I always wanted to see Cincinnati up close. Like I've been to the airport once, and I've been to just in a Greyhound going through at night. So I haven't really got to see anything. But yeah, I've always, you know, it's in the same state, but it's basically like should be in a different state. It's like I said, I don't know anybody that ever went to Cincinnati for any reason from Cleveland, and like all my years of being in Cleveland, I can't think of one time that somebody from Cleveland said, I need to go to Cincinnati this weekend, or I'm going on a vacation in Cincinnati, or I got business to do. Never heard it in my life. So it might as well just be a different state. You know, it's like, but I've never been there. I'd like to check it out. Even though they're the two biggest cities in the state, it's kind of like, they're like 5 hours from each other by car. Just kind of like, I don't know. They don't have much connection with each other. Nice little view here. So yeah, I'm looking forward. It's a highlight here. Does Cincy still have WKRP? I don't know, that show is a TV show, right? Saying wrench for handsome man. Handsome man wants a wrench. The problem, I haven't seen Handsome Man before this trip, so I don't know where he came from. He has sent a lot of super chats, but yeah, I'll consider it. It's in consideration for a wrench. Hello. This would be a good spot to swim. Yeah, Handsome Man has been one of the MVP super chatters on this trip. Been here for a few years, but you might have had must have had a different name or something, because I don't remember that before. Should I go for a swim? I can give him a wrench. Like people were saying, Ernest Connell will give him a wrench. Like it's not. We already have a lot of mods. It's not important. I give people wrenches, but. So I gave Ernest Connell a wrench. He's been here for years, you know, but not everybody has to have a wrench. But yeah, I can. He can be on the list now. Consideration. One of the next mods. I made like 5 new mods on this trip so far. I think I was about to mod him the other day. He sent that $100 super chat. He was kind of. So yeah, I might make him a mod. Not against it. So I might go for a swim here. How was the water?
Feels good.
I was thinking about going for a swim myself.
Yeah, it feels really good.
Cool.
Deep for a while.
Yeah, it's the perfect spot to go for a swim. I'm just gonna put the camera here, guys, and set my bag down. Take my shoes off. Yeah, there is a bit of mud you gotta wade through. No big deal. Yeah, the water was a bit shallow, so I just splashed some water, got cooled off a little bit. It's pretty shallow though. I think I might just walk with my shirt off the rest of the way. Now my feet are all dirty. See here. I could use some leaves to get off the dirt on my feet. Pick some foliage here. Yeah, because I don't want to get my socks to get all dirty. My shoes. It's probably about as best I get them. You know, a lot of what I did, exercising, was a lot of like bench pressing, and I felt like I didn't use my time the best for the pandemic time I had, the downtime, you know. And you get travel and stuff, it gets harder to, could have done a lot better job. But if I don't travel, if I just go live somewhere like in Bangkok, then just I can dedicate myself to that, you know. Just vlogging and living cheap, trying to find a girlfriend, and fitness. And I think if I'm traveling, I'm not going to have the ability or time or wherewithal to do hardcore exercising. You really got to devote yourself to it. Yeah, it's a lifestyle. Alpha 101 in the chat. Big ups. Alpha 101. Yeah, double alpha males in the chat here. Big ups, my dudes. Yeah, not drinking frees up a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of energy. It's something you could put to raising a family, putting into a business or career, putting into working out. All that money, time, and energy, life force you're spending on drinking, you can switch to something else, you know. So I'm happy I'm not drinking. I made one good step in the right direction. Still not there in the fitness yet. But like, there's a lot of people that enjoy drinking on a casual basis. If you have that power, that's good for you. That's probably healthy for you, you know. It's healthy for your, they say some drinkers live longer, you know, because they're socialized more. And then, you know, there's some nice health benefits to a mild drinking, moderate drinking. But I was more of a binge drinker. So I drink and then I'd be hungover the next day. And it costs you money too. So you're just having a couple beers, couple glasses of wine, three or four beers, 2 wines. Yeah, you're all right. The mezcal experiment was actually going really well. Like, I just woke up every day with no hangover. I was drinking quality mezcal. I wasn't over drinking. I just kick back at the end of the live stream every day in Mexico and drink some mezcal. Maybe 1 or 2 beers with it. It was nice. It was working good. So I wouldn't say the mezcal experiment failed. I say I failed the mezcal experiment. The mezcal experiment didn't fail me. Because and all the times I got too drunk in Mexico, it wasn't from mezcal. It was either from tequila or beer, or both. Hey, how's it going? Micheladas are good too because it if you're just doing beer, it cuts the beer alcohol percentage real low to like 3%. So, you know, the Michelada experiment could work. I used to do that in Thailand when I was trying to control my drinking in Thailand. I do the Heineken I always liked Heineken. I cut it with soda water and ice. And soda water is a carbonated water, so it's like really half beer. You cut that in half. You mix a bottle of soda water with a bottle of ice, and I'd sit there at Sexy Bar and just drink that slowly. You drink like 3 beers that way over a long period of time, mixed with soda water and ice cubes. It's a nice, cold, refreshing beverage. So that is one way to do it. But eventually, all those experiments run off the rails at some point. So best thing is just abstinence for me. Hey, Jessica Tripliv in the chat. Big ups. Jessica Tripliv. Yeah, I just saw her. Just saw her now. I don't see everybody or see all the comments all the time. A lot of times I miss out on comments. Yeah, it's more than just the come down is more than just a physical. It's a psychological effect too, especially as a live streamer, because like you made a total ass of yourself, and you know what did I do that day, and it's like it's a lot more than just there's a psychological and physical come down, you know, and you're totally hungover. Yeah, it's like hell on earth next couple days. That's why I quit drinking. But you know, some people can drink without that problem, and I commend them for that. Yeah, alcohol doesn't suit everyone. Yeah. Oh man. Mixed beer with M150. So for profits in the house, big ups. Looks like we got another cornfield here on the right. This wouldn't be a bad place to camp. Just right here, down here. See, the problem is you could get run over by a tractor. Hey, how's it going? You can camp right down here. You might have a tractor run you over in the morning. You're too stealth. But corn's very healthy today. Testero says my neck looks very thyroidical. Yeah, it used to be worse. I used to have a problem 4 or 5 years ago, and the alcohol seemed to aggravate it. That was another reason I had to quit drinking, because I had like a thyroid issue with my neck that would be aggravated by the alcohol. So I was trying to quit alcohol for a long time. I finally did, going on 17 months. So yeah, it's not planning on starting back up anytime soon, if ever. Like I said, I mean, I would be tempted on the around the world trip, a little bit of social drinking here and there, but might not be able to do that. I don't know. That's if I do the around the world trip. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be tempted in the future, but I'm going on 17 months. Pretty good. Lawn Pizza says, keep it up. 17 months is good. Haunted X says, when you remind me, that was a huge test for not drinking. Yeah. You know, the thing was, I didn't really feel that tempted to drink in Miami. I don't know why. But I have a few times here at some of the bars and stuff, like at that place in Mount Vernon. I felt tempted to get some Guinness or something. It's hit me a few times, but nothing major. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on the wagon. February 15th, so we're going on 17. Another couple of weeks will be 17 months. February 15th was the last time I drank. As I got knocked out that night, lost all my stuff. Didn't lose my camera, thankfully, GH5, because that was in my hotel room. Hey, thank you, DB Explorer. DB Explorer, good guy in the chat, been around a long time. I can make him a mod. You know, it's not like a mod is not a favoritism thing or something like that. You know, it's not a club clique. It's just maybe I will make those guys mods, Handsome Man and DB Explorer at some point. But DB Explorer has never expressed an interest to be a mod, and so we got like 70 mods probably right now. I'm sure there'll be a few more here and there down the road, but you know, I had to make Truth Warrior and Greg mods. I just met those guys this week, but they were instrumental. Like, they were important because somebody could have done a fake Greg and said, "Hey, I'm here to pick you up," this or that. Like, they could have thrown a lot of. So I had to make them mods for verification purposes. You know, they could have thrown a lot of monkeys in the wrench, the trolls, pretending they were one of those people, Truth Warrior or like a fake Truth Warrior, for example. So for 2 days each, 2-3 days, I mean, both Greg and Michelle, or you know, Greg and Michelle and Truth Warrior were very instrumental people on this trip, you know. So, but Nicole and Jeremy, yeah, we got a lot of mods. I think we're good there. But yeah, we might make Handsome Man, like Lefty all around. He's been around for a long time. A lot of people in the chat been around, but yeah, it's not a clique or anything. A fake Handsome Man could come in the chat. That's the other problem, is I don't know if I make someone mine, I have to make sure it's the real Handsome Man. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, we're good on the mods for the moment. Lefty all around says he would appreciate that. All right, Lefty wants to be a mod. I'll make him a mod. He's been around a long time. Handsome Man wants to be a mod. Probably make him a mod. I just don't know if that's the real Handsome Man. It's because whenever I see somebody asking for a mod, I get suspicious. Like, it could have been a fake Handsome Man coming in the chat and then requesting mod status. So, all right, he did $1 super chat. Thank you for that. It's probably a real one. I'll go with it here. Okay, add a moderator. So Handsome Man is now a moderator. Big ups. But we have a pretty, he says having too many mods is a big mistake. Well, we've had a pretty good balance with the moderation. DB Explorer is glad to mod. All right, we'll make DB Explorer. He's been around a long time. I mean, he's always been. Okay, I just made DB Explorer a mod. He wants to be a mod. That's good. So we got 3 new mods here: Lefty, Handsome, and DB Explorer. But there's no obligation to mod. You don't have to mod just because you have a wrench. There's no obligations or... there's no responsibility attached to it because we have plenty of mods. So if somebody's not modding, you know, like most people aren't there in the chat, but there's bound to be somebody who is. So, you know, don't worry about it. Yeah, most of the mods stuck in Florida, he knows most of the mods are pretty chill. We don't ban people too much. If there's anybody that bans people more than anybody, it's probably me. I've done like, so. Mike, big ups. Thanks for the $5. Yeah, Mike's a longtime viewer. Thank you very much for that, Mike. Yeah, Greg, there's no, if you don't want a mod, I could take it away. If you feel like you're not enjoying my stream, you know, because I used to feel that way having a mod, like lessen my enjoyment of watching a stream. So if you don't like it, I could take that from you, no problem. It's up to you, but it's like I said, there's no obligation attached to moderating. You just like you're somebody in a chat, like anybody, you know. Big ups, Mike. Does Mike want to be a mod too? We can make Mike a mod if he wants to be. Yeah, I mean, Greg might not like being a mod. I can understand that. He says, Mike says, I would, I'd never been, but I'd be good, proud. All right, we can make Mike a mod here. Carl Kenyon says, don't mod me, it's work. Like I said, like, yeah, there's no obligations being a mod. We got tons of mods, so, and they're all pretty good too. All right, just made Mike a mod. Yeah, I'd like to keep Greg as a mod. He's really, he's a legend on the live stream. Like, so, he did so much for me. You know, my foot was injured. He came out, drove out like 45 minutes, picked me up. He drove me to that trail that was a long ways from New Philadelphia, the next trail. I mean, let me stay at his place a couple nights, cook dinner. I mean, Michelle and Greg, man, like them and Truth Warrior were like the heroes. I mean, there's been a lot of people that helped, but you know, Road Dogg, Dylan, but those two in particular, they were the heroes. But if anybody sees a mod get out of line, like the mods, because the mods can see somebody that's going on a banning spree or something, let me know. Like Stuck in Florida, he would see, or if anybody's getting out of line, going crazy. Walking's starting to get to me a little bit. Probably didn't need to do that exercise, but I'm just kind of testing myself, you know, see, yeah, today's a pretty good walking day, some heat, just see what I can handle. I wasn't able to handle much. Let me see how many miles I did today. Do 26,000 steps, 11.7 miles. So, and see how close we're getting to the next town. The next town's about 3 or 4 miles. We got a ways to walk still. And apparently when we get to Waynesville, there's a party going on, 4th of July. Fireworks, food trucks, so hell yeah. This could be an epic stream. We're up to, and Truth Warrior said she's there with a friend. So all the way from Columbus, she's in Waynesville. We might need to get some power somewhere if this is gonna be a marathon. I haven't done a 12-hour stream in a while. Most of my streams have been around 10. We might even go 14 hours today. How much power we got here? Just about out a little bit. How much power we got in the phone? Not fully charged. There's a little bit of power left in here. So yeah, we got ways to go. And if I get to Waynesville, I can probably do some charging too. So we should probably be good. I could probably do a 13, 14 hour stream. today. We're going on 500 minutes, 507 minutes. That's like 8.5 hours. Anytime you get a festival going or like a party, that's always a good place to camp because there's going to be other people like camping and stuff. You just throw your bivvy down and tent or whatever you have, and you know, anytime you got a big festival or event, you just camp among. But the hard time in that time is like people waking you up and stuff, like because there's people drunk, stumbling around, stuff like that. So that's usually the challenge. Like there's always a silver lining when it comes to camping. You know, you thought the campground was a good place. No, there's like 300 raccoons. You know, there's always. It's hard to get the perfect night's sleep camping because there's always something that's gonna set you back. Then I had the sun in my face when I was trying to sleep in when the raccoons. That didn't work, you know, because the sun was in my face. So yeah, it's camping is definitely a skill. Not a silver lining, but what's the word? What's the negative of a silver lining? Is a positive thing. What's a negative of the silver lining? Shitstorm. Shit hits the fan. Yeah, now there's all kinds of good places to camp. Back here would be good. There's farms way over there with a farmhouse. Ain't nobody gonna see you back here. Yeah, there's a lot of. See, I told you guys, when the camping places are good, it's like one after the other. Then you go like 10, 15 miles, there's nothing. That's how Ohio is. You can camp back here in the field probably, as long as the tractor doesn't run you over in the morning. I remember back at Danville, there was a lot of good places to stealth camp. I passed them all up to get to the town to get some food. But like 2-3 miles before you got to Danville, there was a lot of good places. Hash Brown says, just don't go on someone's property. I think when you stealth camp, you're always kind of on somebody's property, but you're trying to be as inobtrusive, not bother anybody, and they don't bother you. Kind of not be seen, get up in the morning and go. So early in the morning, no harm done, you know. Just on somebody like that corner of that field up there by the trail, that's somebody's property probably, but you're not sleeping on the farmland. It's just kind of a open area. Yeah, let's just don't get caught. I think if you're gonna do stealth camping and a lot of like the sides of farmers' fields and stuff in the middle, bring a little American flag and put it by your bivvy. People, and maybe it says hiker below it, you know, hiker, through hiker or something. So people understand, because if a farmer gets up in the morning, he's walking around, or a hunter or something, or with the shotgun, and he comes across you, I think if they see that, they're gonna, okay, this guy's just passing through. You just need a place to sleep. That's my tip. Have a little American flag and have a say, maybe a little sign that says, you know, a little on the flag says, just passing through, hiking America or something. Once people, they just want to know you're not like a pest and you're squatting on their property or something. You're just passing through one night. That's my recommendation. Like that dude that hiked across the UK from Land's End to the Scott O'Groats or whatever it's called. Land O'Groats. Land's End to something, Isle of Groats. All the way across the UK. He said he mostly stayed in farmers' fields the whole time. And the farmers didn't even know he was there. Oat O'Groats. John O'Groats, yeah, from Land's End. It's one end of the British Isle to the other. So it's like from Cornwall, the very far left corner, all the way to the tip of Scotland. It's a long journey to walk. John O'Groats, from John O'Groats to Land's End. It's the farthest distance you can walk in the UK. And there's a guy on YouTube that did it. He's a good, really good vlogger. He's an English guy or Scottish guy, one of the two. He had a big backpack. He just walked across the whole country. He didn't go much into detail what he ate. I always like the details, but he made some great vlogs. Froggy says, ladies want more than muscles. They want a sharp dressed man. I think you gotta get the muscles first, or a little bit, because then the clothes are gonna look better on you. So, yeah, John O'Groats. Yeah, the details are important. Surf Dog says a lot more people will be banning their cars and walking as America collapses. Yeah, I don't know about that. If America collapses, the world's collapses probably. See, this town, it could take me 14, 15 miles just to get to this town. And then if I hang out here tonight, that could be an additional 4 miles just walking around the town, attending the fireworks, 3-4 miles on top of that. The town walking can be significant as well. Today could be an 18-mile day or something, which is a lot, but I want to get in a 25-mile day. I was thinking I might do that tomorrow. If I get a good night of rest tonight. 25 miles will about get me to Cincinnati, in the Cincinnati area. Maybe I just if I do 25 miles and then I stay somewhere for the night and then just take a lift in downtown Cincinnati in the morning. And what is it? Today's July 2nd. So if I do 25 tomorrow, that will get me in Cincinnati on July 4th. Because I did 15 today. It said we had like 55 miles. So 15 got me down to 40. 25 will get me down to 15 left. So basically 15 miles left. You're kind of in the urbanized area. You probably get a Lyft ride for about 25 bucks or something and just skip the last 15. Yeah, I didn't do too good in the camping, I'll admit that, but I think I did pretty well in the hiking. So I had a victory and a defeat. I did do some camping though, and I am, part of what it was about getting comfortable, like confidence with camping. I got a bit more confidence, but I'm not real good at it yet. But I do feel more. I camped 5 times, 3 of which were stealth camping, and 2 in campgrounds. So I don't think there's many people in America that can say they stealth camped 3 times last year or last 10 years. And some major farms around here. So I do count that as a small victory, but it's just a small one because, like I said, I didn't do enough camping, especially if I skip ahead of Cincinnati. I do 25 miles tomorrow. But the hiking, I consider it's a victory. I did a pretty good job hiking a lot. Learned some important lessons on the way, yeah. No problem, Robert S. Yeah, we need some critics in the chat. I don't mind your critics. I mean, you're good, Robert. You don't have to retract the message. You've been a very valuable member of the chat. You know, sometimes I got a little testy with you before, but you know, it's no problem. Yeah, I told you I didn't do that good of a job of camping. I agree. I mean, a lot of you guys That's why I was pretty demoralized that raccoon situation. I was like, man, yeah, really, it was kind of my own fault. I was kind of stupid about it, you know. Look at this beautiful farm. Ari says this was a learning experience from the start. You learned a lot. Yeah, it's a good experience. But like I said, Cincinnati's probably going to be, we might spend a couple days in Cincinnati just exploring the city. So I've always wanted to visit there. And then that's probably going to be it until about July 20th. And then we'll be going on a new venture. Yeah, I definitely learned my lesson about the food and nature. Don't underestimate nature. Yeah, we got a few miles to get to Waynesville. OG Billy says about 4. And some really impressive farms in this area here. How much money have I spent? I've spent quite a bit. I mean, 2 nights I stayed with Greg and Michelle. I didn't have to pay anything. They let me stay in their spare bedroom. 5 nights of camping. A lot of walking, so I haven't paid much for transportation. But still, the 13 nights of hotels I have stayed, or 12 nights, that's quite a bit. Usually about 80 a night. So, and then food, a lot of money in food. So yeah, it's a bit of expense, but I made a lot of super chats. I made a good profit, so. Made a good profit, but I've spent quite a bit. But every day has been pretty much in the profit margin. So I had the cheapest hotel I had was that first 2 nights in Macedonia. I took the day off the second day. It was like $50 a night. That was a pretty good deal. It's hard to find that though. Like it's usually between 70 and 80 a night, the cheap motels. Yeah, probably more than 1,500. But yeah, maybe something around there, close to that. I don't know exactly how much, but yeah, the ATM scam cost me $300. I had a Greyhound scam, cost me $50. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff. Like I said, if you want to make money doing this, you got to plan to do it at least about 6 to 8 hours minimum. It's just like a job. You got to put in hour after hour. If I just did 2-3 hours a day, I wouldn't have made much. But if you do the more hours, there's people come on, like there's the Aussies come on different times, the Brits come on, the Europeans, Americans come on different times. Sometimes they get off work, they come watch for an hour or two. So people come on at different times. You have different audiences throughout the course of the day. And then the longer you go, the more stuff that happens. So you gotta be willing to do this for about, if you want to make money at it, like I said, minimum 6 to 8 hours. And then you gotta be willing to go outside and stream. Those 2 things, if you do it consistently, I think you'll make money. Especially if you already have an audience. But it's not easy. And you get tired of streaming too. You get kind of burnt out a little bit on streaming after about a couple weeks. It's probably just good to just take a day off here and there, Oh yeah, hash brown. Yeah, you missed that. I got scammed by an ATM. I put my card in, they took $300 from my bank account. They didn't give me any money. And then Greyhound kind of scammed me, Greyhound Bus Company in Columbus, Ohio. I think there was one other one I forgot about. Sometimes the hotels will scam you. I don't think that happened this trip, but they'll take like 50 or 100 deposit and they never get back to you. Room deposit, that might have happened. I don't know, because you're kind of moving around a lot and you're always checking in different hotels. You don't know if, did this hotel 12 days ago ever give me that money back? You gotta make a list and keep track of this stuff and everything, you know. Yeah, I'm wearing the $18 socks now. These are actually really good socks. Like I said, those are quality. So Balenciaga socks, I don't think they're just a high price, but as you got to pay for quality. See, my goal with the bodybuilding is I want the rest of my body. My calves are pretty impressive. People say they see the calves. I want the rest of my body to be like my calves. That's what I want, you know. See, yep. Pretty good calves walking. I want everything else to be like my calves. I know it might sound vain, but that's my goal. Oh yeah, the raccoons got me for 25 bucks. Yeah, I bought all that food to cold soak. Yeah, raccoon scam. Yeah, this trail is getting really nice with all these big farms. These are really impressive farms. So you're getting more into the farm belt now. That's Western Ohio. Western Ohio is all farms. I don't want to get on a big fitness thing again, but in diet. But you guys ever heard of Mike Mentzer? He was one of the best bodybuilders in the 80s, most muscular and stuff and biggest. And he could have been a world champ, but I've been watching this YouTube video. He did a lot of like in-depth analysis and studies. He said to put on 10 pounds of muscle mass, he broke it down and did a study, math, because he was a pretty intelligent guy. He said to put on 10 pounds of muscle mass in a year, you only need 16 extra calories per day on average, and 1 gram of protein out of that. Apparently there's 4 calories, 1 gram of protein. So you only need 1 extra gram of protein and 16 extra grams of calorie, or 16 extra calories than what you normally eat per day for a whole year to put on 10 pounds of muscle. So it's not really the food that's keeping you back. You just need eat maybe a tiny bit more, you know, than what you usually eat. It's really we got these guys sloshing down these protein powders and stuff and thinking they need hundreds of grams of protein every day. He said you only need 1 extra gram of protein and 16 extra calories to put on. And 10 pounds of muscle is a lot. That's a lot in 1 year to put on. So you don't need a whole lot of extra food. But this is for Mike Mentzer, and he kind of broke it down in analysis. So it's more, I think, in the exercise, not so much in the food, the diet, that you put on a lot of muscle. Yeah, it's a huge money-making industry, and these guys get rich off of it. You know, they can't walk away from it. They can't, the protein powder, protein myth. But Mike Mentzer was a monster. He was, and this guy broke it down. So if you really study the guys that didn't really have a financial incentive, of course, he took steroids and stuff, and you wouldn't lie about, you know, he passed away, but this was all from like the 80s. This is before in the market, you know, but back then there was a big protein drink industry. It used to be in all the magazines and stuff. People would order from the magazines. Back then everything was through magazines. But I mean, it can't help to eat a little bit extra more. So maybe eat an extra egg than you normally would every day. That's like 6 grams of protein right there. Or just, but it can't hurt is what I mean. If you eat, but just 16 calories and 1 extra gram of protein is enough to put on 10 pounds of muscle in a year, he said. Now it can't hurt to order extra, but this is why these guys get fat. The big bodybuilders get fat because they're consuming all this, protein powders and massive amounts of food, calories, and they're not even like working out that much. They're more in, So I think it's more about the workout. Depends on your T levels. Bro science, my dudes. I8 says you need a minimum of one gram of protein per kilogram. Yeah, but you get guys saying you need 1 gram of protein per pound. That's like an insane amount of protein per day. Like, so if say you weigh 200 pounds, they say you need 200 grams of protein. That's ridiculous. What you're saying is about half that much. So if you're 200 pounds, you need about 100. That's not like, that's high, but it's not like crazy high that some people claim, Like, that's like a steak, 4 or 5 eggs, a glass of milk, and just some protein you get in the pasta and rice and stuff, which naturally has protein as well. That's like a normal amount of eating. Some potatoes, there's protein and all that stuff too. So yeah, one gram per kilogram is not too bad. But people say you need 1 gram per pound. I think that's preposterous. That means that's like 2 grams of protein per kilogram. Do I got some jerky left? Yeah. The walking must be making you. Yeah, I am losing weight. I told you I looked in the mirror. I'm a lot thinner. I lost fat from my chest, from my neck, from my belly. I lost probably about 10 pounds at least. Some beautiful farms here, man. The beard is looking good. Thank you. I haven't trimmed it or anything. It's just letting it grow naturally. No, guys, I don't need anybody to reserve me a hotel. I'm serious. Nobody reserved me a hotel. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you very much. I'm fine. Thank you. I got it figured out. I got a plan. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, but no, I got it taken care of. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if somebody was trying to reserve me a hotel or something, but that would not be good. Would I consider walking across Europe? Yeah. I think Europe would be pretty easy because the towns are so close to each other. Like every 3-5 miles, you got another town. The problem is, like, do you have trails? Do you have trails to, how are you going to get around? Just on the roads? Walking on roads for thousands of miles is very dangerous. I don't think there's going to be any storm. We're good. Steph's going camping for a week. I hope I get to watch some of Steph's streams. I don't get a chance to watch much YouTube on this journey, but it's like today I'm going to be live for 14, 15 hours, but damn, every time I leave, something good happens, you know. Steph hasn't done IRL since Blackpool. Now, those were great streams. I didn't catch much of that, but a little bit I did caught was pretty good. Jay East says, email me your number, bro. If you need anything, let me know. Big ups, Jay East. I thought we exchanged numbers. I exchanged numbers with Michelle, with and Greg, and Truth Warrior. Yeah, we got Hash Brown. We got so many helpful people in the chat here. Hash Brown delivered all the snacks yesterday, which I've been eating a lot of for a couple days ago. She just found the channel. Might need to get a break soon. Drink some more, eat some snacks. Haven't really eaten a whole lot today. I just had some ice cream and some a pastry and coffee and some snacks. That's all I had today. Any pain in the feet and joints? No, I've been feeling pretty good. I mean, they start to get tired after about 12 miles to 15 miles. And then after 15, they get real sore and tired. But now I'm feeling pretty good. We're probably closing in on 14 miles at the moment. They're saying they got some food trucks up there. My back's been fine this whole trip walking. The only time my back hurts is when I sit down, like for like 30 minutes or something in a chair. Doesn't like sitting down. It's like a long plane ride could be very bad. Just 30 minutes can kind of cause it. I don't know what the deal is with sitting down. I can walk all day. I can work out. That's another reason I'm not going back to Asia, because I do super long plane rides. My back has seemed to have gotten better, but still a problem. Yeah, maybe I'll go to Mexico or something and get it looked at, get an x-ray. I can't go to any hospitals in America because I have to pay out of pocket. It's too expensive. Mexico is real cheap for healthcare and dental work. Big ups, OG Billy. Yeah, John Scone, I hope this Ohio trip maybe restored your faith in humanity a little bit. See, we had nothing but very pleasant, nice, helpful people. All sorts of different places, cities, towns. Haven't had one issue. So there was one kind of douchebag this entire trip, 20 days. And even he wasn't that big of a deal. So, I mean, as far as like everybody's been awesome. So I hope, Ohio's not a perfect state. There's heavy alcoholism, there's drug use, there's poverty. So, but yeah, we haven't had any problem. And I bet you it'd be the same in every other state, just about. Most states. I think the worst places, I mean, guys, I kind of really talk down the suburban sprawl, but some of the worst places are the suburban sprawl places. That's where like 50% of Americans live. Suburban Miami, suburban Tampa, suburban California, the sprawl, the never-ending sprawl and traffic and road rage. And like, yeah, get out of those places, man. Get in the country or the small towns or the cities. Even a city like Xenia was all right, Wasn't much going on there. It's not bad. Everybody was cool there. It's not bad. You gotta get out of the sprawl. Columbus had sprawl. I mean, Truth Warrior, she lived in Dunbar. That's kind of part of the sprawl. It looked like a nice community there, but not all suburbs are bad. But yeah, I think that's where all the toxic America is. Especially a lot of the big cities. These cities like Boston, for example, or Seattle, they got like endless miles of suburbs. And I said they're not probably all bad or anything, but just the general lifestyle. People they don't talk to each other. They're antisocial. They're road rage warriors. And all these cities, like there's 20 big cities in America with, 30 that have a lot. That's where like 40% of Americans live, 50%. Like take San Francisco, for example. San Francisco has, 800,000 people in the inner city. But there's 8 million people in the sprawl, all the way down in Silicon Valley and East Bay. And all that's just in Oakland, and Oakland's not nice. And so all that stuff, all those towns, there's 8 million people around that area in the Bay Area. Only 10% actually live in San Francisco, I think that's the part of America that's kind of rough. High cost of living. People got bad attitudes. Everybody's stressed out because of high cost of living and the traffic and the commute every day. And the high taxes and overpriced everything. Yeah, they make some decent income, but is it worth it? I don't know. Yeah, it's not like a significant amount of Americans live in that environment. A good 50% or so, 60% maybe. Suburban Atlanta, suburban Dallas, suburban Houston, suburban Chicago, suburban Minneapolis. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of nice suburbs, but yeah, you're kind of buying into a lifestyle. A very high expense. You get a McMansion or even an apartment, you gotta, yeah, I don't want to go on, keep going on this topic, but it seems like that's where a lot of the complaining about America comes from. People in these areas, because we're kind of like an expat channel. People, it's an escapist channel. People want to escape and get to other countries, lower cost of living. They want to, so I understand that sentiment pretty well. Just for my viewers. Yeah, there's an exodus from the burbs, I think, happening in America, At one time, they were really nice places. But then everybody moved to the burbs, and they became not so nice. And these small towns and countryside, they were neglected. Nebraska and Kansas and Ohio. And it's all about the burbs. Now people are moving away from the burbs into the small towns, into the countries, into the decaying cities, into Detroit, into Akron. Into Iowa. What we got here? We got some more snacks, courtesy of hash brown. Ah, I had these Imperial nuts. I gotta say, this one is my least favorite. The other one was really good with the berries. I'm gonna open the other one. This honey covered one is not. I don't really like honey covered stuff. I like honey, but okay, this one's really good with the berries. It's got banana chips, cranberries, almonds, cashews, blueberries. Not a big fan of this one that much. They got 3 different ones she gave me. The first one I had was very good. It's a hiker snack. Let's try this one here. But yeah, I've been eating up all of Michelle's snacks. I got the Snickers bars for breakfast tomorrow. I'll put those in a cool place. Yeah, this one looks really good. There we go, yeah. Yeah, these snacks have really come in handy. I haven't eaten much today. I was eating a lot of them yesterday too. I had the Gardettos for dinner because I didn't have dinner 2 nights ago. I was just too tired in that hotel room after the orange juice problem, and so I just had that Gardettos for like and some beef jerky. That was like my dinner, and then I had some more snacks yesterday, and now I'm having the rest today. Actually, you know, I think I haven't smelled that bad because I've been taking a lot of showers. I've been washing my clothes. I just washed my clothes again yesterday. She says, Hash Brown says she did not smell Charlie. But you were close enough to me that you would have, if I had a really bad smell permeating, you would have smelled it. And she said I didn't. So yeah, I've been pretty good hygiene on this trip. But when you get like the Appalachian Trail, those guys get this really bad smell. It's not easy always to control that. You know, I only have 2 shirts. So given the, you know, the lack of clothing I have, I'm traveling very light and rough camping and sometimes hiking sweaty all day. I think I'm doing a pretty good job. I don't smell bad. So I've done a pretty good job. I've washed my backpack twice this trip. So yeah, Hash Brown says, yes, I was surprised you didn't smell. Yeah, see, I haven't smelled real bad this trip. I've been keeping real clean. Yeah, this one's good. She gave me like these sunshine nuts. She gave me like 3 different bags. The first one I had was really good yesterday. That one, the honey roasted one, I didn't really care for that too much. It's a lot of peanuts. It's kind of honey roasted. This one's really good too. Banana chips, cranberries, almonds. Nice mix. Cashews, blueberries. This is a good one here. Yeah. I've been putting on deodorant. I got deodorant there. Some hikers, they don't even travel with deodorant. They think it weighs too much. So I've been doing pretty good on the hygiene. But to be fair, I've been staying in a majority of the time. I've been staying in hotels. I've only camped 5 nights. When you're camping like 70-80% of the time, like the thru hikers do, then it's a lot tougher to stay. You just don't get that many opportunities to wash your clothes and, you know, take showers. And you ever been in a city or like on a bus and you like a kind of a homeless guy comes on. He's been homeless for months and months. Just that stink. He probably doesn't even smell it, but you smell like, You know, it's right off the. Sometimes it's real bad. I've been on like subway trains, and it's the same smell anywhere in the world. Like I've been on subway trains in Japan. I get on, and somebody, poor homeless person, was just there, and the whole train was like, you could smell a mile away. I mean, the whole everybody in the train was like to the corners. You know, they didn't want. It was such a bad smell, and that's the same smell. But the hikers get that smell. The hike, if you do the Appalachian through hike, you start to get that really bad stench. It just won't go away. So no matter how much, that's what IB Tat says. No matter how much you wash your stuff, it just accumulates over time. I think, you know. Especially when you're doing a lot of camping, you're not taking a lot of showers, you're not doing a lot of washing. But I've been doing a lot of washing and showers and washing clothes because I've been in a lot of hotels. So what I'm doing is kind of like really easy. I mean, compared to what they're doing, you know. I'm going towards Kentucky. We will be in Cincinnati in a few days. Hey, the Cincinnati Reds, they have a $10 standing room only ticket. I could go to a baseball game a little bit. I'd only go there for like an hour, though. I think it'd be boring if I stayed there a long time, the whole game for you guys. Go there like 30 minutes. Show you guys a baseball game. Hey, big ups Jay East, man. It was awesome meeting you in Columbus. He's been a mod here in a long time. Yeah, it's been a good trip. Cleveland to Cincinnati, mostly by foot. I had some rides along the way, one bus ride. I can't say it was all by foot. I did skip ahead here and there. Once I took that bus from Mount Vernon, that was like 40 miles I skipped ahead. That was to Columbus. Then I couldn't say I took a bus the whole way. I mean, I walked the whole way. Mr. Vegas says I can't live stream a baseball game. That sucks. I more wanted to live stream the environment, the atmosphere. Yeah, they used to call him the Big Red Machine. Pete Rose, Johnny Bench. They had one of the great baseball teams of all time, like in the 70s, early 80s. It was called the Big Red Machine. Yeah, in the 70s. I think it was mostly the 70s. Joe Morgan, yeah, I forgot about him. They had like three, yeah, those are the three big ones. There were, was pretty much any sport, if you have three all-time great players, you're going to be a really good team. It doesn't matter if it's in football, baseball, or basketball. If you got three greats, the rest of the team can be mediocre, and you'll be a great, especially basketball, because, you know, there's only 5 players in the court. If you got 3 great players, but even in baseball and football, soccer too, if you got 3 all-time greats. Remember my favorite soccer team of all time. Guys, what's your favorite soccer team of all time? Remember Barcelona, they had Xavi, Messi, and who's the other guy? He was like a white guy. He was like, they were all 3 amazing passers. That was my favorite soccer team of all time. There's Xavi, Messi, and who was the other guy? It was about 10 years ago. Yeah, Iniesta. Yeah, Iniesta. Yeah, you watch the highlight, man. That was just a beautiful. You know, I like soccer, aka UK football, European football, but we call it soccer here in America, so don't take offense. But yeah, Iniesta, Messi, young Messi, and Xavi. Those guys are like, that was my favorite team of all time. But they had the big three. You get a big three in any sport, you're pretty much you're gonna be tough to beat. Didn't they get Ronaldinho after like somebody left? Ronaldinho came later, I think. Yeah, check out the highlights. Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi. Like just incredible soccer. Yeah, 2000 around 2010. They won the World Cup, I think, what, 2012? I think I watched that World Cup because they had Xavi still. Xavi was one of my favorite players of all time because he was a great passer. Just amazing passing skills. And Iniesta was pretty much the same. But they were trained through the Barcelona school. Like they have their own minor league, and they would train players. Messi went to all these guys. They train their own players up from the ground up. They get them when they're young, like they're 16, and they see they're very promising. If they make it through, they train them like 2-3 years. So they had their own particular style of football, that soccer that other countries, other players didn't have, because they didn't go through as rigorous of training and teaching and stuff. Alabaster Smidge, big ups. Thank you for the $5. The Over the Rhine neighborhood is supposed to be nice. Might be good for content. Yeah, I definitely plan on walking around that area. It's like built in the 1850s, 1860s. It's like very. It didn't get torn down, when a lot of American cities are being redeveloped. So it's a pretty nice. It used to be kind of a slum back in the 90s and 80s, kind of like a crack and stuff like that, but it's gotten gentrified a lot. A lot of it's pretty nice, I think, now. Yeah, I like soccer, but only as only the major events, like like watching the World Cup. The Euro League is pretty good. I mean, the Euro champion happens every 2 years, and the World Cup. I don't follow otherwise. Like last year, I watched the Euro Cup or whatever it's called. Also, the Olympics. The Olympics are good too. So the Olympics, the World Cup, and the Euro Cup. I don't really follow anything else. Yeah, Messi's from Argentina, but he was such a promising young player. Like when he was 16 or 17, Barca, which is Barcelona, they took him into their youth training program. So they bring in the best young players from around the world. But Barcelona and Madrid are like the two titans. Like they're the most valuable soccer teams in the world. But there's not much in the Spanish league outside of those two teams. The other teams, like, it's dominated by those two teams. But he moved to age 12. Wow. Yeah, I was in Argentina when he was coming up, and they were talking about him. Like, I was there in 2003 and 4. Back then, he was pretty young. He was probably like 15, 16. Like, yeah, he's going to be the next great, he's going to be the next Maradona. Maradona is considered like the greatest of all time soccer player from Argentina. One of the greatest ever in the world to play. Maybe the greatest. He was in the 80s. He won like 2 World Cups. He did one almost single-handedly. He won the World Cup by almost single-handedly. But yeah, they were talking Messi. Messi pretty much lived up to expectations. I mean, you know, you can't. I actually, one of my a taxi driver, he was saying, he was showing me a picture. He helped train Maradona when he was, because he was like in his 70s or 80s, and this was like almost 20 years ago. He was showing me pictures of Maradona when he was young. He was like, yeah, I coached this guy when he was in high school. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. Just a random taxi driver, you know. He's like, show me pictures of Maradona and when he was, you know, it's probably back in the early 70s or something. But yeah, I like soccer. It's a good sport. I just don't. It's too many sports to follow. I can only follow so many sports. Soccer is European football, because here we have American football. It's a completely different sport. So we call in America, we call European football soccer, to separate the two sports. Yeah, but Maradona, he got caught up in drugs. You know, it was in the 80s. He was a superstar, and a lot of people back then got caught up in like the cocaine and stuff. And then he was playing for Naples. So he got caught up in like the, you know, the mafia and stuff, Italian mafia. Because I think he was playing for a team in Spain. You know, Spain was a big league. But he had something, and he got suspended or something. He got in a fight, and they kind of kicked him out of the Spanish league. And he went to go play for Napoli, which is part of the Italian league. But he got caught up in the Italian, because down in Naples in the south, it's all the Costa Nostra. So if you're a big shot, you're gonna get caught up in that. And he was. Yeah, he played for Napoli for a while, and he had some success, but he was most known for his World Cups and his performance on the international stage. Yeah, John Scone says Naples is a trash town fully ruled by the mafia. I was there on my backpacking trip in Europe. I stopped in Naples for 20 years ago. It was a gritty city in 2000. These big, huge tenements. You got like 8 foot between the 6th floor tenements, so the streets are all dark. And you got like clothes hanging on the streets between laundry lines and stuff. I don't know if it's changed much. If it's still the same, but he won the Italian league for Napoli single-handedly. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, I'm saying he did a lot of amazing things. Yeah, he carried, because Napoli wasn't considered one of the top Italy teams. It was always like AC Milan and Turin in the north. What is Juventus and AC Milan, and maybe sometimes Rome. But usually the two big teams in the north were Juventus, which was like Turin. The two big northern teams. They had the most money. They had the most population, fans. They dominated the Italian league, and they're, you know, sometimes they're the best team in all of Europe. Comes out of Italy. They're right up there with, you know, Germany and Spain and United Kingdom, not far behind. So the southern teams never had any, you know, luck against those colossus of teams, until Maradona took Napoli and won the Italian league, like he said. Yeah, so they were partying in Naples on the streets for like weeks when Maradona won the Italian Cup, and they beat Juventus. It was like Carnival for weeks. It was like 88 or something that happened. But he started to go downhill after that. His health, his fitness, he didn't keep on top of his fitness. He was partying too much. Yeah, but he had two. He didn't just have the hand of God at that game. He also had the, what was it, like he took it all the way down the field. He had like 2 major goals in that game. JRD, are you a new mod? He's been a mod for a long time. JRD's been a mod for a long time. Did I see the Big Ten is allowing UCLA and USC? That's kind of ridiculous. Split for profits. Those are Pac-10 teams. Do I think USA will win a World Cup? I don't think we've never even been in like the top 16, have we? Yeah, we're a long ways from being like a good soccer team. I don't know. We're kind of like middle tier at best. We don't even really stack up against Belgium. I mean, I just research and read stuff that I'm interested in. Like I researched a little bit about Maradona, about his career. Watched some YouTube videos about him. I just I memorize stuff that I read and learn. But I'm far from being any kind of soccer expert. Like, that's just something in specific I researched because from the time I spent in Argentina, I wanted to know more about the guy, more about Maradona, you know, about his life, about his career. But yeah, I don't know much about soccer in general. I mean, so it's like just random things I know about just because I researched it. Yeah, see, Maradona too, he came from like a kind of a poor background. He was half Indian from the Misiones North area. They're like they're a group of Indians that came from Paraguay, and so he was like half Indian. He came from like a single mother home or something, and he was half. So he was kind of like, you know, he was just playing in the streets as a poor kid, you know, and that's how he became a great soccer player. But he came from a very poor family in Argentina. He was a working class hero. Even when he won the Italy League, he was playing in a working class city that hadn't had any football success. So he was a great underdog, you know, and became one of the best soccer players in history, if not the best. Yeah, these are all from Hash Brown. All these snacks. Wow, we got a bicentennial park. All right, man. When am I going to Thailand? I don't know. We talk about this a lot, but get moving here in a minute. You know, the football in Italy is much more than just good teams versus bad teams. There's a whole north-south divide. So like the north is like Lombardy, it's Milan. Lombardy is the most populous, biggest province. Milan's like the biggest city. That, you know, that's where all the fashion comes from, and all the sports cars, Lamborghini, Ferrari, all the watches, all the amazing stuff Italy makes. It's all in the north. And Turin is also a big city. It's close to France and Switzerland. All the wealth in Italy was always in the north, and the south was always very poor and mafia and corrupt. And so when Napoli beat the northern teams and won the championship, that was because of Maradona. That was like pretty amazing, you know. Like when all the immigrants came from to America, the poor immigrants from Italy, they were mostly from the south, Sicily and Calabria and Naples and stuff. All right, we're losing daylight here. Let's get to. Hey, what's up, Greg? CC call still pending. Yeah, and to this day, I mean, Northern Europe is one of the wealthiest parts of all of Europe, even like right up there with Switzerland and stuff, whereas Southern Europe is one of the poorer parts. So not much has really changed. And that even goes back to the Middle Ages, even back 500 years ago, you know. Hey, let's start pumping it through. I think we're losing all the European viewers because it's the time change. Now we're just have American viewers left. We dropped down from 250, 300. But hopefully it gets a little more exciting when we get to town here. And I think the difference between the North and South, historically, why it's so much difference, and they're the same people, speak the same language for the most part. The difference is the history. The history of the North was always very economically vibrant because they had a rich political system and a rich economy. That's where the Renaissance was, Florence, you know, all these places, and the banking, and the South was always like corrupt and like just backward, you know, just because they had a bad politics. For a time, like Aragon in Spain owned the South for a long time. They didn't have much need to develop it, you know, and so it was just always run by like just bad government. Basically, the difference was one had bad government, one had good government for like many centuries, and they had to like survive. You know, that's why the mafia developed and stuff, because they had to survive on their wits and you know, try to get around the corrupt powers and stuff. And do business and make things happen on their own. Yeah, that's why they kind of developed a secret society, because it was such a corrupt and bad place, bad government. So the bad government kind of creates bad things. You know, it's like cause and effect. They didn't have that problem in the north of Italy. Now, Rome is kind of somewhere in the middle. It's, you know, Rome's kind of its own thing, but the dividing line is usually around Rome. So the north of Rome was pretty wealthy, but, you know, Ravenna, Florence, those areas, the further north you go, the wealthier it gets in Italy. It's like the richest is Lombardy and what's the province around Turin called? I forgot what it's called. That was where C-19 kind of broke out. It was a city in Lombardy called Brescia. That was like first city that got locked down in Europe. Yeah, a lot of southern Italy was part of the Spanish Empire for a long time, which Spain didn't really. Spanish Empire wasn't really a good thing. And no offense to Spain, but like wherever it they didn't have a good system of leave a good system of governments wherever they went. Whereas today, Spain's a pretty nice country, but back then it used to be an empire. And Spanish people are pretty nice people. They've been through a lot with the Civil War and 1930s and oh, Piedmont. Yeah, the province of Turin is known as Piedmont, I think. It used to be part of a nation called Savoy, and Savoy had part of southern France. It lasted for many centuries in Europe, just kind of like a mid-sized nation. So like a lot of southern France province and then northwest Italy was all part of Savoy. And the claim to fame of Turin was it had the what is that relic of I don't know, I can't forget things, but the Ark of the Covenant is located. Oh, the Shroud of Turin as well. They had a lot of like religious artifacts. They had the Shroud of Turin. Supposedly had the blood of Jesus Christ on it, stuff like that. Turin's always been like a very significant city. But Savoy kind of disbanded as a nation because the French took over the French part of it, and newly Italian nation took over. Actually, I think Savoy was instrumental in the formation of the Italian nation. Like that, whoever was that, like they came from Savoy. So Savoy kind of led the unification of. So they didn't really disappear. They just took part in the unification of Italy. But the historic capital of Savoy was always in Turin. I've been in that city once. It's a pretty nice, clean city. Yeah, Fiat is located. Most of the industry is located in the north. Like all the watches, they make eyeglasses, cars. A lot of. Italy had a huge economic boom after World War II. They were the fastest. Them and Japan were the fastest growing nations in the world for like 20 years, like 8% per year. Most of that was in the north, and then also Germany was right behind them. Yeah, the Italian king was from the House of Savoy. Yeah, so Savoy didn't really disappear. It just kind of merged into Greater Italy, and the French parts went to the French. Actually, I think some of the French parts were a part of Italy for a while, and maybe they lost them in World War II or something. But or they just voluntarily gave them to France or something. I'm not sure what happened there, history, but because a lot of southern France, southeastern France by the coast was part of Savoy. Also by the Alps. Red Light Ron says that's baloney. Man, my backpack's getting so light. See, I carry this backpack all day, man. It's just light. Not a lot of weight. You got to go light. If you're carrying a heavy backpack, doing these walks, not a lot of fun. Yeah, this is just a good setup for general travel because it looks like casual. You're not carrying one of those big giant backpacker backpacks. This is a perfect system I have. I'm going to try to salvage this backpack. I don't want to buy a new one. This is the perfect travel, lightweight travel backpack. You just carry everything. Imagine traveling the world just with this backpack. I mean, 8 pound backpack or so, 8 pounds everything. That's all you need. Red Light Ron says they don't like red hats in New York. Mosquitoes are starting to come out in force. Usually they don't get me when I'm walking, but they're starting to get me a little bit now. Hop Frog says you turned out much stronger than I was expecting. You could go bigger with the pack and heavier with the gear. Yeah, you need if you want to go heavier with the gear, you need a bigger backpack that can distribute the weight better. This backpack's not good for carrying a lot of weight. It only weighs like 350 grams. And I got rid of the hip belt, you know. It was like 550, but I cut a bunch of stuff off and I got rid of the hip belt. That cut it down about 350. So yeah, you can't really, without a hip belt and stuff, you can't really carry a lot of weight comfortably for long periods. Yeah, they come out mostly at dawn, dusk. I mean, some beautiful farms on this trail, man. This last few miles here, beautiful farm country. Hey, Bolton Bean's got me in the flexing in this profile. Big ups, Bolton Bean. Todd Taylor says, big ups, Charlie. Just checking in. You're looking strong, brother. Thank you very much for that. Smashing the like. Dutch Faring says, this looks like Holland. Yeah, I had another guy from Holland, viewer, said that before too. He said Ohio looks like, it looks like Northern Europe. Same shit, he said. Yeah, I got the sleeping arrangements taken care of, guys. I got that, got to handle all that. I might do some camping here soon too, but I got a plan in place. Dutch Faring says Holland doesn't have hills like that. Never mind. Yeah, this I would say is kind of more similar to down here. Probably most similar in climate and geography to as far as Europe goes. Maybe like the Rhine area of Germany, because you got hills, rivers, farmland, something like that. Western Germany, maybe. That's why a lot of Germans moved in this area, probably, because it reminded them of home. Or as far as the UK, probably most like the Midlands, maybe. Birmingham, that area. OG Billy, the corn's a lot bigger than I checked a few days ago. The corn was like way past the knee. It was up to the waist, even chest high. So it was chest high in June. Hey, Destro, greetings from Munchen. Yeah, this could be like Bavaria too, right? But Bavaria's got the Alps nearby. We don't really have anything like that. Could be kind of like Bohemia, the Czech Republic. Yeah, it's been a very good growing season. Great mix of heat and water. So I don't think we're going to be having any food shortages like all the doomsayers are predicting. Yeah, if I really need some kind of help, like I'm in a bind, I take care of my own self. You know, my transportation, and my accommodation. But if somehow I get in a sticky situation, yeah, I'll ask for help. I'll let you guys know if I really need it. You know, like that Greyhound, I didn't ask, but you know, Truth Warrior volunteered to drive me to Springfield. I wasn't in a bad situation. I could have just stayed in Columbus another night, or even started walking from Columbus. There's a trail there. But if some reason, something really like I get in a rough spot, you know, I mean, so yeah, I got a handle on things. But I appreciate you guys looking after me. My back trapezius muscles are starting to hurt a little bit, even with this light weight. It still does kind of put some pressure on your back, your shoulders and back muscles, your upper trapezius muscles. That's what I'm kind of feeling right now. But if I had more weight, maybe but sometimes it's the backpack's fault that's doing that, you know. Try to loosen this up a little bit. So I got this loosened up because it's kind of like right here, this stuff, it's kind of hurting that. Kind of stretch it out a little more. It's been that same position all day. Okay, supposedly there's going to be a big party in this town, 4th of July party. Hell, even sounds like Truth Warrior says he was going to be here, so that's going to be very surprising. Truth Warrior and a friend. Thank you very much, Herb. Jace didn't bail on anybody. He came out 2 times, picked me up, bought me a dinner. I'm your Huckleberry, off to bed. Thank you very much. I will leave the stream up, so if you want to see if anything happened later, you can rewind, catch it. Thank you for the $5, Huckleberry. Yeah, if there's anything exciting happens tonight, you'll see it on the replay tomorrow. It's, I'm getting near Cincinnati. Getting close to what they call it, the Queen City. Big ups Huckleberry. Yeah, you must be European time zone. We should be getting pretty close to we should be getting close to the town here. EJB says, "Are you from Akron?" He says, "Maybe riots in Akron." Riots about what? What's going on in Akron? Give us the lowdown, man. Getting some on the ground information. Akron is near Cleveland. Some guy got shot 60 times by police. What the hell? In Akron? That's not good. That could tip off all over northern Ohio. Cleveland, Akron. Mike, big ups. Thanks for the $5, man. Appreciate the donos. Big ups, Mike. Jeez, that's crazy. 60 times. How do you even have that many rounds? What the hell's going on? We were in Akron. We live streamed about 12 days ago. It's just about 40 miles south of Cleveland. It's a pretty big city in its own right. A lot of poverty there. It's not doing that good, to be honest, but that's where I first met Greg, was in Akron, remember? Big ups, Mike. Thank you very much for the $5, man. Cheers. Zombie Nomad says, too many moderators. Hey, how's it going? I think some of these people kind of riding bikes, kind of like a little weird vibes sometimes. Just in this part of the state. I didn't have that before, but I don't know if I think they're just curious what I'm doing, like with the phone, but I keep getting like weird looks, people on bikes. It's been happening just the last few days. Didn't get that before. Basically since I started in Springfield, not on this trail. Around Yellow Springs it was cool, but yeah, I've been getting that a lot. Like, I don't know. Or they say roll out, on your left, on your left, on your left. They fly by. Kind of had a little bit of strangeness with the bicyclists a little bit last few days. Hey, big ups, Mada Faka. Thank you, Mada Faka. Thank you for the $5. Cheers, man. Thank you, Mada Faka. I think we're getting close to town. Bolton Bean says, totally looks like northern Germany. Cool. Yeah, Germany would be a cool country to visit someday. I've never been there because I was in Austria, then I went down into Italy, and then Italy I went up to France. So I kind of bypassed Germany. I've never been to Netherlands. I was in Belgium once because they had an event there. It's a pretty nice little field back here. Damn. This guy's mean business. I had two Lamborghinis flying by when I was doing that workout area. You guys didn't see them, but they were going like 100 miles an hour. They were some kind of sports car. I don't know what they were, but See, imagine walking on this road and you got cars going by like that, 60 miles an hour. That's why you got to have a trail. And there ain't no burn to walk on that road either. Let me show you this road here because you can walk right over here. If you want to try to walk the country in America without a trail, this is what you got to walk on, this kind of crap. And basically, you're putting your life at risk. All right, let me show you. See this road here? There ain't no burn. There ain't really nowhere to walk. And there's cars. There ain't no burn on that side. And there's a little bit of grass here, but it's not really, you don't want to walk on the grass like that. First of all, it's uneven. You know, it's not really, and you know, you could trip, the grass, you can fall right over in the road. Cars flying by 60 miles an hour. Sometimes, because they're going so fast, they could be distracted by their phone and they're not used to seeing pedestrians. You could kind of surprise them and they turn the wheel and they hit you just because they got surprised. So yeah, being a bike rider or worse, a walker on these roads are very, very dangerous. So. And it's not fun too, always looking over your shoulder, always having to worry about cars flying by 60 miles an hour. These trails are very nice and peaceful. Nice property here. It's a nice little area. This trail got pretty nice, the second half of it. But yeah, Ohio's got a lot of trails. Pennsylvania's got a lot. Some of these other states, like you want to walk through Indiana or Kentucky, or there ain't much for trails. A lot of the southern states don't have a lot of trails. Seb, he just ran down these kind of roads, sometimes in the middle of the night, all night. That guy, man, hats off to Seb Cam. I don't know how he did. He did it being vegan. It's just, you just don't get a lot of food options. You got to kind of eat what you get, you know, in these little towns. And I don't know how he did it, but hats off to him. I mean, I know how he did it. I watched all his videos when he ran across America, but that just kind of, he's my age. We're about the same age. Just kind of shows just practice and discipline and applying yourself. It doesn't have to be this kind of thing. It could be, like I said, Muay Thai or martial arts, weightlifting. You just apply yourself and consistency. Yeah, you could get pretty badass at stuff. Hop Frog says, Seb is a rare beast. Hammock life sucks. Yeah, not just the hammock. Like I said, just going vegan the whole time. That's almost impossible to do in America. I don't know how he did it. Like a lot of cold soaking, you know, when he hit a Taco Bell, he loaded up on like 8 tacos, eight burritos that were just bean and rice, you know, no meat. He had there was a guy in Florida that gave him like $600 worth of Golden Corral coupons. He was a big YouTuber actually. He does like surfing videos and like kind of athletic, like kind of wild videos and stuff. He's a very big YouTuber. I forgot his name, but Seb met him in Tampa area, which is where he was from. And the guy just gave like $600 worth of Golden Corral coupons. So like Golden Corral was like the holy grail for Seb Cam because he could just sit there all night, charge his stuff. He could eat as much, it's all you can eat food. They got fruits and potatoes and you just pick what you want. So you don't have to eat the meat stuff. He would eat all the pastas and rices and meats and fruits and vegetables and just sit there all night picking out, you know, editing his video, charging his stuff. But there's not that many Golden Corrals, you know, they're kind of spaced apart, and it was free for him because he had $600 worth of coupons. So he had vouchers. So it was always free for him every time he got a Golden Corral. You know, it's like all you can eat, vegan food pretty much. So yeah, the Golden Corrals were like the holy grail on his adventure. They had back then the bean and rice burritos were only $1 a year and a half ago. So you get like 6 of those, you get a shit ton of calories, and it's vegan. But other than that, like, you know, you kind of stuck at gas station stuff. He was getting like beans and like putting on a tortilla. He'd carry tortilla rolls around with him, and yeah, it wasn't easy what he was doing. No, just lost internet. Sometimes you lose internet on these trails. I already hear the fireworks going off, my dudes. Hear 'em? We're getting close to town. This is gonna be a good stream tonight. We're just about to hit the 10-hour mark. It's gonna be a long one tonight, my friends. Probably 14 hours, 13 hours. Yeah, well, another maybe 15 minutes, we'll be in town, 20 minutes. I already hear the fireworks going off. Over in that direction. EJB, nice series. Congrats on the sobriety. Thank you very much for that. Cheers, man. I got my hat hanging here. I don't need it anymore. Yeah, I've enjoyed this trip. Had some hardships, but had a lot of help along the way. Learned a lot of stuff. Looks like we might have some rain clouds. That's what happened last night. It started raining. I was sleeping, but when the fireworks went off, it started raining. There was some stuff going on in Xenia yesterday where I was. Pretty much every town in America has got stuff going on right now during 4th of July weekend. It's pretty major celebration. Oh, rain ain't coming. No big deal. We're almost at the town now, so. Cincinnati will probably be the end for this portion of the trip. We will be going to more places. I got some roadkill somewhere. It smells pretty gnarly. We'll be going to more places later. But crossing Ohio, hell, it's pretty hard just crossing. Almost took me over 3 weeks to cross one state. I'm still far away from Cincinnati, so yeah, America's pretty tough to cross on foot. But we'll probably switch it up to more city streaming for a while. We're gonna go down to Florida, New York City. Those two are pretty much in the bag, definitely. And then other places could be Chicago, maybe, who knows, Philadelphia, Seattle, Portland. I'm just scared if I go to Seattle, Portland, maybe, I don't know. I've heard so many bad things about the place. Maybe I get attacked or something by people for live streaming, you know. See what happens. Las Vegas is good because it's cheap. Like, they got hostels there that are like $25 a night. And then you get some on the weekdays, the hotels sometimes have some great deals. So you can stay in a casino, like for 35 sometimes, you know, you get a good deal. But the weekends, they go up to like 200 a night. Weekends are very expensive, but the hostels are still cheap. So Las Vegas, you could stay there pretty cheap for a while and live stream. But the problem is, I just don't know what's good to live stream there. I mean, the strip kind of sucks. All you got is really the walking street downtown, the Fremont experience. And I don't know if most of the life and action in Las Vegas is in the casinos. I don't know if you can live stream in the casinos, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. Las Vegas is a very one-dimensional town. I mean, it is good because you could go there cheaply. But I just don't know what I would be doing there for a week, you know? Maybe it'd be good just to go for a couple days. But then it's not worth, then you're spending a bunch of money on a flight. So that kind of destroys the economical aspect of it. Ricky Grant says, don't come to Chicago unless you have protection. Want some coffee, who's from Cincinnati, says, you will get attacked in Cincinnati if you're not careful. I wouldn't go far into over the Rhine, like people are saying. Yeah, over the Rhine can be still pretty sketchy. It's a big, old neighborhood. It's like big four-story tenement buildings. It covers a huge area. Maybe only one part of it's gentrified. The rest of it can still be pretty sketchy. It used to be a lot of like, you know, tenements and ghetto back in the 80s, 90s, and 70s, you know. Yeah, and the strip is just kind of, it's really just about the casinos. There ain't much to see or do on the strip to walk in. Yeah, over the Rhine is that and downtown, mainly the main parts you want to check out. But yeah, we'll see. I think the people will probably be pretty cool. Hey, if I get attacked, I get attacked. I mean, can't let it stop me from doing what I want to do and seeing what I want to see. Yeah, there's a big casino in Cincinnati that's been there for a while. They play it's really good poker casino. I've heard about it. They got PLO and all kinds of stuff, but yeah, I don't have any money to play card games. You got to have a bankroll for that. Hell, just one buy-in at those tables could be like 500. You know, back when I was into it, 15 years ago, heard Cincinnati was a good place to go if you want to play live cash games. Yeah, it looks like some storm clouds coming through. Hopefully we get to this town soon. Some rain coming in. A pretty good day of walking so far. I would guess there's 16 miles, and there's probably gonna check out a couple more once I get to town. It's going to be another probably 18-mile day all in total, and it's going to be under the 20. I haven't hit 20 yet. I feel like so many times I've been close to 20. Haven't hit 20, so if the goal is to hit 20, then the goal is try to hit 25 one day. That's why I want to hit 25. Like, not just to hit 20, because we've already done very close to 20 a few times. Now I want to hit 25 now. So might as well surpass that by a bigger number. I want to do 25 miles in one day. That's my goal before this thing's all over. Probably be tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like we're starting to get into town here. I mean, I'll check it for you guys. Hang on. Most you did was 42. That's crazy. I haven't. We're sitting at 15 miles, so not bad. 15 today. We might have to. Maybe we'll be up to 17 by the end of the day. I just checked 15 miles. 42. Yeah. Wow. That's the most I ever heard. I guess when you start getting real good shape, and it's like 2-3 months of doing this, yeah, you probably can get to where like doing 30 to 40. It's not something you want to do regularly, but you can do it once in a while. Okay, I think this is the town. We're getting to town, my dudes. We lost internet right before I got to this town, so apologize for that. But looks like it should be back now. Jonathan North's looking for the red light district. Actually, yeah, the live streaming while walking, the live streaming slows me down a lot. But on the other hand, walking at a nice slow pace makes it easier than trying to walk real fast. So I would say my walking is at intermediate level, past beginner, but nowhere near advanced yet. Like hop frog, I'm intermediate walker. Beginner is like 5-6 miles. 8 is a long day for a beginner. Intermediate's like 15 on average. We have to cross the river, I believe, to get to this town. This is a little town here, but the bigger town is across the river. I haven't seen any fireworks yet. They're supposed to be starting up pretty soon. Hop Frog says, for a beginner, you're doing huge miles. Yeah, thank you very much. That's why I said maybe I'm a little bit past the beginner. I'm intermediate now. Yeah, the beginners are like 8-10 miles is a lot. But yeah, the ups and downs are definitely harder. If I was vlogging, I wouldn't have to be carrying a selfie stick all day. It's kind of a pain. I just, sit the camera down, film some shots, film some B-roll. All right, here we go. Here's a map here. We just made it to the town of Corwin. Oregonia is 6 miles ahead. Fort Ancient is ahead. So welcome to Corwin, my dudes. Corwin, Ohio. You want to buy this little plot of land? It's for sale right here. So you got a little general store up there. You walk this road, you'll take you into the next town. That's where we're going. That's where the fireworks are. Oh yeah, they could be shooting guns in the air. Yeah, they do that too on 4th of July. But yeah, how far? I think if I do one of those trails through hiking, it's going to be either the PCT or the Arizona Trail heading into Mexico, and just for part of it. Like I might try to do that whole Arizona Trail, but I want to kick off like a around the world vlog series on one of those trails, but not the whole trail. Maybe just like 400 miles on the PCT, which is still a lot. You know, the southern part of it. So if I was to do something, I think it would be one of those. I mean, at first, initially, like, so basically just a section hike of one of those trails. Well, yeah, I wouldn't do that now. I'd probably do a little more streaming in America. Maybe I'll go check out the Appalachian Trail from New York for a few days, because it's really easy to get to from New York City. But do a little stuff in America, and then maybe, yeah, like September, October, start one of those desert trails. Miss Heminger says, do you plan to tour America indefinitely? No, this has been very successful, but the costs are still too high. Like the best thing you could do in America, if you wanted to do it a long term, is just get an apartment somewhere and just live stream, like in Miami, for example, and just live stream Miami every day, or New York or something. It's still cheaper than staying in hotels, even an apartment in New York. So that'd probably be the best thing, and just live stream that location every day. But that's not very appealing to me. So I'd probably rather either A, travel around the world, or B, go back to Asia. 1 to 2. The American things are just, this is a temporary right now. Just a little short trip. I don't know. Cheap motels are about 75 on average. Sometimes less, sometimes a little more. 70, 75 for the cheapest motels. I had to pay as much as 110 on this trip for one hotel. I paid as low as 650. 50 was the cheapest I've had. See this road you got to walk on? There's a sidewalk over here. I thought there'd be more people in this town. With supposed to be a lot of festivities here tonight. Don't like there's much going on. I'm getting pretty tired now. Once you get over that 15-mile mark, which I'm over, it starts to get tedious. Walking the backpack on your shoulders. 15 is where I start to hit the wall. That's happening right now. It'd be a good time to take a break. I might need some more food. Where is this town? Did I get on the wrong road? I don't see much of a town anywhere. Shite. Okay, looks like there's a town up here somewhere, up ahead. Ain't nowhere to walk. There's no sidewalk here. Look, we're just gotta walk by the cars, I guess. I can just go walk in that field. Probably be better than walking on the road here. The Field of Dreams. Welcome to the Field of Dreams. Now, I just checked Google Maps. Town's up here, up ahead, once you get past this field. Could be a good stealth camping spot, this field. One state I wouldn't mind checking out on the trails is like Iowa and Nebraska, and Kansas too. They got some pretty good trails in all three of those states. But I think it's been really hot there this summer, like too much of a heat wave. I like to check out the Great Plains. Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa. Anybody else? Does anybody else fancy going to Nebraska or Kansas? Big sky country. Or Iowa for that matter. Looks like they're doing some, ain't nobody here. Thought there'd be some people in this town. I think they're doing, oh, they got some, they're doing some flying. I don't know what that's called, but I think they're packing up. See, they got those helipods, what they're called. Yeah, they use this field, I guess. Nice big field to skydive. Somebody skydiving up there right now. Skydiver. Skydiver. It's actually a song from the 90s. By a band named Stoom. Skydiver. I'm a skydiver. Do 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 do. Skydiver. Do 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 do. I'm a skydiver. Yeah, it's from Stoom. Skydiver song. Look it up on YouTube. Yeah, we're gonna be crossing the town here, or crossing the bridge into town. Yeah, still too late for the fireworks. Mosh is a guitar. Oh shit, what's going on? How much would somebody need to super chat me for an orange juice challenge? I'll do it for free if there's a toilet nearby. Because I like orange juice. I think it's healthy for you. It's 1.5 liters. Hey. Don't look like it's gonna rain yet. Well, to be fair, that stuff all happened on different days. All happened on different days. All right, I think we made it to town. Where's Not really sure where the fireworks are. We're just gonna head up into town here. Oh, man. Let's cross the street here. Like no traffic. Some car came by. They skid out their tires and just create like tire smoke, toxic tire smoke everywhere. Oh, it's awful. I heard the skid like 5 minutes ago. That's like a total redneck thing to do. They just destroy their tires. Now I got to breathe all this toxic tire smoke. You see it? You see the smoke? It's all over the place. They skid out their tires. Oh man, what the fuck, dude? Just breathing awful toxic tire smoke right now. Burnt rubber, yeah. All kinds of chemicals in those tires too. This toxic cloud of smoke welcoming to this town here. Damn. That's a good thing a mask is for. Mask is good for that kind of shit. I think I lost my little thing, man, when I was working out. My little it's a little better now. It's mostly back there. Not too bad now. This is a pretty old town. Not much of a party. The party might be tomorrow. Maybe it's July 4th. 8 o'clock. I don't see a whole lot going on in this town. Okay, looks like this is Main Street to our left. We're gonna go. Yeah, very sleepy. I'm gonna sit here for a minute, get our bearings straight. Got a little bit of Gatorade left. Got some dramatic skies up ahead. Thank you, Jonathan North. Big ups. Appreciate that. This looks like old school America. Yeah, a lot of these kind of towns in Ohio, I've been through a lot of them. They're all kind of different and unique in their own way. Small town Ohio, or small town America. There's towns like this all over America. Main Street, USA. That's the main street right there. Don't look much going on, but let's see here. We don't like your type around here, boy. Why don't you go on to the next town? Save yourself a bit of trouble. Hey, what's up, Kieran Hook? Yeah, just hitting the 11-hour mark in 30 minutes. Gonna do a marathon stream. We're gonna find some food pretty soon somewhere. Want some coffee set. I looked at Google and the party for the 4th is tomorrow on the 3rd. So ain't nothing happening tonight. It's late, 9 o'clock, so it's dead right now. This afternoon, that place was jumping with a bunch of women. Yeah, Want Some Coffee is from this area, so she knows what she's talking about. So they got any restaurants around here? Let me see. If not, I'll just be eating probably a Snickers bar. Yeah, it looks like they got a restaurant or two up here, but they're closed. A lot of these places in the small towns, they close. Their hours are very particular. So there is a McDonald's up here. That might be our best bet. We'll just go to McDonald's. I had all fast food yesterday, and like I said, you got to kind of take either just don't eat or you just eat your snacks. But I've gone through most of my snacks. The Snickers are for breakfast, so the only option I really have is McDonald's. Maybe there's a Family Dollar or something, but there's not a lot of food at Family Dollar either. Unless you just get like a bean burrito, like that's what Seb used to do. He just get cans of stuff and pour it on a tortilla. Want Some Coffee says it's a great McDonald's. All right, let's go check it out. Yeah, we'll get a milkshake, maybe some fries. Maybe a fish sandwich. We'll get a little more healthier with a fish sandwich. What do you guys think here? Oh yeah, the raccoon attack was my fault, but I don't think it helps to be in campgrounds. Yeah, the problem with chicken nuggets is they're not real chicken meat. It's like fusion meat. It's mystery meat. Might not even be meat. All right, my dudes, welcome to Waynesville. Yeah, you don't really know what you're getting with, I think at least the fish sandwich is mostly fish. The burgers and the chicken is kind of like very questionable what that stuff even is. Butter Churn Cafe. Looks like we got something back here. Maybe a grocery store. Let's go see what, investigate. You know, cars coming. Looks like we got some kind of store back here. This is the tire guy. He's gonna burn out again, skid out. He's destroying his tires just to skid out, make a big noise. If we got a grocery store, I'll just get some stuff at the grocery store. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be much going on here, and I might have to. I thought this was going to be a long stream, but there would be some festivities. I don't think the festivities are going on. Yeah, it looks like a nice little grocery store here. Or it could just be a liquor store type place, who knows? Place to get beer, suds. Oh, looks like they got food here. All right, yeah, we got a grocery store. Big ups. Lucked out a little bit. Now I have to go to McDonald's. Let's see here. Usually I go to grocery stores, I lose internet. Hey, we could do the orange juice challenge. You got Sunny D. Oh man, watermelon. This is probably local too. That's why they got in these carts, just like the corn. $4.99. All right, yeah, it's not bad. $4.99 for watermelons. Thinking about just having a watermelon for dinner. They got them all over the place. Watermelons. kind of want some Doritos. I just want a small bag. I don't want a giant bag. I talked to a lady there. She said 4th of July celebrations are tonight. So I got some juice. If you guys want to do the juice challenge again, as long as I'm close to a bathroom. I got some chips, potato chips, or as people in the UK would call them, crisps. I got some crisps and some orange juice. But the lady said in there's something tonight. There is fireworks tonight, so we're gonna go drink this juice and go watch the fireworks. The problem is I don't got a knife to cut the watermelon. Oh, I'm already hearing the fireworks. Let's go find a good place to watch them. OJ is not junk food. It's very healthy. And we got the bikers rolling up. It's getting serious in this town. We got some men on wheels here. Looks a little bit like the town that Time left behind. No, there's a lot of potassium and vitamin C and calcium and folate, all kinds of vitamins in orange juice. Showed you guys that yesterday. I'm gonna put my stuff down here. Put this in my bag. I'm gonna drink this later. I gotta get to my destination first. Fireworks are up here, I think. Yeah, I'm not really that hungry. All I kind of want is like some chips or crackers and juice. That's all I really want. I just need to find a good place to eat them. Where are these fireworks at? This town's kind of actually pretty big. It's not a bit bigger than your typical small town. They said they have the, this town has the Ohio Sauerkraut Festival. I hear fireworks, but I don't see them anywhere. We just want a place to watch the fireworks. You hear them? I don't see them though. Maybe it's not dark enough yet. Find Bicentennial Park. Let me look it up on maps here. Okay, thank you for the tips. Bicentennial Park, it's a ways away. Bit of a walk, but we're here to live stream and keep going, so we'll go to the Bicentennial Park. Yeah, it's a pretty nice town. I mean, pretty nice all-American town here. I'm gonna throw away some of my trash right here. I got a bit of trash collecting. You can save one of these bottles. Broke Mo says, CC, when you met Greg in Thailand at that bar, you ever tell you know, me and him never really got a chance to talk. He stream sniped me 3 times, but no, because he was always talking to other people. So he never, at that time, and this FBI guy was there, Tommy was there, and this other guy, Jeff, and like another person. And he was talking to those guys all night, like, yeah, we never really got a chance to talk about anything. I saw him 3 times, but I was live streaming. So I never really got a chance to talk to him. And then in Rayong, he was talking to Jeremy. So, no, yeah, he didn't really say anything to me. Just other than like hello and goodbye. It's like, hello, sir. I'm stream sniping you. Didn't actually quite go down like that, but I think there was a 3rd time he came out when I was at Sexy Bar. I don't remember, it's kind of hazy, but there's so many people coming out during that time. Met so many people, and then wasn't talking to him then either. He was talking to other people at the bar. So. But yeah, big ups to Greg. I don't think he's all that bad of a guy in real life, you know. Just keyboard warrior. A lot of people are keyboard warriors, internet warriors. You mean in real life, they're just kind of normal people. Okay, big ups Kieran Hook. Thank you very much. Stopping by, get some sleep. It's late in the UK there. Okay, the park is the park is a ways. We're trying to find the park where the fireworks are. I really don't think he was. Some people speculate whether he was a monger or not. I don't really think he was, because I met lots of guys like him. They kind of just come over to Thailand and the lifestyle, and they made a girlfriend here or there, but they're not really a monger. And I don't think he was or is. But I think he was genuine, about all that stuff. There's no reason for him to attack and dislike mongers so much. I don't know what that was all about. Some beautiful skies up ahead. Oh, I mean, yeah, maybe, who knows? You never know. Yeah, sometimes, I guess you never know, but I think he is too well known. If he was such a big monger, I think it would just be too much, because his face is too well known and stuff, and there'll be people recording video of him and stuff and this and that. Yeah, I have a very skeptical that he's a monger, but you never know. To me, he seemed like just a guy that was, he was just looking to live overseas. He started in the Philippines, moved down to Thailand. For one, he didn't really live in Mongervilles. So, he always lived in like different parts of the country that were kind of not really much going on. He lived in Nong Khai for a while, I think. Very long, there's not much going on there. It's a pretty good drive to Pattaya, even, assuming that. So, yeah, but you never know. You never know in Thailand. Well, he could have been a Lima Bravo aficionado for all you know. You never know. A lot of people like Lima Bravos and they never say it. That's why they go there in the first place, Big ups, Craig. I know that probably don't. I'm just joking around with you. I don't know you, so I'm just messing around. Don't take offense. Casey's listening right now. No, I think he was just an average Joe kind of expat that kind of showed up there, and he people talk about what they're doing. Like for him, he was studying and he's just looking for a place to hang out. He didn't like America. So I don't think there's too much cloak and dagger stuff going on there. He was who he said he was. Just find this park. Okay, this park is a bit away. It's pretty nice town here. I like these big old houses, and yeah, he really had it out for Rob and Kev, because I guess I used to follow him on the early days, I guess because they blew him off or something. He was trying to talk to them and be their friends or get information about expat life, and that upset him pretty good. That's why he said he started his whole channel in the first place. So yeah, he really had it out for Sonny, Kev, and Rob. Rest in peace, Kev, in Thailand. But then he started getting mad at other people. Pretty much everybody he ranted about at some point, All right, the park's up here somewhere. I don't really see any fireworks. This is going to be a very low-key firework display. Oh yeah, I'm okay. I just walked 17 miles today, so I'm just a little bit struggling a little bit, but 16 or 17 miles, which is good. But once you go over 15, it gets a little rough. Let's see here. Yeah, I hear all these booms. I'm not seeing any fireworks. Sometimes this could be a dangerous time to walk around, because a lot of times people will set off fireworks in their yards, and then bam, you just get. Yeah, we're good. We're out here, 4th of July, United States of America. Getting ready to kick back, drink some OJ, eat some potato chips, watch the fireworks. Oh yeah, the raccoons are nowhere. They don't like fireworks. Dogs don't like this either. These booms freak out the dogs. Good time to stealth camp. It's getting pretty dark out. Yeah, live stream is going on 11 hours, so we should be hitting 12 hours today. I'm not sure, Kim. I'll let you know tomorrow where I ended up. Hey, OG, thank you for the $20. Cheers. Hey, glad you liked the stream, OG Billy. OG Billy Blue, thank you very much. OG Billy been hitting a lot of super chats this trip, man. Yeah, take it easy on those. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Cheers, OG Billy. Yeah, I feel pretty good. It's been a long day, 11 hours of streaming. I don't know, 17 miles of walking, but it's been a good day. Okay, it looks like a lot of traffic up here, so it must be where the fireworks are. This camera is pretty good in low light, so we should be able to see them. This phone. It's one of the advantages of having this phone. I ain't seen hardly any fireworks yet. Must be just starting ready to pop off once nighttime hits. See, there's a lot of traffic as everybody's coming up for the fireworks here. I try to get on the other side of the road. There's no sidewalk here. Everybody's coming around from the surrounding communities. Oh man, legs get a little tired here. I don't know how I'm gonna do a 25-mile day because I took a lot of breaks today. And I'm still getting pretty tired. I've only done like 17 maybe max. So 25, that's a whole other ball game. You have to start real early in the morning. Okay, we got everybody sitting here waiting to watch the fireworks here. And we're just gonna kick back right here, find a spot and kick back. Oh man. Let's see here. Let's find a good spot. Everybody's on this lawn here. Yeah, you pretty much got this in every town in America right now. Let me find a spot right over here, right? Kick back. Just gonna kick back here, my mat, lay back. Oh, pretty tired. Yeah, they had a Xenia yesterday. They had some stuff going on, but they had food trucks and stuff, and I was just kind of out of it all day yesterday. Oh, there we go.
Liam, look up. Watch up there. Watch up there. Straight ahead. You just missed those. Just a little one. You got paid that they're starting now. Straight ahead. Oh, they're letting them
Stop, Liam, now. Here, come on, let's stand up. Stand up, come on.
Just kicking back here. Got the live stream going. Hopefully we get a nice show here tonight. After that, I'm going to drink the orange juice challenge, round 2. Second of July. Sometimes they start early. There might be next few days. There might be fireworks. Yeah, they'll probably be going at nighttime. They're waiting for the light to go away. Let's see here.
If they're obviously walking on this way, they're gonna see us. But stop throwing things. Here, let's try about that. Stand over here next to me. Man, they're up in the sky. You don't even...
Yeah, this is rough for dogs. Don't bring your dog to a fireworks celebration.
Hey, come here. We're here to see fire.
We got CC Facts in the house. Fact, fireworks originated China 2,000 years ago. Welcome, CC Facts. We always like facts, so if you can help me out, that'd be great. Appreciate the facts.
Stop doing that.
It ain't really started yet. Should be starting any time here, maybe next 10 minutes. Still got plenty of battery, about 60% of this phone, so we should have no problem hitting 12 hours today. Hey, Boston Mike, big ups. America side of the game. Hell of a day, my dude. Thank you, Boston. Cheers. Big ups, Boston Mike. Appreciate that. Thanks for the shout out on the gig with Truth Warrior, and appreciate that shout out, man.
Can you seriously stop? Because they could have gotten up and moved too. Yes, they would. I can't do anything about that. You get over it.
Big up CC Facts in the house. Hitting us with some facts. Baby said this is boring. Yeah, I mean I'm relaxing. I'm comfortable. I'm making money, kicking back, relaxing. We got 270 viewers, so I'm pretty happy. But about to have a fireworks show. But yes, some of you guys. I mean, I can't do much to entertain you guys. I'm just relaxing right now. So, but I am trying to chat. Keep on top of the chat here. Yeah, fireworks should be starting soon. The largest ever firework display consisted of 800,000 fireworks in the Philippines. Wow, that's pretty interesting. Want Some Coffee said this is not boring. Man, I'm just laying back here. Yeah, really comfortable laying on the grass. Got my head kicked back here like this, just stretching out. this. Hey, big ups, David S. Thank you for the $3, man. Much appreciated. Pretty good. Another solid day of super chats. Not bad. I might kick it all off with another orange juice challenge, but this time I'll make sure I'll be close to a toilet. The dog is running. Says, "CC, will you ever stop wiping your face? It's very nasty." So you're saying like the catapults and stuff led to pyrotechnics? CC facts? Pyrotechnic weaponry. What about Greek fire? Hasn't that been around since like 2,500 years? You're saying I got to dispute some of these CC facts. You're saying fireworks was around 2,000 years ago, but what about Greek fire? You ever heard of Greek fire? I guess that wasn't a firework. That was like pyrotechnic weaponry. Fact check time. Okay, sorry boss says it was actually the Scythians who invented it. So it wasn't the Greeks. Sorry boss says there was no China 2,000 years ago. I'm going to have to dispute that fact. There's been about 5,000 years of Chinese history, of the Chinese civilization. 5 or 6,000. No, there might not have been a whole united China, but the Chinese civilization has been around for 5,000 to 6,000 years. The Roman civilization, if you include present day, like we're the predecessors of the Roman civilization, they only been around for like 2,300 years, 2,400. Before that, you had just kind of like uncivilized tribes. Then you had the Greeks too. Hot Frog says he lived in China 7 years. No shortage of people that want to tell you it was about 5,000 years. Yeah, the Chinese civilization originated in northern China, but a lot of South China was the home of like stuff like rice and a lot of key things. So there's been civilization in both, but South China has always been kind of separate than North China. They eat different foods. They eat more noodles in the north. North China invented noodles. So all the noodles that the Japanese eat, that we eat, spaghetti, all that stuff came originally from China, northern China. Big up CC Facts. CC Facts in the house. Yeah, when's this fireworks show going to happen, man?
down on the grass. It doesn't hurt.
Have I heard of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey? No, I haven't.
What's that?
Yeah, those were the, I guess they're called the giants. Giants used to walk the earth. Some people call them the Nephilim. Used to be, supposedly there's supposed to be giants that walk the earth. That's why you see a lot of buildings. Supposedly they were around recently. You see buildings that were built with like giant windows and doors and stuff, giant ceilings.
Liam, stop.
Yeah, that's how they built the pyramids and stuff. How they moved all these giant, because they had the four of those guys that were like 25 feet tall, 20 feet tall could do it. So. But they might be extinct now. They're 12 to 20 feet tall. They might have been wiped out in a war or a genocide by the smaller humans. That's why there's so many buildings that like they have like 8-foot windows, 15-foot doors, 20-foot ceilings.
I know, I'm on like wings. I mean, yeah, they're probably around fireworks. Stop.
Yeah, it's even in the Bible, David versus Goliath.
Okay, if he's gonna keep doing this, there's nothing I can do about that now. We're not walking all the way home. No, you're not walking home by yourself in the dark. You're out of your mind. Liam, stop it. All right, come on. We're gonna go bye-bye.
They say Ice Poseidon was the very first live streamer
Oh, so you
that
don't
did IRL. And some people say he was still the best ever too.
really walk up here for
The
no
content king.
Stop now. Please start already. Okay. Liam, stop. No.
Have I ever seen Godzilla? Jessica Triplett says it's a symbolic story, symbolizing our fight against the patriarchy.
No, you're not being good. Do not throw something. Do not run away from mom. It's bad.
We got multiple conversations going on here.
No.
Some about IRL, Ice Poseidon, some about giants, some about fireworks, some about sugar.
Let's go see something else, though. Stop.
We got CC Facts still popping out the facts here. I'm not doing much. This camera goes out of focus at night. I don't know if it'll come back in focus here. There it goes. Comes back. if it has deep focus, it should get the fireworks. Everything's in focus. There's a, yeah, see, it's getting, that little light just put it all out of focus. Wow. This camera's not good at focusing at night. But to be fair, it is a pretty low light situation. I want to drink my orange juice. I got orange pineapple juice this time. Oh, there's another one coming. Yeah, I've had a good trip. Tomorrow will be day 20, almost 3 weeks. Those are like lanterns. Total miles walked. That's a good question because the apps don't really give you. They give you like how many miles you walked in a day. I'm really frustrated with some of these fitness apps. They don't give you good information for like a week or a month, so I can't get that information. But I'm guessing around 200, including today. Yeah, I can't like get good data for like a week at a time or a month at a time or a year at a time. Yeah, you almost have to log. They give you for like 1 day. I tried some other apps and they were pretty much worthless. Yeah, but it only tells you steps. I need to know the miles. For some reason, they don't want to tell you the steps walked. I don't even really care about the steps. I just want to know the miles. Is the iPhone Pro Max worthy? I've liked it. It has great battery life, which is great for me for streaming. Excellent battery life. Look at this. This is pretty good camera if you care about the camera. Pretty good low light. I mean, for a phone, it's a good camera. I still wouldn't compare it to like a real big camera, but for a phone, it's pretty awesome. So if you need the camera, if you need the battery life, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of big. Like, honestly, you know, when you're surfing and stuff, I recommend getting just a smaller phone because it's kind of bulky to handle when you're just relaxing and surfing the YouTube and stuff like that. So I would recommend getting, unless you really need the extra battery life, I'd recommend getting the iPhone 13 mini or the iPhone 13. They don't have as good of a camera, I don't think, but still pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you gotta do your research. There's like 4 different iPhone 13s. The iPhone 13 mini is it's like sold out, or you gotta wait like a month to get it. So it might be a good collector's item. Food for Thought says the iPhone 13 Pro is amazing. iPhone 13 pile of balls. Okay, so get the Pro. You don't have to get the Pro Max.
I said pause. Oh, I didn't. You can't give me yet. Wow.
Yeah, the 14's coming out. I guess I don't know anything about it. It's coming out next month or two. Wonder when these fireworks gonna start. Yeah, Kyle, if you drink too much orange juice, you can break out in a rash. But I think my body needs the potassium and the sugar because of all the walking I'm doing. You can get hives from too much vitamin C.
Kendrick, come here now.
I can't afford to go to Nashville right at the moment. Maybe next month. I wouldn't mind going to Nashville. Yeah, I would like to go live stream in Nashville. Jeff Lepard did a lot of live streaming there. It looks a lot of fun. Every night's kind of a party there in Nashville. A lot of bands playing music. What I call Dave Chappelle a good friend now. Yeah. I did see him. I did meet him. Haven't seen many celebrities in my life. That was one of the first. That was pretty cool.
What?
I mean, yeah, it's convenient.
Every town's got a little, like, every town in America has got a little fireworks celebration like this. Dave Chappelle acknowledged the stream. When and where? That's interesting. He said not in a good way. It was all chance. It was like all accident. I never even heard of that town until like a day, that day.
It went in my eyes. It all blew into my eyes. I'll spray it. I'll spray it into my eyes.
No, I just filmed him a couple times, ran into him. Yeah, we didn't even get to exchange any words. Okay, yeah, that was I thought you meant he acknowledged the stream online or something, like in Twitter or something, but no, he just waved me off. But yeah, like I said, if he knew I was a live streamer, he probably would have talked to me. He just thought I was like paparazzi or something, trying to film him, but that's not really the way it was. It's not the way, it was more of a coincidence. Yeah, we're back on some Dave talk. I guess, yeah, these fireworks, man, they may be happening soon. Yeah, I think he would have talked to me. He just thought it was a guy trying to shove a camera in his face because he was a celebrity, but that's not how it happened. You know, it's like, yeah, I mean, I kind of did want to do that, but it's like, I happened upon him by chance. I didn't even know he lived in that town or anything until that day. People are saying it in the chat. Yeah, I think a lot of states are like Ohio and a lot of the South, a lot of the Midwest, some of the West. We're out of focus here. I did get a couple of good shots of them just walking down the street. Some people have told me, you know, like, I've heard a lot of people claim, I've heard like at least 3 or 4 different streamers claim that Donald Trump watches their streams. So I don't know if that's true or not, but if it was true, it means he is a prolific, that's all he does is watch live streams. I've heard a lot of people say that, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump watches my live streams. I don't know how they would get that information, but I've heard a number of people say that, like, and they're serious too, you know. But on the other hand, Tucker Carlson was watching Zot when he was in Ottawa, so I guess you never know. He was actually putting Zot on his Fox News, which is like the biggest news 8 o'clock show. And Zot was good friends with Jeff Lepard. Yeah, so Tucker probably watches a lot of live streams. Oh, there we go. All right, Hop Frog, thanks for all the great chatting today. Stopping by, all the information. Peace out, Hop Frog. Been a great source of information for all the hiking and stuff and camping. Yeah, big ups, Top Frog. You're gonna miss the orange juice challenge in a little bit. That's after this. That one's pretty cool. Out of focus here. If I zoom in, I might get out of focus. Dang it, we're out of focus now. I have to get zoomed out. Hey, big ups, Jim. Thank you for the £5. Appreciate that, Jim. Cheers, Jim. He's a British patriot. He's a redcoat. See if we can zoom in a little more.
Okay, that was your song. That was the Party in the USA song that you love.
You're welcome, Phil Career. The grand finale is at the end. Yeah, usually the grand finale, the fireworks, they really blow it out at the end there. Starts off a little slow, and then the end is like, That's a good one, Robert. Hey, big ups, Travel Fun 69 in the house. Cheers, Jeff. Yeah, we might be able to get to Cincinnati if I take a Uber or a Lyft. I have to walk a bunch tomorrow. Then maybe I could get a Lyft for like 20, 30 bucks into Cincinnati for the 4th of July. So this could be one of several fireworks shows. Yeah, this is just a small town show here. Usually every town's got a little show. But this might be pretty good at the end here. See what happens at the end. It's not bad. I'm enjoying myself. Kicking back here, relaxing. I don't think raccoons like fireworks. They probably ran off. Mohammed from Somalia in the chat, big ups. "30 more minutes will be at the 12-hour mark." Yeah, I agree. Food for thought. Lucky to have such a good chat here. I'm just kicking back here watching the fireworks. I'm not doing much. You guys are providing all the entertainment. Big ups. I think the grand finale is going to be coming soon. Usually they give a little pause right here. They're getting ready to load it all up right now. Watch. Hear it? It's going to be starting. That dude's got to turn off his car light.
Hey, it's not over.
Here we go. It's not over yet. Yeah.
Guys, sit down. It's not over.
That was a nice one. Shape of a star. Hey, you're welcome, CA. Might keep the stream going for a while. I'll check in my motel and keep it going, I guess. How we should be clear of raccoons. I think I'm losing focus here. I don't really like sleep streams because it disrupts my sleep. But up until the point I sleep was fine. Oh man, getting tired, guys. Laying back here in this grass. I drink my own orange juice, get a shower, and go to sleep. I think after this. Thank you, Kyle Roberts. Big ups. Cheers, ramen noodles. I don't think it's too far to walk. Yeah, it's all probably all locals in this town, and just one guy that just pops up, walked across the state of Ohio. You know, it's like I've never been in this town before. Never even been in this part of Ohio. Yeah, it's the grand finale right here. Maybe not. Maybe it's still going normal.
Where? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Cheers, OG Billy. Sadie lamp, I'm not sure. Like Litterus, I washed the backpack pretty good.